Shattering the quiet night, Agnes was violently berated and called completely useless on the worst day of her life. Looming over her, her furious father screamed about how she tarnished the Eventale name by failing to win over a lowly earl's son. Cowering with a bruised face, Agnes could only apologize to her terrifying father while secretly wishing he would realize the truth. She bitterly accepted the harsh reality that no modern man would ever want to marry such an unfashionable lady. Arriving at Earl Luger's estate in a horse-drawn carriage, she wore an absurd century-old dress to an engagement party. However, her prospective fiancé Yurata-sama completely avoided her before loudly proclaiming his engagement to someone else. Cruel laughter echoed through the hall as the nobles mocked the unfashionable lady and rejoiced in her predictable rejection. While her father furiously crushed his fist over her failure, Agnes quietly agreed that her ridiculous appearance made a political marriage impossible. Her mother, brother, and father viciously branded her a failure and a disgrace, entirely blind to their own delusional reasoning. Once the prestigious right-hand men of the Prime Minister, the Marquis Eventale family had been reduced to mere local lords due to her grandfather's arrogance. Now recognized as fossilized aristocrats obsessed with moldy old values, the Eventales clung desperately to the pride of their bloodline. Staring at the backs of her peers, Agnes reflected on how long she had known about the sheer abnormality of her own family. Forced since childhood to wear horrible makeup and outdated dresses, she was raised to reject modern trends, creating a deep rift between her and society. When she dared to question their ways, her father vehemently defended her priceless attire and blasted modern fashion as cheap and flimsy. Weeping as the world laughed at her, she was ordered by her father to stand tall and ignore the lowly aristocrats who couldn't appreciate tradition. Rebelling constantly against their obsession with former glory, Agnes became a total disgrace to her family as her daily pleas fell on deaf ears. Terrified of her enormously prideful father, she wished she could run away but had nowhere else to go. Shivering from a near physical blow, she apologized profusely as her father screamed at her for being a useless daughter who never listened. Pointing a commanding finger, he ordered her to attend Princess Mia's royal engagement party and secure a fiancé this time. Her demanding mother insisted she pursue Viscount Bree's rich son to elevate their status, completely dismissing the man's notorious reputation for cheating. Surrounded by her intimidating family, she was strictly commanded to dress traditionally and not screw up her father's honor. Utterly devastated by the pressure, Agnes cried out that she just wanted to stay behind. Burying her face in despair, she knew going to the party meant she would just end up getting hurt and rejected all over again. Realizing there was no use arguing, she collapsed onto a sofa in her ridiculous dress and let out a heavy sigh. Clutching a tattered cushion, she lamented being a laughingstock whose rare magic and education simply could not make her shine. Gripping the fabric tightly, she admitted her plain magic was only good for reinforcing things. While nature-controlling magic was prized and holy magic was legendary, she wished she had a power that could make her engagement easier. Exhausted by her miserable reality, she hugged the pillow tightly and closed her eyes in defeat. A sudden spark of hope hit her as she remembered a convent where unmarried noble ladies could gather to serve. Thrilled by this massive revelation, she realized she could live a respectable life without ever having to get married. Flopping backward onto the couch, she resolved to do what she could with Viscount Bree before pursuing her true goal of becoming a nun. A few days later, vibrant nobles gathered to celebrate at the dazzling palace of the Desnam nation. Searching through the elegant crowd, Agnes quietly looked for Viscount Bree's son. The lively atmosphere shattered into judgmental whispers the moment the crowd spotted her hideous, outdated appearance. Vicious gossip erupted instantly, with nobles sneering at her dingy look and claiming they would die of shame if they were her. Suddenly, a clumsy young nobleman stumbled and spilled a glass of dark wine right onto Agnes's dress. Confused by the collision, the man watched as Agnes quickly excused herself from the scene. Smiling gracefully, she told him not to mind the dress, joking that the spill actually made her dingy outfit look somewhat better. The surrounding nobles stared in stunned, wide-eyed silence at her shockingly calm and polite reaction. Rushing away with a pounding heart, Agnes dreaded the escalating harassment and feared her mother would beat her for ruining the dress. Gasping in sudden shock, Agnes stares wide-eyed as panic sets in. A sudden shriek pierces the air as she loses her footing and crashes violently to the ground. Overwhelmed with horror, she realizes she has committed an unforgivable blunder. Surrounded by glaring onlookers, she curls up in shame and begs to be left alone. Trembling under their piercing gazes, she buries her face as the crowd watches her humiliating display. Suddenly, a gentle voice cuts through the tension as a mysterious stranger asks if she is all right. Kneeling gracefully before her, an incredibly handsome nobleman approaches her fallen form. Utterly captivated by his striking features, Agnes stares in awe at the breathtaking person. Flustered by his proximity, she stammers that her dress merely got snagged and insists she is fine. Ignoring her protests, he gently examines the fabric and warns her that rough handling will tear it. Gazing at his surprisingly gentle expression, she wonders why this dazzling man is being so kind to her. Realizing the crowd is viciously muttering about them, she urges him to back away and save his own reputation. The venomous whispers escalate as the shocked aristocrats question why the star of the show is helping such an unfashionable lady. Panicking as she hears the crowd identify him as the princess's fiancé, Agnes hastily bows to thank him. Gazing at his shining aura, she silently envies Her Highness for securing such a wonderfully kind man. The crowd suddenly erupts into cheers as Her Royal Highness makes a grand entrance. Exuding absolute elegance and authority, Princess Mia commands the attention of the entire ballroom. Mesmerized guests praise the sexy princess as they eagerly anticipate the royal marriage announcement. Shock ripples through the hall as the princess steps forward, linking arms with a completely different man. Furious and utterly confused, Nazelbert steps forward to demand an explanation from Mia. Mocking his confusion, Princess Mia smirks and plants a brazen kiss on her new lover's cheek. Staring him down with icy contempt, she coldly calls out Nazelbert's full name in front of the silent crowd. With a triumphant laugh, she publicly annihilates their engagement and proudly declares Robin as her new fiancé. A massive shockwave of pure disbelief shatters the ballroom as the guests process the scandalous betrayal. Desperately clinging to reason, Nazelbert warns her that the king will never allow her to abandon her royal duties so recklessly. Flipping the script, the wicked princess loudly accuses a bewildered Nazelbert of brutally bullying Robin out of sheer jealousy. She gloats that Robin is a tremendously gifted sacred magician whose rare bloodline far surpasses anything Nazelbert can offer. Her eyes darkening with cruel finality, she prepares to deliver the ultimate crushing blow. Staring him dead in the eye, she venomously declares that the kingdom has no more use for a discarded pawn like him. She fabricates vile rumors of Nazelbert pushing Robin downstairs and shredding his clothes, insisting her parents will fully support her choice. Crushed by the betrayal, Nazelbert remembers his grueling, lifelong regimen to become the perfect royal consort. Defending his honor, he insists his relentless studies left him no time for petty bullying, scoffing at Robin's lack of royal education. Sneering at his desperate logic, the princess cruelly dismisses him and states Robin will simply learn everything from now on. Dropping a devastating bombshell, she reveals she is already pregnant with Robin's child and accuses Nazelbert of assaulting the future king's father. Refusing to accept this one-sided condemnation, a frantic Nazelbert demands a proper trial to prove his total innocence. Throwing a violent tantrum, the spoiled princess screams at him to shut up, whining that his serious nature makes her utterly miserable. Screeching at the top of her lungs, she viciously confesses that she has always despised his uptight personality. On her ruthless command, heavily armed guards violently tackle Nazelbert to the floor as he begs for a chance to speak. Pinning him down, the guards force the disgraced nobleman to watch as the cowardly crowd refuses to step in and help him. Watching from the shadows, Agnes stares in complete shock as the once glorious star of the ballroom is left utterly broken and abandoned. Reaching out a gentle hand, a young man kindly asked if she was all right. Flustered by the sudden attention, she stood motionless as her stained dress swayed gently around her legs. Breaking the stunned silence, he gently prompted her again to see if she was unhurt. Hesitantly taking his outstretched hand, she softly thanked him as he offered a warm and reassuring smile. The tender moment shattered instantly as a haughty princess interrupted them, demanding to know what was going on. Sneering at Agnes's out-of-style dress and overdone makeup, Her Royal Highness viciously mocked her while sharply silencing Nazelbert's attempt to intervene. Laughing maniacally behind her fan, the princess gleefully announced that it was time to hand down Nazelbert's punishment. A heavy silence fell over the room as the royal maliciously dragged out the declaration of his sentence. To everyone's shock, she ruthlessly ordered him to be banished to the frontier and married off to the unfashionable lady. Nazelbert's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as the devastating weight of the royal decree crashed over his mind. Agnes gasped in horror while the surrounding nobles stood completely paralyzed by the cruel and absurd punishment. Later that evening, under the glow of a crescent moon, an ominous tension gripped the silent royal capital. Back at the mansion, her furious father violently struck her to the ground, roaring that she was an absolute disgrace. Cowering on the floor, she tried to speak but was ruthlessly berated for failing to secure the Viscount's son and getting shackled to a criminal instead. Weeping bitterly, Agnes cried out that she had only tried to help Princess Mia's kind fiancé, utterly bewildered as to why the innocent man was falsely accused. The traumatic memory of the princess maliciously condemning Nazelbert to frontier banishment and forced marriage flashed agonizingly through her mind. Standing completely dumbfounded by the sudden and catastrophic turn of events, Agnes struggled to process her grim reality. The cruel revelation that a nobleman was being forced to marry her as a literal punishment gnawed deeply at her fragile self-esteem. The realization hit hard that being publicly ordered to marry a condemned criminal would destroy any chance of another noble family taking her as a wife. Seething with uncontrollable rage, her father officially disowned her from the Eventail family and mercilessly cast her out of the house. Staring blankly with tears still fresh on her bruised face, she let out a quiet gasp of sheer bewilderment. The crushing finality of her father's words echoed in her ears, leaving her completely paralyzed with shock. Left entirely alone, a deep groan of despair escaped her lips as the weight of her sudden exile truly sank in. Shivering violently in the freezing darkness, she realized she was in massive trouble without a single friend or safe haven to run to. Wandering the deserted streets of the royal capital, she resigned herself to waiting for sunrise just to find a shred of help. Despite her own dire situation, her heart ached for the pitiful Nazelbert as she struggled to make sense of the royal palace's insane drama. Utterly exhausted by the crushing weight of her outdated dress, she collapsed against a stone wall and gave up caring entirely. Slumping down in defeat, she desperately racked her exhausted brain trying to remember how to become a nun. Suddenly, a frantic voice called her name out from the shadows, shattering the quiet despair of the alleyway. Jerking her head up in shock, she gasped as she instantly recognized the familiar figure of Nazelbert approaching her. Rushing to her side with profound relief, Nazelbert revealed he had been desperately searching the streets just to find her. Guilt-ridden upon hearing of her exile from the mansion, he earnestly apologized for dragging her into his disastrous downfall. Bowing deeply before her, the fallen noble expressed an overwhelming sense of relief at finally tracking her down safely. Panicking, Agnes fiercely denied his blame, insisting the real issue was Princess Mia being pregnant with another man's child despite her royal engagement. She confessed that her own fear had kept her silent, firmly believing that every noble in the room secretly knew the ugly truth about the princess. Looking at her with deeply pained eyes, Nazelbert sorrowfully questioned if she resented him for indirectly causing her family to kick her out. Holding no grudges against the falsely accused man, Agnes instead apologized that he was cursed to marry such an unfashionable outcast. Startled by her self-deprecation, he quickly dismissed her worries and asked if she had heard the strange rumors circulating about him. Staring at him with wide-eyed realization, Agnes finally understood why he had acted so incredibly carefree and kind during their very first meeting. Under the shadow of the imposing castle, a tense silence lingered as a massive secret hovered on the tip of his tongue. Gazing at his exhausted expression, Agnes sheepishly admits that this is exactly why she is mocked as the unfashionable lady. Expecting sheer disgust, she is pleasantly surprised when Nazelbert gently states that judging someone by their appearance alone is incredibly cruel. Cutting through her self-pity, he firmly tells her it is time to go, leaving a confused Agnes stammering in surprise. Panic strikes her as he guides her toward his estate, and she desperately protests that a disgraced lady cannot impose on a duke's home. Stepping forward to walk on her own, she winces in sudden pain as a sharp sting shoots up her leg. Noticing her obvious discomfort, Nazelbert quietly excuses himself and moves closer. In a flash, the dashing nobleman scoops her up into a flawless Princess Carrie, prompting a shocked squeak from Agnes. Flushing bright red at the sudden intimacy, she panics while he smoothly urges her to bear with it until they reach the carriage. Bystanders gawk in absolute awe as he casually loads the stunned noblewoman into his royal carriage with a perfect Princess Carrie. As she frantically apologizes for causing trouble, he points out the nasty injury plaguing her foot. Leaning in with deep concern, he examines her battered heel and notes the awful blister forming there. Embarrassed beyond belief, she reveals her obsessive parents forced her to wear her grandmother's painfully tight heirloom shoes. Processing this sheer absurdity, Nazelbert falls into a contemplative silence as he gazes at her bruised feet. Commanding his driver to fetch her shoes later, he effortlessly carries a flustered Agnes straight toward his massive manor. Wrapped in his strong arms, she weakly argues that barging into a duke's estate barefoot is completely indecent. Brushing off her worries, he coldly remarks that she won't meet anyone since he plans to abandon the estate soon anyway. Gently depositing her onto a plush sofa, he insists on treating her painful injury immediately. Dismissing her claims that it will heal on its own, he scolds her softly and demands she take better care of herself. Overwhelmed by his sudden kindness, Agnes deeply thanks the disgraced noble for sheltering her when she had nowhere left to run. A shadow crosses his face as he admits guilt, pointing out she was humiliated and ousted tonight entirely because of him. Furious on his behalf, Agnes passionately declares that this whole situation is horribly unjust and the king will surely intervene. Desperately clinging to hope, she insists Princess Mia must have realized her grave mistake by now. Smiling bitterly at her naivety, Nazelbert finally confesses that he lived like a perfect, emotionless puppet to support the country. Burying his face in his hands, he painfully accepts that his relentless dedication resulted in completely neglecting his fiancée. Watching him crumble under the weight of false guilt, Agnes realizes his earnest loyalty totally backfired. Refusing to let him wallow in despair, she fiercely proclaims that Nazelbert is a truly admirable man. Staring intently into his surprised eyes, she vows that a proper investigation will shatter these lies and prove his absolute innocence. Trailing off slightly, she acknowledges that Mia's unexpected pregnancy definitely complicates the scandalous royal fallout. Throwing decorum out the window, a frantic Agnes waves her arms wildly and begs the heartbroken Duke to cheer up. Touched by her clumsy but blazing sincerity, a warm smile breaks across his face as he calls her a genuinely wonderful person. Gazing at her with softened eyes, he admits her comforting words just lifted a massive weight off his chest. Completely short-circuiting under his dazzling smile, an overwhelmed Agnes practically shouts her eager welcome. Guiding her toward the grand staircase, Nazelbert promises she will have a proper room on the second floor to rest and recover. Ascending the opulent steps, he mentions there is someone specific he needs her to meet. Gesturing toward a waiting servant, he assures Agnes that this person is completely trustworthy and will watch over her. Bowing gracefully, the elegant maid introduces herself as Kelly while Agnes hastily returns the greeting. With his duties fulfilled for the night, a visibly lighter Nazelbert wishes Agnes sweet dreams and promises to see her tomorrow. Turning her warm attention to the guest, Kelly smiles brightly and says it is an absolute pleasure to meet her. Escorting her down the hall, Kelly casually asks Agnes to drop the formalities, leaving the noblewoman totally awestruck by the maid's cool demeanor. Swinging the heavy doors open, Agnes gasps in pure wonder at the incredibly lavish, breathtaking bedroom waiting for her. Guided to a hot bath by a maid, Agnes felt a refreshing wave of liberation compared to the suffocating atmosphere of her family's mansion. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, she gasped in pure shock at her own ruined appearance. A maid gently offered to remove her heavy makeup, prompting a bewildered reaction from the exhausted noblewoman. Bidding her a warm good night, the maid quietly exited the room to let Agnes rest. Utterly drained from the chaotic day, Agnes collapsed onto the soft bed with a heavy sigh. Lying in the quiet room, she reflected on the overwhelming turn of events and how she never expected to leave home like this. Realizing she could not rely on others forever, she acknowledged how incredibly lucky she was to have a temporary hiding place. Drifting into sleep, she anxiously wondered how she would manage to survive from this point onward. The next morning, the cheerful maid returned to greet Agnes and warmly asked if she had slept well. Agnes gasped in delight when she spotted an incredibly cute dress neatly laid out on the bed. The maid happily revealed that she had rush-ordered those specific items just for her. Marveling at the light and adorable fabric, Agnes was gently reminded that she still needed to finish her makeup. Eager to demonstrate her skills, Kelly the maid admired the wonderful cosmetics and prepared to work her magic. She expertly applied a pinkish-brown tint to Agnes's lips and blended white powder perfectly into her eyelids. Finishing the look with a soft touch, she ensured the cheeks had a natural flush instead of a harsh crimson. Agnes stared wide-eyed at her stunning new reflection, completely paralyzed by the incredible transformation. Utterly bewildered by the gorgeous girl in the mirror, she struggled to believe that it was actually her. Kelly confidently assured the dazed noblewoman that the beautiful reflection was undoubtedly her true self. Agnes finally realized her natural beauty had been buried beneath garish red lips, snow-white powder, and a lifeless old dress. She completely adored her softly waving hair and the subtle makeup that highlighted her features instead of masking them. Twirling joyfully, she celebrated the light and lovely modern dress that she had always secretly idolized. Stepping lightly across the floor, she marveled at how incredibly comfortable her stylish new shoes felt. Thrilled with the modern style, Agnes eagerly suggested they hurry to show Nazelbert her flawless new look. Kelly paused and offered the nervous Agnes an encouraging look as they prepared for the big reveal. As Nazelbert quietly sipped his tea, Kelly urged the incredibly anxious Agnes to have more confidence in herself. With a gentle push, Kelly ushered the hesitant girl through the doorway to present her to their host. Nazelbert froze in stunned silence, his teacup hovering as the two women cheerfully bid him good morning. Blushing slightly, he managed to stammer that she looked good while Agnes anxiously asked for his honest opinion. With a warm smile, he praised the wonderful new dress and hairstyle, noting how beautifully her mood had brightened. Agnes humbly deflected the compliment, enthusiastically declaring that her amazing transformation was all thanks to Kelly. Nazelbert revealed that Kelly possessed such exceptional taste because she used to be Princess Mia's lead wardrobe assistant. He explained that he hired the talented maid after witnessing her forced resignation over the princess's selfish whims. Agnes affectionately squeezed Kelly's hands, expressing her profound relief that the maid had not ended up stranded. Nazelbert's tone turned serious as he warned that news of yesterday's chaotic palace incident would soon spread. He vowed to do everything in his power to ensure Agnes was not burdened by the unpredictable fallout. Flustered by his kindness, Agnes insisted he prioritize his own important future and refused to inconvenience him further. Brimming with naive optimism, she asked to keep the clothes and shoes so she could walk to the ends of the earth and manage on her own. Misunderstanding his immediate refusal, Agnes nervously assumed the beautiful items were simply too expensive for her to take. Nazelbert quickly clarified that he was actually working to have the Marquis Eventail lift her disownment so she could return to her old life. Struck by his immense and unexpected kindness, Agnes gracefully curtsied and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Kelly the maid stands with a solemn expression, harboring urgent news about the newly arrived guest. Nazelbert sits diligently at his study desk as she formally reports that Agnes was able to rest peacefully today. Gripping his head in frustration, the Duke swears he must restore the disgraced noblewoman's former life as soon as possible. Interrupting his grim thoughts, Kelly steps forward to share highly concerning observations she made while attending to the lady. She grimly reveals that beneath Agnes's thick makeup hide terrible bruises and raw whip marks scarring her arms. Detailing the horrific extent of the abuse, the maid explains that Agnes's toes are permanently deformed and discolored from years of agonizing blisters. Kelly warns that if the poor girl continues to be shoved into excruciatingly tight corsets and shoes, her body will soon be damaged beyond repair. A wave of sickening realization hits Nazelbert as he finally understands why Agnes was so desperate to retrieve her ruined dress that morning. Clenching his hand over his burning eyes, he mutters the Eventail family name with absolute, simmering disgust. He grimly acknowledges that the fallen Marquis household is shrouded in far more twisted darkness than he ever imagined. Meanwhile, a joyful Agnes practically sparkles with excitement as she stands before the towering shelves of the Duke's massive library. Overwhelmed by the vast collection of unknown stories, she eagerly grabs books while gasping that she has already read every single volume at her parents' estate. Flashing a radiant, bittersweet smile, she admits that reading century-old relics was the only true freedom she ever possessed. When Kelly asks about her favorite subjects, Agnes excitedly declares her love for animal ecology, prompting the maid to promise a massive new book order. Flipping through a thick tome, the ecstatic noblewoman insists the current magnificent collection is already more than enough. Her eyes widen in pure fascination as she stumbles upon incredibly detailed research notes covering the practical utilization of magic. Peeking over the intricate botanical diagrams, she marvels at the sheer volume of handwritten notes and realizes they belong to Nazelbert himself. Overwhelmed by his sheer brilliance and unjust fate, she slams her head onto the desk and wails a desperate prayer for his ultimate happiness. Refusing to let his monumental efforts go to waste, she eagerly dives straight into the complex magical text. A gentle breeze sweeps over the sprawling Duke's estate as the afternoon peacefully rolls by. Bursting with energy, Agnes excitedly rolls a dessert cart down the hall to share an afternoon tea break with her gracious host. Suddenly, a furious shout echoes from behind the heavy office doors, violently condemning the royal family's treacherous methods. Peeking around the corner, Agnes watches a young boy furiously defend his older brother's relentless hard work against the horrible ordeal he suffered. The boy angrily screams that marrying the disgraced potato lady is an absolute insult, while a sweat-dropping Agnes silently agrees with his harsh logic. Laughing awkwardly, she whispers to Kelly that she truly cannot even compare to a fraction of the magnificent Duke's worth. Storming toward the exit to personally kick the worthless woman out, Julian violently throws open the door and freezes right in front of the eavesdropping pair. A heavy, agonizing silence falls over the room as the two brothers stare in utter shock at the paralyzed noblewoman. Desperately trying to defuse the explosive tension, a trembling Agnes holds out a tray and politely offers the young boy some freshly brewed tea. Piercing his younger sibling with an icy glare, Nazelbert mercilessly reminds the terrified boy of his bold threat to kick their guest out. Trembling under his brother's terrifying gaze, Julian points a shaky finger at the beautiful woman and stammers in pure confusion. Unable to reconcile the gorgeous lady before him with the hideous rumors, the boy unleashes a deafening screech of sheer deception. Moving with lightning speed, Nazelbert clamps a firm hand over Julian's mouth to immediately silence his screeching tantrum. Bowing deeply before a flustered Agnes, the Honorable Duke sincerely apologizes for his little brother's immense disrespect. Flashing a gentle, forgiving smile, she completely dismisses the insult and praises Julian for being so wonderfully protective of his older sibling. Clenching his fists in simmering rage, Julian admits he cannot stomach how much his brother sacrificed only to be brutally discarded by the corrupt capital. Deflating with sincere guilt, the young boy bows his head and genuinely apologizes to Agnes for insulting her so harshly. A warm silence blankets the room as Nazelbert proudly places a comforting hand on his fiercely loyal brother's shoulder. Shifting back to pressing matters, the Duke guides Agnes to the sofa and reveals he has just received urgent news from the royal palace. With a deeply grim expression, he reaches across his desk and hands a sealed royal document over to Julian. Tapping the heavy parchment, he ominously declares that the terrifying document details the treacherous actions of Princess Mia and directly targets both of them. Agnes expressed her relief, but Nazelbert shattered the peace by revealing that His Majesty was fully aware of the false accusations. He calmly stated that many nobles already knew Princess Mia was actually carrying Robindano's child. To cover the scandal, the royal family planned to announce that the princess was bearing a child with a sacred power, for the kingdom's sake. Agnes stared in utter disbelief, quickly connecting the dots that the crown was desperately trying to bury a massive royal disgrace. Nazelbert explained that if he had accepted Robin as her lover, he would have become the princess's spouse and taken charge of the country's affairs. Proudly declaring his refusal, he noted that his unbending morals made his presence inconvenient, cementing his exile to the frontier. Agnes fumed at the revelation, unable to believe the king would prioritize concealing royal shame over the nation's future. Flashing a knowing look, Nazelbert mentioned rumors of Robin causing trouble, which made the king consider passing the throne to the second prince. He added that without his support smoothing things over, the royal family was seriously questioning if Mia was fit to rule at all. Clenching her fists, Agnes angrily shouted that it was absolutely awful for Nazelbert to suffer these heavy burdens completely alone. Touched by her fiery defense, Nazelbert closed his eyes and softly praised her genuine kindness. Shifting his gaze back to her, he gently stated that they needed to figure out what would happen to her next. He confessed his original plan was to persuade the Eventail family to take her back rather than force her into a frontier marriage. Leaning in closely, he pointed out the fading bruise on her face, prompting her to nervously touch her injured cheek. Deducing that she was regularly beaten for being a failure, he immediately scrapped the idea of sending her back to that abusive home. Raising her hand with lightning speed, Agnes cheerfully volunteered to run away and join a convent. Nazelbert quickly crushed that dream, warning her that aristocratic convents mirrored the country's desires and would treat a disowned noble terribly. Trembling as reality set in, Agnes realized she had no safe haven to return to and no skills to seek employment. Nazelbert sat in heavy silence, resting his chin on his hands as he carefully weighed their grim options. Calling for his assistant Julian, he firmly ordered the young man to check on the main residence. Extending a gentle hand toward the confused girl, Nazelbert announced that there was something important he needed to ask her. Grasping her softly by the shoulders, he looked down at her as she stared back in wide-eyed anticipation. He warned her that his impending offer might not be what she truly desired for her life. Staring into her eyes with absolute resolve, he declared that he now felt it was his undeniable duty to protect her. Acknowledging the harsh reality of frontier life, he earnestly pleaded for Agnes to come with him. In a breathless, intimate moment, he formally asked if she would marry him. Telling her to call him Nasal, he flashed a charming smile as she happily agreed and excitedly called his name. Reflecting on that fateful day, Agnes recalled the overwhelming surge of emotion when she accepted his proposal. Despite the royal decree, she still felt a lingering pang of guilt that he was shackled to an unfashionable outcast like her. Nasalbert insisted it was far too dangerous to leave her unprotected in the capital, especially after her family disowned her. He admitted the frontier was far from ideal, but keeping her securely by his side was the only way to guarantee her safety. Staring at their joined hands, Agnes resolved that staying behind would only cause trouble and deeply disrespect his immense kindness. Sitting together in a moving carriage, Nasalbert confidently affirmed that this marriage was their best possible choice right now. Staring intensely at him, Agnes secretly vowed to become independent so he could someday marry a woman he truly loved. Snapping back to the present, she eagerly asked about the mysterious Sutrina territory they were heading toward. Imagining terrifying shadow wolves, Agnes recalled that magical beasts were dangerous animals imbued with supernatural powers. Nasalbert explained that despite the region's abundant nature, the crop yield was notoriously and inexplicably sparse. Listening intently as she wondered if the soil was simply infertile, she watched him declare his intent to thoroughly investigate the cause. Smiling with quiet confidence, he revealed his rare magical ability to make plants grow and change entirely according to his will. Patting a wooden crate, he proudly revealed he had brought magically nurtured seedlings to establish a stable food supply in the unforgiving frontier. Pointing at the intriguing document, Agnes excitedly recognizes the research on utilizing magic and magical seedlings she previously saw in Nasalbert's study. Overwhelmed by the disgraced Duke's relentless dedication, she buries her face in her arms and praises his utterly admirable work ethic. Her eyes sparkling with pure curiosity, she eagerly leans in and asks the dashing nobleman what kind of magic he can wield. A surprised expression crosses Nasalbert's face as a slightly sheepish Agnes reveals she possesses the rare ability of material enhancement magic. Dropping her gaze in embarrassment, she admits her seemingly rare power is quite modest since she can only reinforce everyday clothes and belongings. Utterly shattering her insecurities, the kind-hearted Duke smiles warmly and declares her modest magic actually harbors a massive amount of untapped potential. Meanwhile, at the rugged frontier of Sutrina territory, a bespectacled aide furiously complains that the corrupt royal capital is treating their land like a criminal dumping ground. Reading the official royal missive in absolute disbelief, a freckled boy named Connie loudly complains that they were sent a criminal duke and a monstrous potato lady instead of proper reinforcements. Visualizing the horrifying rumors, the frantic boy imagines the infamous potato lady as a terrifying new breed of magical beast with stark makeup and glaring red lips. Adjusting his glasses, the older aide calmly scolds Connie's disrespect and orders the low-ranking boy to go retrieve the exiled nobles from the city of Roka. Standing before a heavy, iron-barred door, Connie lets out a deeply exhausted sigh as he laments his depressing chore. Pushing the heavy door open, the young aide steps into a rustic stable where majestic winged Pegasi rest quietly in their stalls. Gently stroking the snout of a brilliant white Pegasus, Connie desperately prays the new lord won't cause catastrophic chaos like their previous terrible leaders. His expression hardening with grim resolve, he mutters the name of the disgraced second son of Duke Floris Cruz who is about to become their new lord. A fierce, challenging smirk flashes across the boy's face as he resolves to test the spoiled nobleman and expose him if he is nothing but a cowardly burden. 10 days later, a completely refreshed Agnes stretches her arms to the sky as their carriage finally arrives at the bustling city of Roka. Flashing a gentle smile, Nasalbert informs her they will now switch to rideable beasts, clearly amused that the long carriage ride hasn't exhausted her in the slightest. Her eyes practically exploding with sparkling stars, a thrilled Agnes enthusiastically guesses they are finally going to ride magnificent trained Pegasi. Clasping her hands together in sheer delight, she professes her absolute love for animals while an amused Nasalbert praises her impressive knowledge. Suddenly, an awkward throat-clearing shatters their joyful moment as a uniformed boy approaches them from the bustling city street. Stepping up with a confident stance, Connie formally introduces himself as the administrative aide sent from Sutrina to escort Lord Nazelbert. Immediately after the formal greeting, the freckled boy frantically scans the surrounding area in pure confusion. Staring up at the towering duke, a completely bewildered Connie bluntly demands to know where his monstrous wife is hiding. A sharp, icy silence instantly drops over the group as Nazelbert glares down at the boy while Agnes blinks in utter confusion. A sudden wave of realization crashes over Agnes, her eyes widening as she realizes she is the legendary monster in question. Pointing a trembling finger directly at her own face, a flustered Agnes frantically asks the boy if he is actually looking for her. Connie freezes in sheer disbelief, his eyes darting toward her elegant clothes and completely normal features. Smoothly wrapping a protective arm around her shoulders, a proudly smiling Nazelbert formally introduces the flustered beauty as his beloved wife. The young aide's brain completely short-circuits, his eyes bulging out of his head as he stares at the gorgeous noblewoman in absolute shock. Desperately trying to salvage his shattered pride, a blushing Connie abruptly clears his throat and loudly declares he will escort them to the ride stop. Marching stiffly ahead, the boy internally screams in pure panic as he realizes his massive, humiliating blunder. Boiling with misplaced rage, he furiously curses the lying informants back home who described this elegant woman as a terrifying new breed of beast. Following happily behind, a relieved Agnes casually laughs off the misunderstanding while Connie sweats bullets over her totally normal and gorgeous aura. Desperate to regain the upper hand, Connie mentally fires himself up to show these spoiled aristocrats the brutal, unforgiving reality of the frontier. Halting in a massive open clearing, the smug aide prepares to unleash a terrifying lesson in survival upon the unexpecting couple. Without warning, a massive, ferocious wyvern crashes down from the sky, unleashing a deafening roar as it towers over the shocked nobles. Flashing a wicked, mocking grin, Connie laughs maniacally in his head and asks if they honestly thought a gentle Pegasus would be waiting for them. The ferocious beast snaps its massive jaws as Connie proudly gloats that the wyvern is the absolute most dangerous riding beast to handle in the entire territory. Expecting the exiles to completely break down in sheer terror, the boy eagerly waits for the spoiled royal richies to show their true, cowardly colors. Instantly shattering his expectations, Nazelbert and Agnes stare up at the deadly monster with sparkling eyes and simultaneously shout how absolutely awesome it is. Shocked that Nazelbert knew about her secret training, Connie asked if he had researched her wyvern riding skills in advance. Flashing a brilliant smile, Nazelbert noted that wyverns were much faster than Pegasuses and would greatly aid his ambitious plans for Sutrina. Finding the fearsome beast incredibly adorable, an excited Agnes eagerly agreed to ride the giant creature. Watching them prepare, Connie muttered to herself, quietly wondering if this exiled new lord could actually handle the harsh frontier. Begging to tag along, Connie practically vibrated with excitement as Nazelbert graciously granted her permission. Extending his hand with a gentle smile, Nazelbert guided Agnes toward the beast as she vividly remembered the day he saved her. Staring at his open palm, she realized that without his unexpected intervention, her life would have been ruined forever. She knew she would have remained the pathetic, relentlessly mocked, unfashionable lady for the rest of her miserable days. Taking his hand firmly, she felt her heart swell as she cherished the accumulation of these small, tender moments with him. Clinging tightly to his back as they prepared for takeoff, she pushed aside her lingering worries and braced herself for the journey. With a massive surge of wind, the powerful wyvern launched into the sky, leaving the royal capital far behind. Soaring through the clouds, Agnes felt completely liberated from her heavy old dress and ready to face absolutely any challenge. Brimming with newfound determination, she vowed to discover her own strengths for the sake of the man who completely changed her world. Far below in the Sutrina territory, a grim-faced administrator stared hopelessly at the desolate, ruined earth. Crushing the dry dirt in his bare hand, he cursed the barren land that refused to yield a single crop. Gazing down from the sky, Nazelbert grimly noted that the catastrophic condition of the fields was far worse than the rumors suggested. The massive wyverns finally landed gracefully within the sturdy stone walls of the Sutrina castle courtyard. Turning to check on his bride, Nazelbert asked if she could safely dismount the giant beast on her own. Confidently leaping from the saddle, Agnes completely missed her footing and plummeted backward with a terrified shriek. Panic seized Nazelbert's heart as he desperately screamed her name and lunged forward. Shattering the distance between them, he frantically dove through the air to catch her before she hit the unforgiving stone. Wrapping his arms securely around her, he cushioned her fall in a breathless, dramatic mid-air rescue. He clutched her safely against his chest, holding her tight to ensure she was completely unharmed. Flustered by the sudden catch, she awkwardly confirmed she was unhurt as he stared down at her with wide, worried eyes. Her face burning bright red, Agnes internally panicked at how incredibly close their bodies were pressed together. She frantically tried to calm her racing heart, firmly reminding herself that this thrilling marriage was strictly temporary. The romantic tension shattered instantly as an enraged man sprinted out of the castle, roaring Connie's name in pure fury. Connie froze in sheer terror as the furious administrator closed the distance with terrifying speed. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he demanded to know why Connie had recklessly forced their honored guests to ride a dangerous wyvern. Attempting a desperate escape, Connie sprinted away, but the furious man lunged right after her in hot pursuit. Quickly captured and thoroughly scolded, a bruised Connie was forced to miserably apologize to everyone. Adjusting his glasses, the man formally introduced himself as head administrator Henry Burkett and apologized for failing to secure proper Pegasuses. He explained that Sutrina currently had no true ruler, leaving him as a temporary and utterly overwhelmed substitute from the capital. Looking Henry dead in the eye, Nazelbert declared he would do everything in his power to become the true lord and save the dying land. Henry stared back in stunned silence, deeply moved by the exiled noble's unwavering resolve to rescue the frontier. Grateful for the warm reception, Nazelbert kindly ordered the exhausted administrator to put aside work and rest for the remainder of the day. Noticing the deep bags under Henry's eyes, Nazelbert gently urged him to take a much-needed break from his grueling position. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Connie cheerfully announced she would also go rest and tried to slowly tiptoe away. Radiating a terrifying dark aura, Henry instantly clamped a heavy hand onto Connie's shoulder and promised she would not escape his wrath. Under the vast, starry frontier sky, Connie's miserable wails echoed endlessly from the imposing stone towers of Sutrina Castle. Standing beneath the glowing moon, Agnes and Nazelbert arrive at a massive, sprawling mansion in the middle of nowhere. Staring at the opulent architecture, Nazelbert deduces that the previous corrupt lord clearly squandered resources to live in total luxury. Gripping the heavy handles, the dashing duke pushes open the grand double doors to reveal their new home. A shocked squeak escapes Agnes as she stares in pure awe at the extravagant indoor fountain dominating the entrance hall. Startling the couple, their loyal maid Kelly bows gracefully and welcomes them home after independently inspecting the massive estate. Flashing a proud smile, Kelly reveals she has already thoroughly cleaned the essential living spaces, prompting a stunned Agnes to praise her incredible speed. Overwhelmed by her sheer dedication, Agnes passionately thanks the maid for following them into the harsh frontier. Nazelbert warmly agrees that her presence is an absolute blessing, even as Agnes quietly laments that the talented maid deserved a peaceful life in the royal capital. Softening her usually stoic gaze, Kelly looks at her new masters with absolute, unwavering devotion. Reaching out with gentle conviction, the steadfast maid warmly clasps both of Agnes's hands. Staring directly into her eyes, Kelly vows to follow the disgraced couple to the very ends of the earth. A beautiful moment of mutual trust blooms as Nazelbert promises to protect Kelly while the two women silently vow to protect each other. The trio peacefully settles into their new sanctuary, sharing warm baths, hot tea, and a much-needed moment of absolute tranquility. Breaking the comfortable silence, Nazelbert smoothly suggests they retire for the night and offers to escort Agnes to the master bedroom. Stepping into the lavish suite, Agnes mentally braces herself for the inevitable reality of sharing the former lord's chambers. Her eyes lock onto the massive piece of furniture dominating the room, realizing there is absolutely only one bed. A deafening heartbeat pounds in her ears as she freezes before the grand mattress, completely paralyzed by sudden panic. Misunderstanding her total silence, Nazelbert kindly offers her the bed and casually states he will sleep on the sofa next door. Snapping out of her daze, a frantic Agnes violently refuses his sacrifice and shouts that she will take the sofa instead. Desperately pushing him toward the bedroom, she insists her old bed was basically a rock anyway and begs the exhausted duke to sleep properly. Running a hand through his hair, Nazelbert lets out a heavy sigh and finally surrenders to her stubbornness. Flashing a dangerously charming smile, he casually proposes that they simply share the massive bed together. Her brain completely short-circuiting, a flustered Agnes squeaks out her agreement while internally screaming in pure panic. Slipping beneath the sheets, Her mind races wildly as she realizes she is sleeping beside a man for the very first time in her life. Settling into the pillows, Nazelbert turns his handsome face toward her with a gentle, disarming gaze. A sudden shiver shoots down her spine as his deep voice softly calls her name in the quiet darkness. Staring up at him with wide, expectant eyes, Agnes holds her breath and waits for his next move. Moving with surprising speed, Nazelbert leans over and suddenly grabs her by the shoulders. Instead of pulling her into a romantic embrace, his eyes widen in pure confusion as he stares dumbfoundedly at the incredibly stiff material of her magically reinforced sleepwear. Hovering awkwardly over her trembling form, the bewildered Duke mutters in sheer disbelief at the impenetrable fabric his hands just felt. Burning bright red with ultimate embarrassment, Agnes violently pulls the covers over her face to hide her shameful, rock-hard pajamas. Peeking out from beneath the blanket, she blinks in complete confusion as his stunned reaction completely shatters the romantic tension. Brushing off the hilarious misunderstanding with a warm smile, Nazelbert softly urges her to sleep and recover from their grueling journey. Rolling over onto his side, the honorable nobleman respectfully gives her space and closes his eyes. Left alone with her racing thoughts, Agnes stares blankly at his broad back in the quiet moonlight. Totally bewildered by the anticlimactic encounter, she wonders what on earth just happened between them. Blinking against the morning sunlight, she stretches her arms and realizes she actually slept incredibly well despite the chaotic night. Bursting into the sunlit room, a cheerful Kelly greets the rested noblewoman to start their very first day in the frontier. Brushing her hair, a blushing Agnes chides herself for expecting romance from a temporary marriage, while Kelly mentions the Duke has already left to manage the local fort. Staring out at the sprawling, untamed estate, a determined Agnes vows to perfectly fulfill her duties as the Lord's wife and completely master their new home. Stepping forward with purpose, Agnes resolved to familiarize herself with every corner of her new mansion home. Exploring the grand halls, she discovered a bizarre collection of dusty and unsettling artifacts scattered throughout the estate. Looming before her was a massive, eccentric angel statue that left the young woman completely speechless. Staring in sheer bewilderment, she and Kelly seriously questioned if these bizarre objects actually qualified as art. Eager to fund their new life, Agnes pragmatically suggested selling off the useless junk to hire some much-needed help. Throwing her fist in the air, she fiercely declared that they needed to tackle the overwhelming dust immediately. Panicking, Kelly begged her mistress to step back, but an energetic Agnes demanded to be taught how to clean alongside her. Refusing to be a burden, Agnes passionately stated she couldn't just sit around while Nazelbert and the others worked so hard. Moved to tears by her mistress's pure dedication, Kelly completely caved and agreed to the earnest request. Rolling up their sleeves, the two women launched into an intense, full-blown cleaning montage across the massive estate. Exhausted but triumphant, they shared a joyful laugh as the grimy mansion finally began to sparkle. Leaning heavily on her broom, Agnes wiped her brow while Kelly gently reminded her not to overdo it. Venturing outside, Agnes gasped in delight when she spotted an expansive planting field waiting to be cultivated. Scanning the overgrown grounds, Kelly pointed out an abandoned stable that hinted at the estate's forgotten past. Tilting their heads in curious silence, the girls wondered what other secrets the massive property was hiding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an exhausted Agnes declared it was time to prepare a warm welcome for Nazelbert. Hoping for a homemade meal, Agnes eagerly asked about Kelly's cooking skills but was instantly shot down. A terrifying shadow crossed Kelly's face as she darkly revealed she was strictly forbidden from ever entering a kitchen. Sweating nervously at the ominous warning, Agnes quickly agreed to hire a chef before asking to tag along to town. Brimming with infectious curiosity, she excitedly begged her maid to let her explore the local frontier town. Nodding in agreement, Kelly carefully draped a concealing cloak over Agnes just to be safe. The bustling frontier town buzzed with rugged energy beneath the towering stone windmill. Navigating the busy market, Agnes shrank back as the harsh, unblinking stares of the townsfolk pierced through her disguise. Spiraling into panic, she fearfully wondered if her innate, unfashionable aura was leaking out and offending everyone. Burying her face in her hood, she tearfully accepted her tragic identity as the potato lady while Kelly dryly disagreed. Analyzing the hostile glares, Kelly astutely suggested the locals simply hated anyone associated with the previous corrupt lord. Gasping in sheer shock, Agnes suddenly realized that their terrifying wyvern arrival might have been an intentional attack. Her eyes narrowing with caution, Kelly firmly declared they needed to finish their shopping and escape the hostile streets immediately. Gripping her cloak tightly, a nervous Agnes quickly agreed to retreat back to the safety of their new home. Collapsing onto the dining table with a heavy sigh, she groaned over the traumatic intensity of the town's judgmental glares. Setting the pre-made food down, Kelly sighed in profound relief that they had managed to secure dinner without an incident. Bursting with sudden energy, Agnes warmly welcomed Nazelbert home as he walked through the door with a gentle smile. His smile fading slightly, Nazelbert grimly noted the undeniable hostility radiating from the local townsfolk. Gently taking her hand, he deeply apologized for dragging her into such a hostile and dangerous environment. Beaming with a radiant smile, Agnes joyfully declared she was infinitely happier here than in her abusive past. Changing the subject with explosive enthusiasm, she proudly presented a bottle of local wine to celebrate their first night. Chuckling at her bright spirit, Nazelbert happily agreed to share a toast before dinner. Rich dark wine cascaded into the glass as he warmly thanked his beautiful new bride. To Agnes's absolute shock, the refined nobleman violently chugged the entire glass of wine in one massive gulp. Staring in wide-eyed disbelief, she silently concluded that chugging wine must simply be the sophisticated aristocratic way. Pouring another glass of rich red wine, an eager Agnes happily complies when Nazelbert asks for a refill. Staring at his heavily flushed face, Agnes suddenly realizes with a jolt that the dashing Duke is already completely drunk. Frantically waving her hands, she declares he has had enough for today, but a loopy Nazelbert stubbornly begs for one more glass. A look of pure shock crosses Agnes's face as Kelly casually reveals that Nazelbert is notoriously weak to alcohol. Horrified by her massive blunder, a panicking Agnes covers her mouth and realizes she poured him far too much wine. She dramatically wails and begs the slumped nobleman not to die, while a deadpan Kelly assures her it is not fatal. Wondering if the stress of managing the frontier finally broke him, the two women speculate if he is drinking to drown his deep sorrows. Leaning in with gentle concern, an earnest Agnes softly offers to listen to whatever is troubling his heavy heart. Lifting his flushed face, the intoxicated nobleman hesitates for a moment before preparing to confess his true feelings. Anticipation hangs thick in the air as Agnes and Kelly hold their breath, bracing themselves for his dramatic revelation. To their utter shock, he bitterly admits the frontier locals completely reject his help and simply want him to stay locked away in the mansion. A wave of deep sympathy washes over Agnes as she realizes the previous corrupt rulers completely poisoned the locals against their new, hardworking lord. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he acknowledges that true progress requires the cooperation of the deeply distrustful local population. Striking like a bolt of lightning, a sudden burst of inspiration completely lights up Agnes's determined face. Slamming her hands on the table, she excitedly proposes they immediately plant his experimental magical seedlings in the estate's sprawling backyard. Before he can even process her brilliant strategy, the exhausted Duke lets out a heavy sigh and completely passes out. Wasting absolutely no time, a fired-up Agnes marches into the moonlit yard with a heavy hoe, determined to finish planting by morning. Kelly nervously attempts to halt the midnight agricultural frenzy, but a blazing Agnes insists that starting immediately is their only path to victory. Gripping the wooden handle with pure joy, she happily declares that studying the Duke's agricultural texts fueled her ultimate farming dream. Effortlessly hoisting a massive bag of heavy fertilizer, she proudly recites the proper method for preparing the freshly plowed soil. Laughing with pure, unbridled joy, she joyously scatters the dark soil, completely unfazed by the dirt ruining her elegant clothes. Stumbling into the crisp night air, a totally wasted Nazelbert blankly praises his energetic wife's incredible physical strength. Gently watering the freshly planted soil, she steps back to admire the tiny, fragile seedling resting in the massive field. Staring down at the miraculous little plant, a softened Nazelbert whispers a sincere prayer for its survival. Bathing in the bright morning sun, a cheerful Agnes waves an energetic goodbye as her husband departs for the local fort. Smiling warmly, she realizes the hungover Duke completely forgot his embarrassing midnight escapade. Blaming herself for the messy incident, she vows to strictly monitor his wine intake to protect his fragile tolerance. A sudden jolt of excitement strikes her, and she sprints wildly down the hall to check on their newly planted treasure. Bursting through the heavy wooden doors, she happily expects the tiny seedling to look exactly the same as last night. Freezing dead in her tracks, a massive wave of pure shock completely shatters her joyful expression. Staring in pure devastation, She watches the fragile plant tragically wither and collapse into the dry dirt. A sickening realization hits her as she confirms the terrifying rumors that this cursed land violently rejects all agricultural life. Her heart breaks for her struggling husband, knowing this catastrophic failure will completely crush his already fragile spirits. Gripping her hair in absolute panic, she frantically searches her mind for any possible way to reverse the deadly decay. Throwing herself onto the dirt, a desperate Agnes unleashes a blinding surge of her unique material enhancement magic directly into the frail roots. Knowing her modest abilities were only meant for lifeless fabrics, she pours her entire soul into a desperate, logic-defying prayer. A surging tempest of magical energy erupts around her as she fiercely demands the stubborn seedling to live for her husband's future. The intense, swirling atmosphere is suddenly shattered when Kelly steps out and softly calls her master's name. Violently flinching in surprise, a flustered Agnes immediately hides her panic as the observant maid redirects their attention to the chaotic estate. Staring at the massive mountain of gaudy, useless furniture, Agnes internally groans at the sheer impossibility of selling such terrible junk in the rugged frontier. Thoughtfully touching her chin, Kelly mused that there would surely be some locals willing to help them. Impressed by her capable maid, Agnes marveled at Kelly's endless talents while the maid promised to handle all the arrangements. A sudden shadow crossed Kelly's face as she hastily corrected her mistress, confessing her absolute disastrous lack of cooking skills. Thinking warmly of her new husband, Agnes felt a deep, burning desire to finally become useful to Nazelbert. Clenching her fists with fiery resolve, she silently thanked him for saving her from despair when he could have easily abandoned their forced marriage. Walking through the halls, Agnes admitted her fear of causing another disaster but stubbornly reiterated her desperate need to assist the household. Smiling with knowing confidence, Kelly assured her anxious mistress that she already had the perfect plan in mind. The bustling frontier town of Ediley sprawled beneath a towering stone windmill, utterly unaware of its disguised noble visitors. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed local woman spotted the unfamiliar duo and called out to them in the crowded street. Startled, Agnes stammered a frantic greeting as the cheerful townswoman instantly recognized them as the new lord's maids. Scanning the meager market stalls, the disguised noblewomen found nothing but simple nuts and dried mushrooms available for purchase. Staring intently at the bare produce, Agnes grimly confirmed her fears that the harsh land yielded absolutely no grains or fresh vegetables. Leaning in with intense suspicion, the townswoman aggressively demanded to know what bizarre activities were happening at the estate. Agnes panicked wildly internally about her secret farming magic before realizing the woman was actually asking about the exiled new lord. The woman's face twisted with deep-seated disgust as she revealed how generations of corrupt rulers had ruthlessly starved the locals. Spitting with fury, she described how the previous lord maliciously stole tax money meant for roads and orphanages to fuel his own monstrous greed. He mercilessly forced the townsfolk into slave labor to build his lavish mansion and terrorized the region by harboring a dangerous monster. A horrifying realization crashed over Agnes as she understood the opulent furniture in their new home was bought with the blood and tears of the locals. Crossing her arms defiantly, the woman condemned the former lord as a violent tyrant who treated the citizens like disposable livestock. A dark smile crept across the woman's face as she recounted the joyous day the monstrous lord was finally attacked by his own beast. Sighing heavily, the local unapologetically declared that their intense hatred for all lords was permanently burned into the town's soul. Swallowing her bitter frustration, Agnes realized she could not simply scream the truth about Nazelbert's kindness and would have to prove it through undeniable results. Shattering the tense atmosphere, a panicked Nazelbert sprinted up to them and urgently called out his wife's name. Startled by his sudden appearance and frantic breathing, Agnes quickly asked what had caused him to abandon the estate. Sweating profusely, the breathless nobleman stammered out that something terrible had happened to their newly planted garden seedlings. Burying her face in pure terror, Agnes mentally prepared for the devastating news that her chaotic magic had withered the crops again. Grabbing her hand without further explanation, Nazelbert dragged his bewildered bride back toward the mansion at top speed. Bursting into the garden, they were confronted by the breathtaking sight of a massive, glowing tree radiating with magical energy. Staring up at the towering trunk, the couple stood entirely paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of the magnificent plant. Trembling with disbelief, Agnes screamed out, demanding to know what spectacular anomaly had invaded their garden. Gazing up at the sprawling branches, They struggled to comprehend how tiny seedlings could erupt into such a colossal life form. The magical tree stood as a towering titan, completely obliterating any normal laws of frontier nature. Rubbing his chin in deep fascination, Nazelbert noted that his magically enhanced viola berry was only supposed to yield thumb-sized fruits. Lush, oversized berries swayed gently in the wind, defying every logical expectation the expert botanist possessed. Gripping her skirt with trembling hands, a profoundly guilty Agnes braced herself to confess her secret interference. Sweating bullets, she agonized over the terrifying possibility that her clumsy reinforcement magic had mutated the crops into monsters. Stuttering nervously, she tried to break the silence and confess her secret, completely unaware of Nazelbert's own swirling thoughts. Staring thoughtfully at the colossal tree, Nazelbert calmly deduced that the miraculous explosive growth was a direct result of Agnes's unique magic combining with his own. A heavy, intensely focused silence fell over the brilliant nobleman as a revolutionary idea sparked in his mind. Turning to his bewildered bride with a determined gaze, he boldly asked her to lend him her power to transform the entire desolate frontier. Staring at the miraculous, fully grown tree before them, Nazelbert quietly marvels at the impossible sight. Examining the rapid growth, Nazelbert theorizes that they sprouted in merely half a day while a flustered Agnes silently assumes her excessive fertilizer caused the massive bloom. Struck by a brilliant revelation, Nazelbert deduces that Agnes's material enchantment magic is the true catalyst behind this rapid growth. Grasping her shoulders with newfound hope, he declares her unique magic might just save the entire Sutrina territory from eternal starvation. A confident smile brightens his face as he vows to present this miracle to the skeptical officials at the fort. The very next day, Nazelbert stands resolutely before a grim assembly of officials inside the stone walls of the Sutrina fort. Wasting no time, the Duke immediately presents several plump, perfectly ripe viola berries on the wooden table. He proudly declares that these fresh fruits were miraculously harvested just yesterday directly from their supposedly barren frontier soil. Detailing his wife's incredible enhancement magic, he excitedly explains how they can permanently solve Sutrina's devastating food crisis before a cold voice violently cuts him off. The room falls into a freezing silence as an official brutally labels him a criminal they absolutely refuse to trust. Shocked by their sheer hostility, Nazelbert desperately defends his intentions while the men viciously whisper that the magic-grown fruit must be poisoned. Glaring at the Duke with deep suspicion, the officials aggressively question his bizarre actions and reference the massive tree he suspiciously grew near the estate. Refusing to believe his altruism, the skeptical men loudly accuse him of plotting to sell the crops at extortionate prices to exploit the starving locals. Surrounded by silhouettes of pure resentment, Nazelbert freezes in utter disbelief as they coldly command him to sit back and do absolutely nothing. Turning their backs on their new lord, the disgusted officials walk out of the room and sneer that this entire meeting was a complete waste of time. Left completely alone in the silent room, a devastated Nazelbert grits his teeth and lets out a painful groan of defeat. He agonizingly reflects on how they completely rejected every single reform proposal he ever drafted without even a second glance. Desperation grips his heart as he realizes that without a stable food supply, a catastrophic epidemic will soon ravage the malnourished territory. His grim thoughts are violently shattered when he spots his frail aide Henry collapsing in the dirt outside. Rushing to his side, a deeply concerned Nazelbert catches the violently panting man before he passes out entirely. Gasping for air, a desperate Henry weakly insists he has extremely urgent news to deliver right now. Glaring down with absolute authority, Nazelbert strictly refuses to hear a single word until his sickly aide properly rests. In a flash, the powerful Duke effortlessly scoops the stunned official into a massive princess carry. Ignoring Henry's frantic protests, Nazelbert strides confidently toward his estate and commands the flustered man to accept the ride. Bursting with bright energy, Agnes throws open the doors to happily welcome her husband home. Her cheerful greeting instantly transforms into a shocked scream as she spots the Duke casually carrying another grown man in his arms. Springing into action, she frantically summons Kelly to prepare a guest room so the exhausted official can finally rest. Resting heavily against the plush sofa cushions, a thoroughly worn-out Henry lets out a miserable groan. Covering his face in sheer embarrassment from the mortifying Princess Carrie, Henry slowly processes his bizarre rescue. Staring grimly at his hands, Nazelbert confesses to his wife that his presentation completely failed because no one trusts a disgraced lord. Refusing to yield to despair, he firmly states that he must solve this impending health crisis immediately for the sake of the people. Gently placing her hand on his arm, a supportive Agnes reminds him that the deeply scarred locals simply need more time to heal from past tyrants. Her eyes blazing with unshakable conviction, she fiercely proclaims that his earnest spirit will eventually break through their icy defenses. She passionately praises his relentless dedication to saving Sutrina and promises his absolute sincerity will soon shine through. Clenching her fists, she eagerly pledges that both she and Kelly will fight right alongside him until the very bitter end. Deeply moved by her blazing support, a soft, genuine smile breaks across Nazelbert's face as he gently clasps her hand. Blushing under his warm gaze, Agnes stares into his eyes as a beautiful moment of absolute trust blossoms between them. Suddenly, a determined voice shatters the romantic tension as Henry stands in the doorway and offers his complete assistance. Apologizing for eavesdropping, the pale but resolute aide approaches the surprised couple and casually brushes off his sickly appearance. Henry solemnly confirms Agnes's theory, grimly explaining that the veteran officials are deeply traumatized by the brutal tyranny of the former lords. Sitting across the table, Henry explained that his position as a temporary substitute spared him from the locals' most intense hostility. Adjusting his glasses, the administrator earnestly offered to serve as the vital bridge between the exiled lord and the distrustful townsfolk. Henry revealed he had been closely watching Nazelbert's tireless efforts at the fort. He noted the young lord's serious dedication to Sutrina's future and marveled at the miraculous fruits he and Agnes had cultivated together. Staring with absolute conviction, Henry declared that today's miraculous harvest had completely won him over. He firmly stated his belief that Nazelbert and Agnes were the true leaders destined to guide the desolate frontier to a better future. Overwhelmed by the profound display of trust, Nazelbert fiercely grasped Henry's hands and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Flashing a brilliant smile, the young lord humbly admitted his own limitations but swore they could accomplish anything by working together. Shifting instantly to business, an energized Nazelbert gathered everyone to review the safety of their newly harvested, magically enhanced crops. He excitedly strategized that applying this revolutionary method to vegetables and other seedlings would be incredible. Peeking through the doorway, a deeply moved Agnes hid her tearful face as profound relief washed over her. Smiling through her joyful tears, she celebrated the fact that her daily hopes for her husband to find a true ally had finally been answered. Spotting her in the hall, Nazelbert warmly called out his wife's name. Rushing over to share the triumph, he joyfully told her that Henry's support had finally given him real hope for their survival. Leaning in incredibly close, he gently whispered her name as a tender silence enveloped them. Pulling her into a sudden, tight embrace, he held her firmly against his chest right in the middle of the hallway. Resting his face against her hair, he softly confessed that without her presence, he would be suffering entirely alone. He earnestly thanked her for protecting his precious seedlings, affirming that her magic gave him the strength to keep fighting. Blushing deeply in his arms, Agnes softly replied that she was the one who owed him her life for bringing her here. A few days later, a renewed sense of purpose buzzed outside the towering stone walls of the Sutrina fort. Standing before the rugged local workers, Henry passionately pitched Nazelbert's bold vision for the territory to enlist their crucial help. The frontier men exchanged skeptical glances, utterly confused by the strange new methods being proposed. However, trusting Henry's solid reputation, the reluctant men finally agreed to lend their strength to the new lord. Organizing the massive effort, the men struck the earth with their hoes, plowing a designated corner of the barren field. Turning to his bride with a confident grin, Nazelbert asked Agnes to unleash her material enchantment magic on the freshly tilled soil. Stepping forward with a radiant smile, Agnes channeled her power and blasted the glowing magical energy directly into the earth. In a spectacular flash of light, fully grown trees erupted from the dirt, their branches heavy with vibrant, impossible fruits. Plucking a ripe berry from the miraculous branch, Nazelbert silently wondered if a crop grown in this dead land was actually edible. Taking a bold bite, a triumphant smirk crossed his face as he confirmed the fruit was absolutely delicious. He immediately tossed one of the ripe berries to Henry, urging the administrator to sample their groundbreaking harvest. Henry chewed thoughtfully while the surrounding workers watched the unbelievable scene in stunned silence. Amazed by the rich, elegant sweetness, Henry enthusiastically encouraged a very hesitant Connie to try one. Pinching the mysterious fruit between his fingers, Connie squinted suspiciously at the bizarre magical crop. Wrinkling his nose in sheer doubt, he tossed the berry into his mouth with massive reluctance. The moment the flavor hit his tongue, Connie's eyes blew wide open as he uncontrollably shouted how tasty it was. Seizing the incredible momentum, Nazelbert thrust a bowl of fruit toward the doubting locals and fiercely challenged them to taste the truth. One of the skeptical workers cautiously stepped forward, nervously taking a berry from the Lord's hands under the watchful eyes of his peers. The man chewed in heavy silence, leaving Nazelbert smiling nervously as he awaited the harsh local's final verdict. Later that day in his quiet office, Nazelbert looked up from his paperwork as a hesitant knock echoed from the door. The skeptical worker burst into the room and bowed deeply, profusely apologizing for his past rudeness as the generous Lord easily forgave him. Standing firm with a solemn expression, Henry finally admits that the deeply scarred people of Sutrina might actually need the Duke's help. A massive wave of relief washes over Nazelbert as he sincerely thanks his steadfast aid for finally giving him a chance. Gripping a document with blazing determination, the Duke declares he desperately needs Henry's local expertise to save the dying frontier. Striding confidently into the bustling market, the newly unified team prepares to put their daring agricultural rescue plan into action. Leading a majestic winged Pegasus through the dirt streets, the disguised nobleman and his aide blend perfectly into the local crowd. Pausing before a bustling storefront, the disguised Duke spots a collection of massive, magically enhanced carrots sitting proudly on display. Stepping up to the counter, he warmly greets the cheerful shopkeeper who eagerly asks if he wants to buy her fresh produce. The grateful shopkeeper passionately praises the Lord's wife for her miraculous crop-growing magic, completely unaware she is speaking to the Duke himself. Hearing the locals finally open their hearts to him, a profoundly moved Nazelbert realizes his relentless hard work is actually paying off. Meanwhile, back at the sprawling Duke's estate, the atmosphere shifts to a flurry of completely unexpected activity. Swinging the heavy doors open, an elegant maid announces the sudden arrival of a traveling trader for an eager Agnes. Sparking with pure excitement, a cheerful Agnes steps forward to warmly welcome the mysterious merchant into her lavish home. Flashing a dazzling smile, the eccentric merchant introduces himself as Belle with a theatrically vibrant bow. Blinded by his sheer, sparkling charisma, a flustered Agnes literally shields her eyes from the merchant's overwhelmingly bright aura. As Belle eagerly begins evaluating the household junk, Kelly and the maids viciously whisper about his incredibly suspicious demeanor. Catching their venomous whispers with razor-sharp hearing, a frantic Belle vigorously defends his professional honor to the skeptical maids. Swiftly calculating the massive hoard of gaudy furniture, Belle professionally declares the materials valuable despite their absolutely atrocious designs. Shifting his gaze, the sharp merchant drops his flashy act to earnestly praise Agnes for miraculously solving the frontier's deadly food crisis. Blinking in sheer surprise, Agnes freezes as she realizes the explosive rumors of her magic have already reached traveling merchants. Flashing a bright, blushing smile, she humbly redirects all the glorious praise to her hardworking husband and his dedicated officials. Visibly amused by her sweet devotion, Belle smoothly hands over a massively heavy sack of gold coins to conclude their business. Throwing a confident glance over his shoulder, the mysterious trader promises their paths will definitely cross again someday. Staring after his retreating figure, Agnes tilts her head in mild confusion over his surprisingly majestic and theatrical exit. As time marches forward, the tireless Duke and his loyal aides slowly but surely win the unwavering trust of the frontier locals. Operating from the fort, a fiercely determined Nazelbert systematically annihilates every major agricultural problem plaguing the Sutrina territory. Channeling her own fiery ambition, Agnes leverages their newly acquired merchant gold to successfully hire 4 capable new servants for the massive estate. Watching her bustling new staff scrub the mansion, she strategically plots to expand their ranks once the frontier officially stabilizes. Basking in their hard-won peace, the exiled couple finally establishes a genuinely thriving, comfortable life in the rugged frontier. The tranquil atmosphere abruptly shatters when Agnes anxiously calls out to her husband inside his quiet study. Staring down at a heavy, wax-sealed envelope, an ominous chill fills the room as they realize a letter from the corrupt capital has finally arrived. Her heart hammering in pure panic, an utterly terrified Agnes realizes the dangerous royal family has successfully tracked them down. Gripping the crisp parchment, a grim-faced Nazelbert silently processes the shocking royal command written inside. Fixing her with an intense gaze, he gravely announces that this highly dangerous new development directly threatens both of their lives. Dropping an absolute bombshell, he reveals they are officially ordered to attend a high-stakes royal garden party hosted by the second prince. Narrowing his eyes in deep suspicion, he notes the extremely bizarre detail that the royal event is being held far away from the actual capital. A wave of absolute horror crashes over Agnes as he warns her that her abusive Eventail family might also attend the gathering. Grabbing her head in sheer panic, she shrieks at the agonizing possibility of running into the vicious relatives who originally threw her away. Ignoring her frantic meltdown, a calculating Nasalbert questions why the royals would suddenly summon disgraced exiles back into the political spotlight. His mind racing with dark political theories, he wonders if they are being secretly dragged into a bloody, unseen war for the royal throne. Bracing herself for inevitable chaos, a terrified but resolute Agnes realizes they have no choice but to face this deadly royal trap head-on. Discussing their precarious situation, they wondered if their mysterious adversary was intentionally trying to make a public example out of them. Nasalbert grimly noted that because he was falsely convicted of disrespecting the princess, showing his face in public would instantly make him a target of vicious noble gossip. Having lived as a constant laughingstock, Agnes silently reflected on how deeply she understood the agonizing loneliness of being pierced by cruel stares and mocking words. A sudden spark of profound resolve ignited in her wide eyes as she looked at her kind husband. She vividly remembered how he had reached out his hand and rescued her from absolute despair when her entire world fell apart. Refusing to abandon him, a determined Agnes firmly declared that she could not let him face the hostile aristocrats completely alone. Clutching her hands to her chest, she passionately announced that she was going to the social gathering with him. Nasalbert gently warned her that attending meant she would likely face her disowning parents and the very people who relentlessly tormented her. Flashing a beautiful, reassuring smile, she confessed that she would feel entirely safe as long as she was by his side. Deeply moved by her unwavering loyalty, a tender blush crept across his cheeks as he closed his eyes and smiled softly. Cheering with newfound courage, she enthusiastically agreed to face the daunting social event together. Eavesdropping from the hallway, a fiercely serious Kelly declared that this was a high-stakes battle to show the world Agnes's true, stunning appearance. Radiating an intimidating aura of absolute dedication, the fired-up maid demanded that everything regarding her mistress's preparation be left entirely to her. A few tense days later, the couple prepared to step into the lion's den. Stepping out of a grand carriage in a breathtaking modern dress, a nervous Agnes marveled at how incredibly comfortable she felt wearing Kelly's masterpiece. Peeking nervously from behind the carriage door, she took a deep breath as her lingering anxieties threatened to surface. Her heart pounded as she stared up at the towering estate of Earl Luger, the exact venue of her worst nightmare. Bitter memories flooded her mind of the disastrous night she was publicly humiliated and rejected by Yurata-sama in front of the laughing elite. Noticing her sudden hesitation, Nasalbert gently offered her an escape, but a resolute Agnes firmly declared they should push forward. The extravagant garden party buzzed with oblivious aristocrats enjoying decadent sweets and flowing wine under the bright sun. The cheerful chatter ground to a sudden halt as the nobles caught sight of the infamous exiled lord entering the venue. Vicious whispers instantly swept through the crowd as they eagerly gossiped about the disgraced nobleman who dared to show his face. The judgmental sneers quickly turned into widespread confusion as the nobles failed to recognize the breathtakingly gorgeous woman holding his arm. Failing to recognize the radiant beauty, vicious rumors instantly ignited that Nasalbert had shamelessly brought a stunning mistress instead of his unfashionable wife. A familiar, arrogant voice shattered the tension as Yurata-sama confidently strutted over to mockingly greet the exiled lord. Strutting with absolute confidence, Yurata smugly welcomed the couple to his grand estate. Playing perfectly polite, Nasalbert coolly thanked the smirking nobleman for his hospitality and congratulated him on his recent marriage. Blushing slightly as he stared at the stunning woman, Yurata curiously asked Nasalbert to introduce his gorgeous companion. Agnes stood in stunned silence, completely bewildered that her former fiancé couldn't even recognize the woman he had so publicly humiliated. Refusing to let the heavy ghosts of her past drag her down, she closed her eyes and decided it was time to confidently move forward. Stepping forward with a dazzling smile, she happily introduced herself as the formerly unfashionable Agnes of the Eventail family. A massive shockwave rippled through the surrounding nobles as they stared in absolute horror at her spectacular transformation. Wide-eyed and trembling, An utterly paralyzed Yurata could only stammer in sheer disbelief at the heavenly beauty standing before him. Nearby aristocrats violently spat out their wine and screamed in sheer panic as the impossible truth finally registered. Completely oblivious to the mental devastation she just caused, Agnes innocently smiled while Nasalbert watched the chaos unfold. The crushing weight of his colossal mistake slammed into Yurata, leaving him staggering backward as his reality shattered. Pandemonium erupted across the garden as the nobles shrieked in terror over the unbelievable glow-up of the unfashionable lady. Gasping for air like a dying fish out of water, a pale and sweating Yurata clutched his chest in pure agony. Flashing a brilliantly innocent smile, Agnes cheerfully congratulated the weeping, devastated man on his new marriage. As Yurata violently collapsed onto his knees in sheer defeat, a bewildered Agnes genuinely wondered if she had said something offensive and politely wished him a wonderful party. Slumping exhaustedly against her husband, a sleepy Agnes is gently scolded to wake up and face the staring crowd. Gripping her hand firmly, Nasalbert quietly acknowledges the intense attention but promises to stay right by her side. Blushing deeply under his warm gaze, Agnes softly thanks him and admits his presence makes her feel completely safe. Overwhelmed by his unwavering kindness, she frantically stammers that she should be the one thanking him for everything. Her embarrassment instantly vanishes as she spots a massive table of gorgeous sweets, eagerly asking if they can grab some. Flashing a gentle smile, Nasalbert escorts his brightly smiling wife toward the lavish dessert display. Happily munching on a slice of cake, her joy is abruptly shattered when a venomous voice nearby loudly mocks a shameless woman. Freezing in absolute dread, Agnes recognizes her sister Paul's cruel tone and realizes her worst nightmare has just come true. Turning around with wide eyes, she stares in pure horror as her abusive parents finally confront her. Towering over her with faces twisted in pure rage, her mother and father glare daggers at their discarded daughter. Furious that she is drawing public attention, they violently scold her for dragging the Eventail family name through the mud even after being disowned. Her mother mercilessly trashes Agnes's beautiful appearance, screeching that her elegant light dress and makeup are nothing but cheap, messy insults. The cruel insult starkly contrasts with Agnes's warm memories of her loyal maids happily dressing her in those exact colors. Remembering how her devoted servants praised her lovely appearance, Agnes finds a sudden spark of blazing courage. Tightly gripping Nasalbert's sleeve, she steps forward and firmly addresses her terrifying father. Shocking her awful parents, she demands they take back their cruel words, prompting her furious father to raise his hand for a violent strike. Before the brutal blow can land, Nasalbert moves with lightning speed and effortlessly catches the older man's descending fist. Glaring down with icy authority, the towering duke declares himself Agnes's true guardian and commands the Marquis to keep his filthy hands off his wife. Shoving the stunned abuser away, Nasalbert fiercely orders the Eventail family to stay completely out of their personal affairs. Staring him down with utter disgust, the Honorable Duke violently condemns the parents for abandoning their terrified daughter in the cold, dark city. Screaming in pathetic defense, the Marquis insists Agnes is a defective product who needs strict discipline, while demanding the criminal Duke to shut up. Simmering with dark rage, Nasalbert questions if labeling her defective somehow justifies beating her mercilessly. Exposing their vile crimes to the entire ballroom, he reveals he found a massive, painful bruise on Agnes's cheek the night he rescued her. Refusing to let them escape justice, he menacingly declares that the physical abuse was only the beginning. He violently details how they forced a child into hazardous corsets and agonizingly tight shoes until her feet were torn to absolute shreds. Piercing the Marquis with a deadly glare, he demands to know how nearly killing their own daughter counts as proper discipline. Completely devoid of human empathy, her delusional parents proudly shout that highly respectable attire is far more important than a child's health. A wave of sickened realization ripples through the whispering crowd as the nobles finally recognize the twisted, abusive reality of the Eventail household. Snapping under the intense public scrutiny, the humiliated Marquis throws a violent tantrum and screams at everyone to mind their own business. Grabbing a sharp silver fork, the deranged father lunges forward and orders the disgraced criminal to stay out of the public eye. A commanding voice suddenly echoes through the chaotic garden, instantly freezing the violent commotion in its tracks. Stepping elegantly into the light, Second Prince Leonardo demands to know what is causing such a ridiculous fuss. Desperately trying to save face, the Marquis points a shaky finger at Nasalbert and whines that the criminal just humiliated him. Flashing a dangerously calm smile, the prince publicly defends Nazelbert as one of his most honored and dear guests. Sputtering in sheer disbelief, the Marquis frantically attempts to remind the prince that Nazelbert dishonored the royal princess. Scanning the hushed, attentive crowd, Prince Leonardo confidently states that many nobles present already suspect the dark truth. Dropping a monumental bombshell, the royal heir definitively declares that Nazelbert is completely and utterly innocent. Turning his commanding gaze to the sprawling sea of aristocrats, the prince announces he has a crucial revelation for the entire kingdom. He grimly reveals that the royal castle is currently occupied by the queen, Princess Mia, and her new husband Robin, a trio possessing absolutely zero competence. His eyes narrowing with terrifying seriousness, Prince Leonardo ominously declares that the kingdom's true, impending disaster revolves entirely around Robin. Whispering in the quiet hall, a nobleman revealed that his sister's husband relentlessly hit on any woman he fancied. He explained that many considered the man utterly unfit to be a royal consort, putting their fiancés in a terrible predicament. Stepping forward with serious resolve, Prince Leonardo declared he was preparing for a national emergency since his brother was too ill to act. Agnes gasped in sheer shock as she realized Princess Mia could be forcefully replaced by the prince if the kingdom's situation worsened. Turning his piercing gaze to Nazelbert, the royal requested the Lord of Sutrina join him in the guest room for an urgent discussion. Shifting his attention, Prince Leonardo sternly addressed the sweating, panicked Marquis Eventail. Delivering a crushing blow to the nobleman's pride, he ruthlessly banned Agnes's father from attending any public gatherings. Screaming about his loyal service to the crown, the outraged Marquis demanded to know why he was being punished after merely causing a ruckus. Tapping his temple knowingly, the prince coldly reminded the foolish man that he had clearly seen him try to violently attack the ruling lord of Sutrina. Trembling uncontrollably under the royal's furious glare, the disgraced father stammered weakly as his crimes were laid bare. Furious at the insubordination, the prince ordered the guards to seize the screaming Marquis who still violently refused to accept his guilt. Begging desperately for mercy, the plump nobleman cried out that the royal decree was going entirely too far. His pathetic wails echoed across the estate as armored guards forcefully dragged the humiliated Eventail patriarch away. Watching the chaotic spectacle unfold, Agnes and Nazelbert stood paralyzed as her parents desperately screamed their names. Escaping the public drama, the trio relocated to a quiet guest room to discuss the grim reality of the kingdom's politics. Bowing her head in deep shame, Agnes profusely apologized for her father's immense disrespect while Leonardo calmly sipped his tea. Flashing a gentle smile, the prince told her to raise her head, apologizing for his own rough treatment of her toxic family. Cutting straight to the chase, Nazelbert locked eyes with the royal and firmly asked what important matter they needed to discuss. Staring intensely at the exiled lord, Prince Leonardo formally asked Nazelbert to join forces with him. Meeting the royal's gaze with absolute skepticism, Nazelbert narrowed his eyes and refused to blindly accept the sudden proposition. Sighing heavily, the prince confessed he could no longer stand by and watch his sister's reckless behavior destroy the nation. Unconvinced by the sudden burst of nobility, Nazelbert openly doubted the prince's motives given his historical apathy toward palace affairs. Leaning in with sharp intuition, the brilliant lord deduced that someone else was secretly pulling the royal strings. Impressed by his sharp mind, Leonardo proudly confirmed that he was indeed taking orders from a mysterious backer. Standing his ground, Nazelbert firmly declared he would never abandon his duties to Sutrina, even as the prince pleaded for his help against looming national threats. The royal warned that Princess Mia's faction might forcibly recall Nazelbert to the capital to shackle him with political duties. Looming over the political chessboard, the prince vowed to stop the corrupt royal faction from doing as they pleased within the palace walls. Dismissing the entire crisis with absolute indifference, an exhausted Nazelbert coldly stated he didn't care about their grand schemes. A devastating revelation hung in the air as they discussed the terrifying possibility of the royal family pretending Nazelbert's annulment never happened. Agnes stared in breathless horror, utterly paralyzed by the thought of her husband being dragged back into the princess's toxic web. Promising to protect him from the looming chaos, the prince fiercely swore they would not let the situation deteriorate any further. Riding away from the sprawling estate in a quiet carriage, Nazelbert finally acknowledged the heavy burden of their new alliance. Exhausted by the day's relentless drama, he lamented being dragged back into palace affairs while wishing they could just live peacefully in Sutrina. Shifting his tender gaze toward his bewildered wife, he softly corrected her and insisted his concern was entirely focused on her. Blinking in sheer confusion, Agnes let out a soft gasp as she struggled to comprehend his sudden change in tone. Trapping her gently against the carriage wall, Nazelbert confessed he had been fiercely wary of the Eventail family since the moment they met. His eyes darkening with profound fury, he admitted that seeing her own flesh and blood treat her with such vile contempt enraged him beyond words. Shattering the distance between them, he pulled his stunned bride into a deeply protective and passionate embrace. Holding her tightly against his chest, he softly praised her for enduring so much pain and working incredibly hard to survive. Blushing furiously in his strong arms, a completely flustered Agnes stammered blindly as her heart hammered against her ribs. Agnes realizes Nazelbert was forced to do everything by himself with no one to talk to. She recalls feeling entirely hopeless under her parents' absolute control, having given up on fighting back against their callous words. Reflecting on her past, she acknowledges how desperately she tried to survive while hiding her solitary struggles. She softly confesses that she has been waiting her whole life to hear such comforting words. Gently stroking his head, a tearful Agnes apologizes as she realizes her tears are ruining his pristine clothes. Closing his eyes in pure relief, Nazelbert firmly states he does not care about his soiled garments. Wrapping her in his unwavering resolve, he promises to always protect her and keep her safe. Nazelbert grimly reflects on his initial royal summons, remembering how the command to marry felt utterly absurd. Falsely accused of a terrible crime, he was violently ordered to marry the infamous unfashionable lady. Driven by a strict sense of duty, he became her official guardian, which caused her vile parents to ruthlessly disown her. Despite being dragged into his chaotic downfall, Agnes constantly showed him nothing but pure, unselfish concern. Staring into the distance, he admits he never knew a human being could possess such incredible consideration. Determined to restore her stolen life, he desperately searched for a proper solution while a stubborn Agnes insisted on fleeing to a convent. Throwing her arms up with forced cheerfulness, she acted as if the lonely convent was her ultimate salvation. Knowing the harsh reality of that isolated life, he strongly opposed her tragic plan until her completely shattered expression broke his resolve. Grasping her delicate hands, he decided the only true way to save her was to protect her himself. It deeply agonized him to force her into a terrifying marriage she never asked for, yet she silently understood his earnest intentions. With a gentle smile, she willingly accepted her fate and chose to follow him into the brutal frontier of Sutrina. Upon arriving in Sutrina, he faced a massive wave of ruthless criticism from locals who violently rejected aristocratic rule. Crushed by the intense hostility, he silently regretted dragging an innocent Agnes into his cursed ordeal as guilt gnawed at his soul. Despite the crushing despair, a vibrant Agnes encouraged him with unshakable cheerfulness every single step of the way. Gazing at her with profound admiration, he confesses that her relentless actions and words gave him incredible strength. Flashing a dazzling smile, she proved herself to be the strongest and most wonderful person, drawing him in completely. At the explosive royal garden party, a massive realization finally struck him as he accepted his feelings for her. Watching her abusive parents publicly humiliate and assault her ignited an unprecedented, terrifying rage within his soul. Pulling her into a fierce embrace, he realizes he desperately wants to shield her for the rest of his life because he had fallen in love. Staring into the quiet rain, he decides he must confess his burning feelings immediately. Back at their modest inn, an anxious Agnes frantically apologizes for the small accommodations and insists she is perfectly fine sleeping anywhere. Flashing a nervous grin, she suggests sleeping in the next room, but he abruptly stops her and demands to speak with her. A violent wave of pure panic crashes over Agnes as she assumes she is about to be harshly scolded. Frantically reviewing her actions, she mentally screams that ruining his clothes with her tears finally pushed him over the edge. Trembling like a leaf, she practically squeaks in terror as he reaches out and commands her to come closer. A heavy, agonizing silence fills the dimly lit room as she stares at him in sheer, petrified anticipation. Reaching out with gentle authority, Nazelbert firmly grasps her hand and calls her name. Staring directly into her trembling eyes, he unleashes the ultimate confession and softly declares his love. Her eyes widen to impossible proportions as his impossible confession completely short-circuits her brain. Utterly stunned, a bewildered Agnes stammers in sheer disbelief and asks him to repeat himself. Desperately trying to catch her breath, She reminds him that their first proposal was merely a strict royal order. Gazing at her with absolute, unwavering sincerity, the dashing Duke firmly states that this time is entirely different. Holding her close, Nazelbert drops the final, earth-shattering bombshell and passionately demands a real marriage with her. Trembling with insecurity, Agnes gripped her dress and hesitated to accept the warmth offered to her. Staring down in pure defeat, she heartbreakingly declared that there was absolutely nothing good about being with an unfashionable outcast like her. Piercing through her self-doubt, Nazelbert locked his intense gaze onto hers with overwhelming emotion. He passionately confessed his deep frustration over watching her constantly smile as if she had surrendered entirely to a miserable fate. Leaning in with fierce affection, he admitted her sheer hard work despite her struggles only made him desperately want to hold her close. Paralyzed by his words, Agnes listened in breathless awe as he called her hundreds of times more beautiful and wonderful than she could ever realize. Seeing her tearful disbelief, Nazelbert flashed a dazzling smile and gently challenged if she truly thought he was joking. Flooded with guilt, she silently admitted her original plan was to quietly step aside the moment he found a woman he actually loved. Glancing at his broad back, a fierce pang of possessiveness struck her heart as she recalled the royal palace's sinister plot to steal him away. Clutching her chest tightly, she finally acknowledged the burning truth that the thought of losing him terrified her more than anything. Tears of pure joy welling in her eyes, she happily accepted his affection while timidly asking if she was truly allowed to stay by his side. Overwhelmed by her own blossoming feelings, a breathless Agnes vulnerably asked if she was allowed to truly love him despite the mockery it might bring. Melting her fears instantly, Nazelbert smiled with absolute devotion and declared he feared absolutely nothing as long as she was with him. Taking her delicate hands in his, the radiant nobleman stared deeply into her eyes and formally proposed to her all over again. Brimming with overwhelming happiness, Agnes offered a tearful, radiant smile and joyfully accepted his heartfelt proposal. Wrapping her tightly in his arms, Nazelbert vowed to make her endlessly happy as she melted into his warm embrace. A fiery determination ignited within Agnes as she fiercely promised herself that she would be the one to bring him ultimate happiness. Basking in the golden light of the garden, the newly united couple shared a brilliant, unforgettable moment of pure bliss. Clenching her fists with burning resolve, a fired-up Agnes swore to prove her worth to the world and completely crush her past traumas. Shifting her battlefield to the kitchen, a highly determined Agnes listened intently as Kelly laid out the culinary instructions. Gripping the kitchen knife with terrifying intensity, Agnes unleashed a ferocious glare as she prepared to conquer her vegetable foes. Sweating profusely under the watchful eyes of her anxious maids, she quickly realized that peeling potatoes was an incredibly daunting challenge. Staring at the violently mangled vegetable chunks, the bewildered maids silently agreed that the poor potato had suffered a brutal injury. Smiling gently at the chaotic scene, Kelly warmly suggested that the lady of the house did not need to burden herself with such tough manual labor. Refusing to back down, Agnes vigorously scrubbed the potato and insisted she needed to actively contribute since she felt utterly useless as a noble wife. Waving her hands frantically, she assured the panicked maids she wasn't stealing their jobs but simply desperately craved physical work and purpose. Radiating pure joy, Agnes explained how strictly confined she was at her old home and how deeply she cherished these lively, chaotic moments with them. Moved to tears by her profound humility and kindness, the deeply touched maids happily welcomed their precious mistress into their kitchen ranks. The cheerful atmosphere shifted instantly as another maid burst through the doorway to announce the master's unexpected return. Startled mid-peel, Agnes gasped in shock just as Nazelbert casually strolled into the bustling kitchen to find her. Her eyes sparkling with delight, Agnes excitedly praised his incredibly cool new clothes that the fort workers had specially prepared for him. Completely caught off guard by her bright compliment, Nazelbert froze in his tracks as a massive blush exploded across his face. Covering his flushed face with one hand, a totally flustered Nazelbert stammered out his thanks while Agnes completely failed to understand his sudden embarrassment. Proudly showing off her mangled potatoes, a beaming Agnes happily explained her secret cooking training before curiously asking why he had come. Staring thoughtfully at the battered vegetables, Nazelbert shocked the entire room by casually suggesting he should try his hand at cooking too. Thrilled by the unexpected idea, Agnes eagerly asked if he had any culinary experience while the bewildered maids watched in total disbelief. Sitting side by side in the cozy kitchen, The cheerful couple happily peeled potatoes together while a stunned maid furiously took notes on Nazelbert's flawless knife skills. A few peaceful days later, the golden afternoon sun bathed the grand estate as Nazelbert quietly focused on his paperwork. Bursting into the office with a triumphant smile, Agnes proudly served him a fresh pot of tea she had painstakingly learned to brew. Taking a warm sip, Nazelbert casually mentioned he was expecting a visitor today, prompting a highly curious reaction from his attentive wife. Flashing a warm smile, Nazelbert asks Agnes to stay for a while so he can properly introduce her to a newly arrived guest. Shifting the topic, he casually reveals that a fort worker offered them the incredible chance to raise a wyvern fledgling. Agnes begs for more details as he explains it is the child of the very wyverns they rode when they first arrived in Sutrina. Thrilled beyond belief, an ecstatic Agnes practically vibrates with excitement as she shouts his name. Startled by a sudden arrival, Agnes watches with wide eyes as Nazelbert warmly welcomes their new visitor inside. Bursting through the door with a bright but exhausted grin, a young knight warmly greets his former commander while Nazelbert notes his obvious weight loss. Gesturing smoothly toward the blonde knight, the Duke introduces Tori Tolbert as his former subordinate from his grueling days in the Royal Training Order. Bowing gracefully, Agnes warmly introduces herself to the knight as he stammers out a polite greeting. Holding up a sealed letter, Nazelbert mentions he was just informed of Tori's arrival and immediately asks what brought him to the frontier. Dropping his cheerful facade, Tori's expression darkens with serious worry as he prepares to deliver heavy news. A heavy shadow falls over the young knight as he reveals his beloved fiancée Liliane has completely vanished. He bitterly suspects Liliane was seduced by Robin, noting the treacherous man has sparked a massive wave of broken engagements back in the capital. Tori explains that Liliane's family ruthlessly disowned her over the scandalous rumors, causing her to flee into the unknown. Gazing desperately at his former commander, Tori reveals they tracked her fleeting trail straight into the Sutrina territory. Deeply confused by her bizarre destination, Tori admits he has absolutely no idea why she would flee to such a harsh frontier. Clenching his fists with blazing determination, the frantic knight declares he must track down any information about his missing bride. Nodding with serious resolve, Nazelbert immediately promises to thoroughly question both the locals and the fort officials about her whereabouts. Knowing Tori threw away his prestigious knighthood just to search for her, the Duke smoothly offers him a room at their estate in exchange for a crucial favor. Flashing a deadly serious expression, Nazelbert firmly asks the skilled knight to serve as Agnes's personal bodyguard. Staring softly at his surprised wife, the devoted Duke admits he desperately wants to protect her himself but knows his official duties will keep him away. Praising Tori's unshakable honesty from their knightly days, Nazelbert declares him the absolute perfect man for the vital job. Overwhelmed by his former commander's sheer trust, Tori bursts into dramatic tears of profound gratitude. Saluting with blazing, tearful passion, Tori fiercely swears to protect Agnes even if it costs him his own life. Sweating at his intense melodrama, the couple frantically reminds the weeping knight that his main mission is actually finding Liliane. Staring out the window with narrowed eyes, Nazelbert confesses a dark premonition about a noble lady from Robin's treacherous faction entering his territory. A heavy sigh escapes the Duke as he sincerely hopes this dangerous new variable will not drag Sutrina into further chaos. The quiet night wraps around the estate as Nazelbert turns his gentle gaze toward the master bed. A soft, incredibly fond smile breaks across his face as he watches Agnes sleep peacefully. Chuckling warmly at her cute muttering, he realizes she is happily dreaming about their upcoming wyvern. Gently brushing a stray lock of hair from her resting face, he draws immense strength from her relentless, unwavering positivity. Gazing out at the dark sky, he resolves to face the coming challenges with absolute confidence as the new moon approaches. Days later, a beaming Agnes excitedly praises Tori's incredible handiwork as they stand before a newly constructed building. Staring up at the sturdy structure, she curiously asks the diligent knight exactly what it will be used for. Clasping her hands in sheer joy, she happily realizes it is the new stable perfectly built to house their soon-to-arrive wyvern. Staring somberly at the dark interior, Tori quietly notes that the lack of sunlight makes it feel like a depressing prison. A deep melancholy fills his eyes as he mutters that anyone would much rather spend their time in a bright, sunny place. Catching the hidden sorrow in his voice, an observant Agnes softly calls his name and asks if he is thinking about Liliane. She gently points out that his facial expressions are incredibly easy to read whenever his missing fiancée crosses his mind. Blushing furiously, a thoroughly embarrassed Tori scratches his head and frantically apologizes for losing his focus. Flashing a dazzling, heartwarming smile, Agnes simply notes how deeply and beautifully he loves Liliane. Bursting with unexpected enthusiasm, the young male visitor practically shouted his affirmation with bright, sparkling eyes. Leaning in eagerly, he desperately begged an utterly exhausted Nazelbert to tell him everything about someone named Liliane. Sweating nervously at the intense display, Nazelbert awkwardly agreed that gathering the information might aid their ongoing search. A few days later, a grand horse-drawn carriage rolled smoothly down the path toward the newly constructed stables. Sitting inside the carriage with quiet anticipation, Nazelbert happily reminded his wife that today was the day she would finally meet her wyvern. Stepping out of the carriage beneath the bright sky, Agnes heard the distinct, sharp cries of magical beasts echoing from the structure. Spotting a familiar face near the stalls, Agnes cheerfully called out to the young handler who had guided them previously. Smiling warmly, Connie greeted the noblewoman and happily insisted that she drop all formalities between them. Gesturing toward the large enclosure, the energetic handler proudly announced that all preparations for the majestic beast were complete. Resting peacefully on the ground, a magnificent, scaly dragon-like creature lay quietly in deep slumber. Staring wide-eyed through the wooden gate, a completely mesmerized Agnes let out a breathless gasp of pure wonder. The moment the creature opened its striking eyes, she enthusiastically declared that the fearsome beast was absolutely adorable. Utterly captivated by the creature's beauty, she marveled at its shining pink scales that gleamed yellow in the sunlight and its deep cobalt eyes. Gently stroking the beast's snout as it playfully nibbled his uniform, Nazelbert explained the young male was fully trained and invited her to name him. Bouncing with pure excitement, a beaming Agnes revealed that she had actually already picked out the perfect name. Staring directly into the creature's massive eyes, she gently bestowed upon him the name Jenny. Reaching out with a hesitant but hopeful smile, she softly asked the towering wyvern what he thought of his new title. In a spectacular display of approval, Jenny unleashed a thunderous, joyful roar that echoed across the training grounds. Flooded with affection for her new companion, Agnes silently promised the majestic beast that they would do their absolute best together. Shattering the tender moment, Nazelbert casually suggested they begin riding practice immediately, sending his wife into a sudden panic. Flashing a devastatingly handsome smile, he quickly calmed her nerves by promising to personally accompany her into the sky. Blushing furiously, she eagerly accepted, declaring that having him by her side made her feel infinitely safer as she dreamed of flying solo. Pumping her fists with fiery determination, she excitedly demanded that Professor Nazelbert teach her everything he knew. Chuckling nervously at her intense energy, he gently told her to calm down and firmly grasp the leather reins. Gripping the thick straps with absolute focus, a determined Agnes braced herself for the impending launch. With a colossal burst of wind and power, the massive beast launched itself violently into the open sky. Soaring high above the earth with the wind whipping through her hair, a thrilled Agnes shouted in pure exhilaration. Wrapping his arms securely around her, Nazelbert smiled softly as he reflected on the nostalgic memory of their very first flight together. Completely lost in the breathtaking view, Agnes ignored his frantic warnings to keep a tight grip on the reins. Despite her distraction, a highly impressed Nazelbert enthusiastically praised her natural handling skills for a first-time rider. Beaming with pride, she confidently declared he could count on her, entirely missing his urgent plea to never let go. Blushing happily at his continuous praise, she felt incredibly secure as the wyvern glided smoothly through the clouds. Pure panic suddenly seized her heart as she realized Nazelbert was no longer holding the reins or supporting her waist. Screaming in sheer terror, she demanded to know when he had let go, only for him to cheerfully admit he hadn't been holding on from the very start. Smiling at his terrified bride, he gently explained that compatibility mattered more than skill and that she was already flying perfectly on her own. Gazing fondly at the majestic creature, he noted that he could already sense an incredibly strong bond of trust forming between Jenny and his rider. Deeply touched by the revelation, Agnes softly asked the wyvern if it was true, receiving a warm, rumbling purr in response. The peaceful flight shattered instantly as a horrifying, earth-shaking monster's roar violently startled the terrified wyvern. Gripping the trembling beast tightly, a grim-faced Nazelbert warned that the terrifying sound originated dangerously close to the town center. Staring ominously at the sky, A chilling realization hung in the air as they remembered the dark lore that monsters always went completely berserk just as the new moon approached. A wolf-like monster howls wildly as Nasal explains that while magic stabilizes near a full moon, the severe lack of magic during a new moon causes some monsters to become famished and go berserk. Gazing forward with a troubled expression, he laments that the people of Sutrina have been struggling for years against the many monsters drawn to their abundant nature. Looking up at him admiringly, Agnes notes that preventing these attacks and protecting the innocent citizens is exactly his job as the Lord. Holding tightly to him on the saddle, she nervously points out how dangerous this is, but Nasal firmly declares that he will have to be there on the front lines as well. Although she hesitates with a worried breath, his resolute expression and soft confirmation make it clear he will not back down. Agnes softly agrees as he explains that as a leader, he simply cannot leave such a perilous task entirely to his subordinates. Watching his capable back, she realizes he is completely unlike the previous lords who would willingly abandon their people, as he courageously throws himself onto the front lines. Nasal gently calls her name to announce they will be at the mansion soon, but Agnes trails off, her mind still clouded with deep anxiety about his impending battle. Her eyes remain fixed in a stare, showing profound, silent worry as the wind rushes past them. Unable to shake the creeping dread in her heart, she admits to herself that she simply cannot help but worry about Nasal's safety. Later that evening, armored guards stand at the ready with flaming torches behind a fortified wooden barricade as dark clouds roll overhead. Donning his heavy cloak for the night patrol, Nasal calmly bids her farewell, prompting an anxious Agnes to call out his name while a maid watches silently. Clasping her hands together in a tight, fearful grip, she begs him to please be extremely careful out there. Overcome by a sudden surge of terrifying emotion, she rushes forward and throws her arms around a deeply surprised Nasal. The two share a tender, protective embrace as she clings tightly to his chest under the fading light of the evening. Realizing the extreme boldness of her sudden hug, Agnes's eyes widen in shock as a fierce blush explodes across her face. Flustered, she blurts out that they should get married so she can use her material enchantment, causing Nasal to gently remind her they already are. He holds her tenderly in surprise as a sparkling, protective aura of magical enchantment transfers from her body directly into his. Thanking her warmly for the buff, he understands that she just wanted to use her power for her own peace of mind before he leaves. Gently touching her cheek, he offers a loving smile and promises her that he is fine and will return safe and sound. Blushing deeply but visibly comforted by his touch, she smiles brightly and makes him promise to stay safe during the hunt. Glimmering with her protective magic, Nasal waves a cheerful goodbye as he and his men march off into the darkness to exterminate the monsters. Back inside, Agnes helps turn the mansion into a refuge for the frightened townsfolk, suddenly pausing to wonder how Jenny is holding up. Holding a small lantern up to pierce the dark, she cautiously peers into the quiet stable doors and calls out to the dragon. Inside the enclosure, the young wyvern whines anxiously, his massive body curled up on the ground in visible distress. Rushing over, she hugs his large head to soothe him, expressing relief that wyverns aren't negatively affected by the new moon as he lets out comforted purrs. Suddenly, a violent crashing sound interrupts the peace, followed immediately by the terrifying, blood-curdling screams of people outside. Agnes turns pale with sheer horror, realizing that the screams are not far from the mansion and a monster must be dangerously close. Panic sets in as she thinks of sending Tori for help, but she quickly realizes that by the time they find anyone, it could be entirely too late. Turning back to the trembling wyvern, she admits she is frightened too, but she knows she is the only one who can act right now. With fierce determination in her eyes, she begs for Jenny's help, refusing to simply abandon the innocent people in mortal danger. Responding to her brave resolve, Jenny rears his massive head back and unleashes a powerful, deafening roar of agreement. Quickly securing the heavy saddle buckles, a relieved and grateful Agnes warmly thanks her brave companion. Shouting a determined command to go, the pair burst out of the stable and launched themselves into the perilous night sky. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Agnes and Jenny soar valiantly over the dark forest canopy toward the source of the terrible commotion. Glancing frantically over the landscape, she guides the flying beast toward the exact direction where she heard the terrifying screams. Spotting a destroyed building glowing amidst the darkness below, she desperately points it out to Jenny. As Jenny screeches, Agnes spots a terrified woman clutching a child on the ground and commands the wyvern to dive down toward them. The winged silhouette of the massive wyvern swoops rapidly out of the sky, casting a dramatic shadow over the treeline. Landing swiftly to block the danger, Agnes calls out to ask if they are okay, while the frightened woman looks up at her savior in absolute shock. Shocked by the revelation, Agnes stares in disbelief as she asks if the injured woman is truly the Lord's wife. Wrapping a supportive arm around the injured woman, Agnes reassures her they will get somewhere safe and urgently pleads for them to mount the wyvern. The tension spikes as a young guard suddenly shouts Agnes's name in alarm while looking toward the distant mansion. Sprinting toward the group, Tori apologizes for his absence and explains he had been frantically searching for them after hearing terrifying screams from outside the mansion. Quickly assessing the situation, Tori notes the civilians' injuries and insists on taking over their care. With the civilians secured, the young guard turns sharply and announces he will scan the perimeter for anyone else who might be in danger. Carrying the small child and supporting the injured mother, Tori briefly pauses as he registers the chaotic scene. Panic sets in as the young guard desperately screams Agnes's name into the wind. Surveying the landscape from high above, Agnes remarks that she doesn't see any monsters despite assuming they were swarming the mansion. Still clutching Jenny's reins, she breathes a sigh of relief as she observes that no one appears to have been left behind. Her peaceful observation is shattered when she suddenly spots a massive, hulking silhouette squaring off against a tiny figure in the forest below. Sharp projectiles suddenly whistle through the air, prompting a startled realization as the danger approaches. Knocked off balance by the sheer force of the encounter, Connie falls hard onto the ground with a painful grunt. Cursing under his breath, Connie stares upward with wide, terrified eyes as his options run out. A massive, horned beast with sharp claws and a thick mane looms menacingly over the helpless boy. Pushing past his overwhelming fear, Connie scrambles to his feet and resolves to reach his destination before it's too late. The chaotic situation escalates rapidly as the true danger of the forest reveals itself in full force. Connie urgently calls out to Nazelbert, who stands tall and ready with his sword fully drawn. Keeping a watchful eye on the beast, Nazelbert sternly interrogates Connie about what happened and why he abandoned his assigned position. Catching his breath, Connie frantically reports that another familiar monster somehow managed to slip right past their lookout. Nazelbert's eyes widen in alarm as Connie reveals the horrifying truth that the beast is heading straight for the Lord's mansion. Confusion mounts as they quickly discuss the fact that this specific creature used to be kept directly at the Lord's estate. Before they can finish their deduction, the giant beast lunges forward, prompting Connie to scream a desperate warning for Nazelbert to watch his back. A sudden, thunderous crash interrupts the beast's attack, causing both Nazelbert and Connie to look up in sheer disbelief. Spreading his massive wings, Jenny the wyvern dramatically descends from the sky to intervene in the deadly skirmish. Utterly stunned by the miraculous aerial rescue, Connie cries out to his commander in relief. Nazelbert calls out Agnes's name in absolute shock as he realizes she is riding atop the descending wyvern. As Nazelbert asks why she is there, Agnes rushes to his side and explains she was scanning the area from above when she spotted the monster ambushing them. Watching the wyvern hover protectively, Agnes speculates that Jenny instinctively dove into the fray because he desperately wanted to save Nazelbert and Connie. Connie stares at the brave beast in total disbelief, muttering that the young wyvern used to be nothing more than a coward. Proving his newfound courage, Jenny aggressively roars at the massive bear-like monster and firmly stands his ground. The hulking beast unleashes a terrifying roar in response, but Jenny dives right into the ferocious confrontation to protect his friends. Watching the brutal clash unfold, Agnes screams at the top of her lungs, begging Jenny not to give up. Moving with surprising agility, Jenny uses his powerful tail and sweeping wings to expertly parry the monster's heavy strikes. The frustrated monster growls deeply as the fierce battle momentarily grinds to a tense stalemate. Standing safely behind their winged protector, Nazelbert, Connie, and Agnes watch the incredible display of strength in pure awe. Overjoyed by her companion's unwavering bravery, Agnes cheers loudly and praises Jenny's amazing efforts in battle. With the immediate threat finally neutralized, Agnes sprints toward the triumphant wyvern with her arms wide open. She wraps her arms around Jenny in a tight hug, deeply thanking him for saving their lives and acknowledging how terrified he must have been to fight. Standing victoriously before the subdued beast, Nazelbert assures the relieved group that the monster won't go berserk again and is safe to leave behind. Looking back at her flying companion, Agnes warmly praises Jenny for his incredibly cool actions and thanks him. Flattered by the sudden praise, the young wyvern lets out a happy, trilling cry while his friends watch affectionately. Shifting his attention back to the urgent matter, Nasal prompts Connie to finish his earlier thought about the other monster that snuck into town. Connie grimly confirms the beast's identity, revealing that it is the very monster the previous lord kept locked in the backyard stable. A shocking realization washes over the group as Connie explicitly states that this captive beast is the exact creature that killed the former lord. Frowning in surprise, Nasal admits he had heard rumors of a monster attack but never suspected the lord was slaughtered by his own captive pet. Standing before a shadowy, horse-like creature in a flashback, Connie explains that the beast is a highly intelligent Grani. Questioned about the tragedy, Connie reminisces about how his parents worked as the creature's caretakers and how he often helped them. He somberly recalls that the cruel former lord had a vicious habit of venting his personal frustrations by physically abusing the captive monster. The memory darkens as Connie reveals that when his parents bravely tried to shield the Grani, the tyrant turned his murderous rage upon them instead. Shielding the young boy in the flashback, the family braced for death as the lord prepared to slaughter them alongside the beast. In a desperate bid for survival, the massive, shadowy horse reared up and ruthlessly struck down the abusive lord in a spray of blood. Rather than see their savior executed, Connie's family covered up the incident entirely and allowed the Grani to safely escape into the surrounding forest. Closing his eyes in solemn understanding, Nasal silently processes the tragic, bloody history between the beast and its former master. Suddenly, a terrifying, thunderous roar echoes through the air, violently shaking the ground and snapping everyone out of the somber story. Panicking at the sound, Connie gasps and shouts that the deafening roar definitely came from the direction of the mansion. He urgently explains that the highly intelligent beast still harbors a deep hatred for lords, and the new moon's magic has completely shattered its rational mind. Firmly stepping forward, Nasal declares that as the current ruler, it is his absolute duty to handle any deadly problems left behind by his predecessor. Stepping up with newfound courage, Connie loudly insists that he must accompany his lord to face the rampaging beast. He argues that this isn't just the lord's burden to bear, as his family were the ones who originally let the dangerous creature roam free. Despite the terrifying danger, Connie clings to the desperate hope that the Grani is still the kind and gentle monster he remembers deep down. Respecting the boy's unwavering resolve, Nasal offers a gentle smile and agrees they will confront the creature together. Wasting no time, the group mounts their wyvern and flies urgently back toward the looming silhouette of the Grand Mansion. As a terrifying shadow emerges from the gates, Nasal immediately orders Agnes to guide the innocent bystanders to absolute safety. The massive Grani steps into the clearing, its shadowy mane flaring as it unleashes a deep, guttural growl at the intruders. Watching from a safe distance, Agnes gasps in horror as she instantly recognizes the fearsome magical beast that slaughtered the previous ruler. Stepping dangerously close to the monster, Connie desperately pleads with it to remember the deep bond they once shared long ago. Instead of calming down, the frenzied beast violently kicks off the ground and charges forward in a blind, unstoppable rage. Realizing the monster is completely ignoring Connie's pleas, Agnes screams Nasal's name in sheer terror. The massive dark horse barrels straight toward Nasal, fully intent on trampling the newly appointed lord into the dirt. Nasal braces himself against the incoming assault, his cape billowing wildly as the monstrous hooves thunder closer to his body. Realizing the beast's singular target, Nasal grunts that its deep-seated hatred is entirely focused on striking down the current lord. Rearing up on its powerful hind legs, the enraged Grani towers over Nasal and lets out a deafening, blood-curdling shriek. Facing imminent death, Nasal stands his ground with unwavering resolve, completely refusing to draw his blade against the traumatized creature. In a split-second decision, Connie wildly throws his arms out and leaps directly between the lethal hooves and his lord. Screaming for the monster to stop, Connie shields Nasal with his own body as the lord stares at him in complete shock. Tears welling in his eyes, Connie begs the beast to understand that Nasal is nothing like the cruel tyrant it rightfully despised. He passionately declares that this new ruler is fundamentally different and completely dedicated to protecting the innocent people of Sutrina. The massive hooves suddenly halt inches from Connie's face as the boy tearfully asks if the monster finally understands. Its glowing eyes softening, the dark Grani lowers its front legs gracefully, finally breaking free from its berserker rage as it recognizes its old friend. As dawn finally breaks after the terrifying night of the new moon, a relieved smile washes over Connie's face. Placing a reassuring hand on Connie's shoulder, Nasalbert gently accepts the young guard's heartfelt gratitude. Connie quickly apologizes for acting so familiar with his lord, but Nasalbert warmly dismisses the concern. Nasalbert commends the boy, explaining that his genuine sincerity and honest feelings successfully reached the magical beast. Their quiet moment is interrupted by the frantic calls of Agnes sprinting toward them. Rushing to their side, Agnes anxiously checks if either of them is hurt while Nasalbert simultaneously inquires about her safety. A soft whinny draws their attention toward the horse-like magical beast, instantly capturing Agnes's immense curiosity. Tenderly resting his forehead against the beast's snout, Connie apologizes for the ordeal and expresses his profound relief that she regained her senses without any casualties. Upon learning the beast is female, an excited Agnes pieces together that this must be the very same creature Connie used to care for. Eager to know more, Agnes asks for the beast's name, prompting a slightly embarrassed hesitation from Connie. Gathering his courage, Connie proudly reveals that the majestic girl's name is Dank. Agnes excitedly squeals that the name sounds incredibly brave and cool, bringing a bashful blush to Connie's cheeks. Taking charge of the situation, Agnes insists they care for Dank in their yard alongside Jenny since it used to be her home anyway. Shocked by the generous offer, Connie stammers out a question of permission, but Nasalbert insists he should come visit his old friend anytime he wants. Tears of pure gratitude well up in Connie's wide eyes as the weight of their kindness fully registers. Overcome with emotion, he loudly shouts his thanks to the Lord and Lady for reuniting him with his beloved companion. Meanwhile, an official delivers the damage report to Nasalbert, noting some burnt houses and wrecked property. Despite the structural damage, the official gratefully reports that the townspeople suffered only minor injuries. The group collectively breathes a sigh of relief, acknowledging that escaping the night with 0 fatalities is nothing short of a miracle. The official notes that surviving a new moon in Sutrina with such minimal destruction would have been completely unheard of until now. Pointedly praising his leadership, the official credits Nasalbert for personally taking the lead and guiding the town to safety. A local townswoman approaches the group, admitting her absolute shock that the Lord and his wife came to their aid in person. Bowing deeply before Agnes, the grateful woman offers her most sincere thanks for the unprecedented assistance. She explains that the townspeople were able to rest easy solely because they were allowed to take shelter directly at the mansion. Flustered by the overwhelming praise, Agnes frantically waves her hands and insists the miraculous result was only possible because everyone worked together. Refusing to downplay their efforts, the officials state they have never had a lord who did so much and firmly ask to express their full gratitude. Raising his hand, an eager Connie suggests they organize something interesting to celebrate surviving the ordeal unscathed. Blushing slightly, he proposes hosting a joyful banquet so the entire town can celebrate their survival together. Agnes's eyes sparkle with excitement as she immediately throws her support behind the wonderful idea. Catching the infectious enthusiasm, an official suggests they simultaneously host a proper welcome party for Nasalbert. The official shudders slightly, recalling just how terribly tense the atmosphere was when Nasalbert first took office as Lord. An energetic older woman pumps her fists, demanding they add a harvest festival to the mix since Sutrina has grown more crops than ever before. The crowd erupts into a massive cheer, thrilling at the prospect of throwing an absolutely massive, town-wide celebration. Swept up in the rapidly escalating situation, a highly overwhelmed Nasalbert nervously whispers to Henry for advice. Pushing up his glasses, Henry mercilessly recites the newly combined, obnoxiously long title of the festival and confirms it is going to happen. Looking around at the unified community, Connie confidently notes how much things have changed for the better. He flashes a bright smile, utterly convinced that together they can make the massive event a resounding success. The passionate townspeople crowd around their lord, begging him to officially authorize the unprecedented festival. Leaning in close, Agnes fixes Nasalbert with a breathtakingly hopeful, wide-eyed stare that he cannot possibly resist. Defeated by his wife's adorable expression and the town's earnest pleas, Nasalbert closes his eyes and finally surrenders his approval. Raising their fists in jubilation, the crowd cheers wildly as Nasal declares they should make some great memories together. A serene, silent moment passes over the lively celebration. A young boy runs excitedly toward the grand mansion, waving eagerly at his friends. Joyous music fills the air as a woman dances beautifully to the lively tunes of a local band. 2 cheerful women smile warmly as they carry freshly prepared dishes to the feast. Nearby, delighted children take turns riding the gentle Grani while the townsfolk watch affectionately. A man approaches to ask if he is enjoying the party, and an impressed Nasal nods in agreement. The man chuckles, noting that Henry and Kelly are particularly fired up about helping with the preparations. Feeling slightly guilty, Nasal wishes he could have helped in some way, but the man insists that the guest of honor should simply relax. Glancing around the bustling venue, Nasal wonders aloud where Agnes and Kelly could possibly be hiding. Suddenly, a murmur sweeps through the crowd as two maids excitedly point out a new arrival. The gathered townsfolk whisper amongst themselves, wondering if the stunning woman approaching is the Lord's wife. Noting the unusually hushed atmosphere, Nasal calls out Agnes's name as she gracefully steps into view. Blushing sweetly, Agnes smiles as Nasal recognizes the very dress she wore on the day they first met. A wave of romantic realization washes over the onlookers as they imagine the dramatic beginnings of their lord's love story. Agnes explains she simply couldn't bear to throw the precious garment away, so she brought it all the way to the frontier. Gesturing to the bulky fabric, she admits she initially thought it was finally time to say goodbye to the old dress. However, Kelly had warmly suggested that it would be a wonderful idea to let everyone see it one last time. Pointing to a specific tear, Agnes reminisces about where it got stuck, prompting a nostalgic smile from Nasal. Nasal gazes at her tenderly, admitting he had absolutely no idea back then that their future would turn out so beautifully. Two eager maids interrupt to ask if Agnes is truly planning to get rid of the sentimental gown. Their eyes sparkling with hope, they ask if she would be willing to pass the dress down to them instead. Stunned that anyone would want the heavy, worn fabric, Agnes happily agrees to give it away, much to their immense gratitude. Meanwhile, Tori sits alone on a quiet bench away from the festivities until Agnes approaches him. Startled by her sudden appearance, Tori jumps slightly as she gently calls his name. He forces a nervous laugh and praises the wonderful party, prompting Agnes to gracefully take a seat beside him. Looking at him with deep understanding, she softly notes that he must still be incredibly worried about Liliane. Dropping his facade, Tori apologizes and admits that he just cannot bring himself to celebrate while Liliane is still missing. Agnes warmly reassures him, promising that Nasal and the others are still deeply concerned about her fate. Clenching her fists with fierce determination, she swears that now that the monster ordeal is over, they will help him find Liliane. Tori wholeheartedly agrees, and Agnes enthusiastically shoves a plate of food at him, insisting he needs to eat to build his energy. Tori stares down at the hearty meal, deeply moved by her relentless kindness. As Agnes happily munches on her food, Tori praises her and Nasal for successfully cultivating crops in such a notoriously harsh land. He expresses his profound admiration for Nasal's hard work during such overwhelmingly difficult times. Smiling softly, Agnes gently reminds the newcomer that their initial arrival in Sutrina was actually quite brutal. She explains that the traumatized citizens heavily criticized them simply for bearing the title of Lord. Despite the painful rejection, Nasal endured the emotional thorns and tirelessly proved his genuine desire to help the town. Tori realizes that this unwavering dedication is the exact reason Sutrina blossomed into the thriving community it is today. He turns to Agnes and states that Nasal's success is all thanks to her unwavering support, leaving her wide-eyed with surprise. Tori excitedly declares them the absolute best of partners, and a flustered but happy Agnes proudly agrees. Agnes smiles brightly, pledging to continue doing her best to support Sutrina and Nasalbert while warmly thanking Tori. The group stands together in a peaceful, cherry blossom-filled environment as Tori smiles back at them. The tranquility is interrupted when a mysterious, hooded woman approaches and asks if Nasalbert is present. Nasalbert cautiously confirms his identity and politely asks for the stranger's name. The hooded woman suddenly stumbles forward, desperately pleading for help as Nasalbert stares in confusion. In a shocking turn of events, the woman pulls a dagger and violently thrusts it toward an unsuspecting Nasalbert. The onlookers scream in sheer terror as they witness the sudden assassination attempt unfold before their eyes. The hooded assailant grits her teeth and mutters a strained apology as her blade connects. The woman's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she realizes her deadly attack has completely failed. Trembling in shock, the assailant stares at her dagger and demands to know why it didn't pierce his skin. An enraged guard immediately grabs the attacker's wrist while Agnes frantically rushes to check if Nasalbert is hurt, though he assures her he is fine. The guards violently subdue the struggling woman as the group demands to know her identity. An onlooker's face pales in sheer horror as a shocking realization hits him. Staring in absolute disbelief, he quietly asks why she would ever do such a thing. He finally breathes her name, recognizing the defeated assassin as Liliane. The guards furiously interrogate the subdued woman, completely unaware of her true identity. Upon hearing her name, Lillian's eyes widen in absolute panic as her cover is blown. Still struggling against her captors, she desperately demands to know why he is present at the scene. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Lillian furiously clutches her head and cries out, unable to process the disastrous turn of events. The narrative violently shifts 10 years into the past, showcasing the grand estate of Countess Lumiere. A young Lillian excitedly sprints across the grounds, her small boots pattering joyfully against the earth. The joyful run is abruptly halted when a strict voice calls out the young girl's name. A stern, spectacled governess glares down at the child, demanding to know if she sneaked out of the house again. Clutching her sun hat nervously, the young Lillian innocently explains that she simply wanted to play outside. The governess mercilessly orders her to be silent, violently cutting off her childish pleas. Glaring intensely, the strict woman lectures Lillian that she is the future of the Lumiere family and must become a perfect lady. The terrified child cowers as the governess strictly forbids her from ever fooling around outside again. A relentless, torturous upbringing is violently forced upon the young girl as the days bleed into an endless hell of strict tutoring. Crushed by the immense pressure, Lillian eventually kills her true feelings and completely stops acting on her own initiative. As a direct result of this brutal conditioning, she rises to become one of the most prominent ladies in high society. Noblemen flock to her side, showering her with endless praise for being such a fantastically refined young lady. Despite the absolute adoration of high society, Lillian silently admits that she doesn't feel particularly happy about her flawless reputation. She internally laments the tragic fact that absolutely no one sees the real person hiding beneath the perfect facade. Her melancholy is suddenly broken by a charismatic voice expressing amused surprise. A young Robin appears, smoothly noting her tears and offering to listen to her troubles so she won't ruin her beautiful face. Pushed to her absolute emotional limit, Lillian mistakenly perceives this devilish temptation as genuine kindness and pours her heart out to him. Flushing with genuine emotion, she admits that she was overwhelmingly happy to finally be heard by someone. A charming Robin gazes at her affectionately, making her feel truly cherished for the very first time. Swept completely off her feet, Lillian begins spending more and more of her days entirely devoted to Robin. Consumed by this intoxicating affection, the young lady tragically allows herself to completely drown in his influence. A furious nobleman confronts Lillian, demanding to know if she has been secretly meeting someone. Surrounded by her disdainful family, they brand her a disgrace and declare they no longer need a daughter like her. Panicking at the harsh rejection, Lillian wonders what she is supposed to do as she is violently kicked out. Trembling in the shadows, she desperately whispers Robin's name. Bursting through the heavy double doors into the pouring rain, she frantically searches for Robin. Finding him waiting in the hallway, a tearful Lillian throws herself entirely into his arms. Sobbing hysterically, she begs for his help and explains she was mercilessly thrown out of her own home. Robin gently cups her face, reassuring the distressed girl that he is there to save her. Overwhelmed by his apparent kindness, Lillian cries out his name in sheer relief. Flashing a sinister smile, Robin asks for a favor, and a desperate Lillian immediately promises to do anything for him. His expression turns deadly serious as he commands her to kill the Lord of Sutrina. Returning to the present, Lillian sits awake in a bed, staring out the window at the grand mansion. She rests quietly under the covers, her expression hollow and devoid of any hope. Kelly, Agnes, and Tori enter the room to check on her after treating her extensive injuries. Tori nervously asks if he can stay too, and Agnes warmly agrees. Taking a seat beside the bed, Agnes directly asks Lillian why she would attempt such a terrible crime. With empty eyes, Lillian flatly tells them to just kill her since she assumes she will be executed anyway. Startled by her morbid request, Tori and Agnes urgently tell her to calm down because nothing has been decided yet. Agnes silently wonders why the girl is so consumed by despair as Lillian claims there is absolutely no point in living. Glancing down, Agnes spots severe scars on Lillian's hands and realizes they look exactly like whip marks. Gently grasping the scarred hands, Agnes looks into her eyes and sympathetically acknowledges her immense pain. Lillian explains that her strict family clung to old traditions, constantly forcing her into old-fashioned clothes and whipping her mercilessly. She recalls how deeply she hated the outfits, but whenever she begged for a new dress, they brutally beat her. Tori gasps in sheer horror, realizing her own family beat her face black and blue over something so trivial. Lillian adds that they even forced her to seek out marriage partners while dressed like a ridiculous old painting. She grimly reveals that a final incident sent her father over the edge, leaving her a public laughingstock and completely homeless. Stunned by the tragic revelation, Agnes and Tori offer their deepest apologies for being unaware of her suffering. Leaning in with gentle concern, Agnes softly asks what happened after she was kicked to the streets. Lillian remembers wandering hopelessly under the moonlit sky, terrified and completely clueless on how to survive alone. She explains that in her darkest moment, a seemingly kind-hearted person finally reached out to her. Looking away defensively, she claims she is happy now thanks to that person's intervention. Refusing to judge her, Agnes slowly extends an open hand toward the broken girl. Offering a warm, incredibly compassionate smile, Agnes softly calls Lillian's name. Agnes reassures Lillian that if she is struggling with unbearable pain, she does not have to carry it alone. She promises with absolute sincerity that they will gladly lend her their strength whenever she needs it. Lillian's eyes widen in sheer shock, completely paralyzed by this unconditional kindness. Trembling violently, Lillian slowly reaches out to accept the comforting hand offered to her. Their fingers firmly clasp together, breaking the dam as heavy tears cascade down Lillian's face. Overcome by the sheer weight of her trauma and their mercy, Lillian breaks down into loud, agonizing sobs. Watching the girl weep, Agnes solemnly notes that Lillian finally poured her heart out about her tragic past. Recounting the tragic events, it becomes clear that Lillian fell for Robin's sweet words when her torturous upbringing left her on the verge of breaking. Back in the present, a young woman reports that Lillian was deeply remorseful for her actions, which Nasal calmly acknowledges. The woman expresses her surprise that Nasal is completely fine after being stabbed with a knife, but he speculates it was due to the magic she cast on him during the new moon. Shocked by this revelation, she gasps with wide eyes, utterly bewildered that material enhancement magic could actually work on humans. Nasal admits he lacks solid proof but warns her to use her powers more carefully in the future, prompting her nervous agreement. He expresses his gratitude for her averting a major crisis and for listening to Lillian's story, though she humbly replies that she was simply worried about the girl. Looking down with a somber expression, she admits that she truly felt the weight of Lillian's pain while listening to her. Seeing herself reflected in the broken girl, she melancholically confesses that Lillian's current state is exactly how she used to be. Clutching her chest with an aching heart, she realizes that without Nasal saving her from wandering Disowned, she might have suffered the exact same fate. Turning to Nasal, she acknowledges that attacking a lord is a severe crime, but her lingering compassion makes her hesitate. Gazing out the window, she earnestly hopes that they can make a decision granting Lillian a future where she can finally start over. Agreeing with her compassionate plea, Nasal promises to discuss the fate with Henry again and do his best to lighten the punishment, leaving her visibly relieved. Nasal stares resolutely ahead, firmly believing that leniency is justified now that they understand the tragic circumstances behind her actions. Meanwhile, Henry takes a deep, sharp breath as he turns the conversation toward Tori. Rushing outside, he desperately calls out Lillian's name, causing her to turn around in quiet surprise. Sitting beside her under the shade of a tree, Henry nervously informs her that she has been sentenced to work for a set period. Looking away with a heavy heart, Lillian honestly admits that she finds the incredibly light punishment ridiculous considering the gravity of her crimes. Henry gently reassures her that the generous lord and his wife undoubtedly took her tragic backstory into deep consideration. Lillian grips her arm in lingering guilt, her eyes wide as she struggles to accept their overwhelming kindness. Suddenly kneeling before her, Henry looks deeply into her eyes and sincerely states that he wants to apologize. His expression turning painfully serious, he confesses that he had known about her agonizing life all along. Shocked by his admission, she asks what he means, and he regretfully explains that he failed to intervene despite knowing her long story. Flashing back 10 years, young Henry is seen practicing his swordsmanship diligently by the edge of a river. He recalls his surprise at seeing a young noblewoman gleefully playing outside, her beautiful dress completely soaking wet. Watching the joyful girl embrace a large fish, young Henry found himself utterly captivated by her remarkably bright smile. Years later, upon receiving word of his betrothal, Henry instantly recognized that the beautiful Lillian was his new fiancée. Gazing at her elegant form, he was overjoyed to realize he was marrying the very girl he had fallen in love with back then. He eagerly anticipated seeing that radiant, carefree smile once again. Tragically, his hopes were shattered when he discovered that her spirit had broken, leaving her looking like a lifeless doll. Finding her demeanor strange, he investigated the Lumiere family and made the horrifying discovery that she was being whipped to tears during her education. Henry desperately wanted to save her immediately, but his hands were tied because her abusive father was his superior in the Knights. Gripped by fear of his powerful commander, a cowardly young Henry could do nothing but turn his back and wait. Returning to the present, Henry vows that once he inherits the family name, he will permanently release her from that torment. He bitterly apologizes for allowing things to escalate to this point, blaming his own immaturity for her suffering. Acknowledging how hard her path to atonement will be without a home, Henry desperately promises to stay by her side more than anyone else. He warmly assures her that with nothing left to tie her down, she no longer has to pretend to be a perfect, emotionless lady. Overwhelmed by his heartfelt words, Lillian clenches her hands as warm tears begin to spill onto her lap. Crying freely, she thanks him, and Henry gently notes that a true smile has always suited her much better. In a dark room elsewhere, Robin takes a casual bite of a pastry and cruelly mocks Lillian for being a useless failure. When an assassin asks about disposing of her, Robin gleefully dismisses the concern, assuming the authorities will execute her for trying to kill a lord anyway. Glaring with intense annoyance, the young man mutters that Nazelbert is really pissing him off. He bitterly reflects that the popular and genius Nazelbert is blessed with everything he lacks, making him a major pain in the neck. Lounging in his chair, he contemplates using the annoying Second Prince's faction, fearing it will be a huge problem if they successfully bring Nazelbert back. He angrily curses his situation, terrified of being ostracized from high society because his ban on public appearances still hasn't been lifted. Elsewhere, an older man furiously yells not to order the head of the family around while his wife desperately tries to calm him down. The tense atmosphere shatters when a worried maid suddenly interrupts to announce that the master has a visitor. A young boy sprints frantically down the hallway, panting heavily as he races toward the commotion. Bursting into the room, the bespectacled boy freezes in shock upon hearing that Robin-sama was responsible for the incident. Peeking from behind the door, the boy watches his father confirm his willingness to help the hooded figure, preferring this over serving a second prince who despises the House of Eventail. The hooded man explains that he cannot be seen in public, though they agree they can bypass the powerless second prince's decree if they avoid events he attends. Startled by the sudden mention of his own name, the boy realizes he will be sent as a proxy if the second prince happens to attend. Panicked by this heavy responsibility, Paul nervously clutches his frilled collar and dashes away down the grand corridor. Meanwhile, Agnes happily tells Lillian to use her clothes for now since her original dress was ruined, relieved that the new garments fit perfectly. Flashing a warm smile, Agnes gently encourages the girl to ask for help if she runs into any trouble or doesn't understand something. Lillian hesitantly admits she has been concerned about something since earlier, prompting Agnes to kindly urge her not to be shy. Pointing a trembling finger, Lillian draws attention to an incredibly ornate, old-fashioned dress displayed on a mannequin nearby. Agnes sheepishly admits it is an old dress she wore back home, laughing nervously as she acknowledges how strange it looks for their current generation. Staring at the garment with wide eyes, Lillian completely surprises Agnes by genuinely declaring that the dress is lovely. Moving closer in pure awe, Lillian marvels at the beautiful condition of the 100-year-old dress she had previously only read about in books. Agnes beams with absolute delight, thrilled to discover that Lillian is the type of person who genuinely grasps the value of old things. Suddenly embarrassed, Lillian apologizes for blabbering, realizing the traditional clothing must hold very painful memories for Agnes. Agnes softly agrees with Lillian's earlier praise, admitting that if they judge the dress entirely on its own merits, it is quite valuable. Chuckling warmly to herself, Agnes confesses she didn't even think about the garment's historical worth back when she was forced to wear it. Agnes gently thanks the young girl for her kind words, expressing her certainty that the old dress itself must be delighted to hear them. Noting she will be giving it away soon, Agnes playfully asks a flustered Lillian if she would like to try it on for one last chance. The scene completely shifts, heralding the long-awaited day of the high society debut. Adjusting his absurdly large ruffled collar in the mirror, an arrogant Paul looks forward to finding a fiancée and proving he is far more proficient than his incompetent sister. Stepping proudly into the grand ballroom, Paul is immediately surrounded by the hushed, gossiping whispers of the attendees. Smirking with utter confidence, he mistakenly assumes the entire crowd is simply admiring his astonishing and unique attire. His delusion shatters when a little boy points directly at him and loudly laughs at his weird outfit. Ignoring a bystander's confusion, the blunt child disrespectfully tells Paul that he is the one who looks weird. Trying to maintain his composure, Paul proudly proclaims that his bizarre outfit is actually the traditional dress of the esteemed House of Eventail. Paul's confidence crumbles as the ruthless crowd openly mocks the tights and calls the women of his household monsters. The cruel laughter is interrupted when a young girl sternly scolds the boy, defending the attire as a nobleman's formal wear. Shocked by this unexpected defense, Paul stares in total silence at the young girl standing before him. The girl arrogantly declares that someone's parents clearly didn't educate them well about modern fashion, but they are still a decent person for respecting tradition. The crowd loudly argues back, yelling that the style is undeniably outdated and insisting that such a person belongs in the eccentric House of Eventail. Utterly bewildered by the bizarre conversation, Paul shakily asks why they would say something like that. Flashing terrifying, shadowed smiles, the children simply reply that everyone else in the room is wrong. Thoroughly creeped out by their eerie demeanor, a terrified Paul slowly backs away before turning to flee the scene. A young boy in a jester outfit runs frantically, confused about why his once praising parents are suddenly acting strange towards the heir of House Eventail. His mother insists they cannot be seen in public after Robin's actions, but notes they will be fine as long as they avoid attending events. The father decisively states that if the second prince attends an event by chance, Paul will go in their place, shocking the boy. Paul recoils in absolute distress, letting out a pained cry. Sitting alone by a fountain at night, Paul clutches his head in despair, crying that he doesn't know anything or what to do next. Through his tears, he looks down at his humiliating clothing and angrily realizes this miserable situation is entirely his sister's fault. A young man named Bell approaches and asks what the Eventail son is doing alone, prompting Paul to defensively call him suspicious. Bell warns that it isn't safe for a nobleman's son to be out late and offers to take him home, but Paul frantically refuses. Acknowledging the troubling situation, Bell thoughtfully mentions he would like to take him somewhere safe but has to head to the frontier immediately. Shocked by the destination, Paul leans forward and asks if he means the Sutrina frontier. With wide eyes and a desperate shout, Paul begs Bell to take him along. Bell narrows his eyes seriously and confirms that the boy truly hasn't told anyone at his house about this impulsive escape. Summoning a magnificent white Pegasus, Bell smiles warmly and invites the boy to depart together. Paul stares upward in absolute awe, stammering as he wonders where the magical beast came from. Arriving in the bright Sutrina territory, Henry notes how hard it is to believe that Agnes was doing manual labor here, which Tori confirms. Henry apologizes for dragging Tori into their tasks, but she cheerfully replies that she genuinely enjoys moving her body. Gripping her long staff with confidence, Tori adds that Nazelbert personally entrusted her to guard them. Henry suddenly notices a noisy crowd forming nearby and wonders aloud what is going on. As rude bystanders mock someone's unique costume and tell them to shut up, Agnes recognizes a very familiar voice. Pushing her way to the front, Agnes gasps in sheer disbelief as she stares at her younger brother Paul. Trembling with unshed tears, Paul stammers her name and frantically asks if their parents are there too. Bursting into loud, messy sobs, the boy clutches his ridiculous outfit and screams that everything is his sister's fault. Agnes stares back with a comically blank expression, utterly bewildered by his sudden accusation. Meanwhile, back at the Eventail estate, Marquis Eventail and his wife finalize their plans to take the southern route regarding a package from the palace. The Marquis fumes that they are currently shunned from society because of the second prince, and his wife agrees they must restore their family name. Just as the Marquis vows to reclaim the glory of his grandfather's prime ministerial days, a frantic maid bursts into the room. The maid screams in panic that Master Paul has been kidnapped, leaving the parents utterly flabbergasted. She urgently explains that she saw a Pegasus carrying a boy who looked just like Paul flying south toward the Sutrina frontier. Connecting the dots, the enraged parents immediately conclude that Agnes must be the one responsible for the kidnapping. Slamming his fist down in pure fury, the Marquis growls, wondering how far that damn girl is willing to go to oppose her own family. Glaring with ferocious intensity, he vows that if she wants a fight, he will gladly take her on. His wife passionately agrees, and the Marquis commands his people to mobilize so they can bring Paul back by force. Back in Sutrina, Agnes looks at her sulking brother and admits she had no idea he would come all the way out there. Belle explains to the group that he couldn't leave the boy alone at night and correctly assumed he had a reason to be there. Agnes smiles brightly and greets Belle, recognizing him as the kind trader who bought their old furniture when they were getting rid of it. Standing quietly in the background, Nazelbert narrows his eyes with a flash of deep suspicion at the mention of him being a mere trader. Agnes asks Belle what brings him to Sutrina and if he is traveling on business. Pulling out a sealed envelope, Belle explains that His Highness Leonardo entrusted him to deliver a letter directly to Nazelbert. Nazelbert stares silently at the royal seal, his expression turning solemn as he processes the unexpected correspondence. The group stands together in quiet anticipation as Nazelbert holds the letter, ready to uncover the prince's true intentions. Discussing a letter, a man expresses concern to Nazelbert that they must remain vigilant because Robin is still doing whatever he pleases in the capital. Nazelbert looks down with a serious expression and abruptly cuts off the conversation. Shifting the topic, Nazelbert turns to a trader named Belle and asks to have a private word with him. Leaving the trader to Nazelbert, a smiling Agnes excuses herself to go check on her little brother. Approaching the doorway, Agnes softly calls out for Paul while wondering what is going on. Peeking into the room, Agnes kindly asks a distressed Paul to tell her what happened and if their parents know he is here. A maid looks at Paul with sympathy as Agnes steps closer, offering a gentle smile to comfort the young boy. Panting and trembling, Paul refuses to speak while the maid tries to encourage him, reasoning that he must have a good reason for coming all this way. Clenching his fists, Paul suddenly blurts out that everything is his sister's fault. Confused by this unexpected accusation, a bewildered Agnes admits she has no idea what he means and asks to hear the full story. As Paul sits miserably, the maid expresses her sympathy for the difficult experience he endured during his debut party. Shaking with frustration, Paul firmly insists that he is not in the wrong and that something is wrong with everyone else. Tears well up in his eyes as he angrily blames his sister for constantly doing things to tarnish the family name, causing people to look at him strangely. Crouching down to his eye level, Agnes realizes that Paul has finally witnessed the jarring discrepancy between the outside world and their family's traditions. Catching her words, a confused Paul looks up and asks what she means by a discrepancy. Agnes gently explains that he is surprised because he only knows the Eventail family's isolated ways, revealing that their traditional costumes are over 100 years out of date. Paul panics and desperately protests, arguing that their clothes are undoubtedly traditional and proper attire. Clenching his trembling fist, he refuses to believe his sister, accusing her of just trying to justify her past disrespectful actions. Staring with wide, terrified eyes, Paul asks if their father and mother were lying to him this entire time. Agnes quickly reassures him that their parents weren't lying, but rather they are simply obsessed with the glory days of their great-grandfather. She explains that their parents truly believe they can bring back the glory of the past by dressing the way their ancestors did, leaving Paul utterly lost on what to believe. Clutching his chest, a distressed Paul cries out that he has to take over the family but never wants to go through that humiliating experience again. Unable to watch him suffer, Agnes covers her face and tearfully agrees, calling herself a useless sister who couldn't do anything to help the family. Intervening, the maid raises a finger and suggests they take some time to let Paul sort out his feelings. Flashing an encouraging thumbs up, she excitedly tells Paul that since he came all the way to the frontier, he should experience a culture entirely different from his family's. Shortly after, a stunned Paul looks down at his new, modern shoes and marvels at the flimsy, cheap clothes. Wearing a smart, modern vest and shorts, Paul is completely shocked to discover how easily he can walk around in the new outfit. Chuckling at his intense reaction, the maids find it amusing that Agnes's little brother is just as eccentric as expected. The maids happily praise Paul for how beautiful the modern clothes look on him, leaving the young boy flustered and overwhelmed. The scene shifts to a serene outdoor tea setting where a calm breeze blows. Sitting comfortably at the table, Paul takes a hesitant sip from his teacup. When Agnes asks if the tea is to his liking, he confirms it is very good and she happily offers him another cup. Watching him, Agnes worries about Paul's future now that he has started having doubts about the Eventails, knowing life cannot go on as usual. Discussing the matter with her maid, Agnes hopes she can dress Paul in modern clothes more often, but fears the consequences of keeping him hidden in Sutrina. Suddenly, Agnes gets a bright idea and energetically declares that Paul should be the one to tell their parents he wants to change his clothes. She explains that their parents care deeply about him and might actually listen, whereas she failed because she was openly defiant. Sweating nervously, Paul stammers that her plan is completely impossible. Ignoring his fear, Agnes cheerfully promises to be angry on his behalf if they dismiss his words. The maids chime in with warm smiles, assuring Paul that he doesn't need to worry because they and Nazelbert will all support and protect him. Despite their encouraging words, Paul clutches his knees tightly and quietly admits that he is still scared. Acknowledging his deep fear of continuing down the same path, a young man resolves to finally take a chance and try. Leaning out of a moving carriage, Marquis Eventail furiously screams at the driver and demands to know why they have not reached Sutrina yet. The nervous driver explains it will take 5 more days just to reach the Roka City checkpoint, prompting the Marquis to explode in absolute disbelief. Inside the carriage, the Marchioness weeps profusely as she agonizes over the unimaginable horrors her precious Paul must be enduring. Clutching her hands together in bitter desperation, she fiercely vows to never forgive Agnes if anything happens to her beloved son. Ignoring the physical limits of the exhausted horses, the frantic Marquis ruthlessly orders the driver to make them run even faster. Meanwhile in Sutrina, Henry and his guards sweat drop in utter disbelief at an unexpected sight before them. Looking closely at the nicely dressed, bespectacled boy, they realize it is the very same runaway kid from before. Agnes respectfully apologizes for the trouble her family caused, while the guards admit they initially mistook her brother for a circus performer. A cheerful local boy suddenly approaches the flustered Paul with a bright smile, eagerly asking for the young master's name. Paul stammers nervously when asked for his name, but Agnes gently places a reassuring hand on his back and encourages him to answer. Gathering his courage, the boy finally introduces himself as Paul, and the local kids instantly praise it as a highly distinguished name. The enthusiastic children wave cheerfully at him, leaving a flustered Paul to glance back at his sister in pure bewilderment. The curious local children excitedly crowd around the overwhelmed noble boy, bombarding him with questions about where he came from. Paul tentatively explains that he traveled from way up north on a Pegasus, much to the awe of his new audience. Hearing his incredible travel story, a local boy bursts into a massive smile and declares that Paul is absolutely amazing. Touched by their genuine admiration, the young noble humbly asks his new friend to drop the honorifics and simply call him Paul. The 3 village children beam with unrestrained joy, their bright smiles radiating a warmth that Paul has never experienced before. Completely accepting him as one of their own, the energetic kids eagerly invite Paul to come play with them sometime soon. The children wave goodbye as they run off, cheerfully sealing their newfound friendship with a happy promise to play together. Watching the heartwarming interaction, Agnes smiles warmly and remarks on how incredibly nice the people of Sutrina are. Agnes gently asks her brother if he is finally getting used to his new clothes, and Paul quietly confirms that he is. Looking down with a thoughtful expression, Paul confesses that his current situation feels strangely surreal compared to his past. He melancholically recalls that the aristocrats he met back home only ever looked at and talked about his lavish clothing. Looking up at the open sky, he notes how the village children actually look him straight in the eyes and talk directly to his face. Paul sincerely admits that this seemingly small difference in how people treat him fills his heart with an overwhelming happiness. For the first time in his sheltered life, the young boy finally feels like people are genuinely seeing him for who he truly is. Agnes gazes down at her brother with gentle, affectionate eyes, incredibly relieved to see him finding true joy and acceptance. Suddenly, a frantic maid sprints across the estate grounds, her face pale with absolute panic as she desperately calls out. Agnes turns around in surprise as the breathless maid rapidly approaches the iron gates to deliver an urgent message. Gasping for air, the distressed maid frantically thrusts a sealed letter toward her stunned young mistress. Agnes's eyes widen in sheer horror as she reads the letter, screaming in disbelief that their parents are already on their way to Sutrina. The maid anxiously explains that she received the warning from a Sutrina official while she was passing through the Roka checkpoint. When Agnes asks if Nazelbert has been informed of this impending disaster, the maid nervously admits she came straight to her first. Overhearing the terrifying news, Paul freezes in absolute dread as the realization sets in that his furious parents are coming for him. Seeing her younger brother trembling with fear, Agnes steps forward and gently places her hands on his shoulders to comfort him. A few agonizing days later, an incredibly tense Paul sits rigidly on a sofa beside his sister, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. The maid violently throws the doors open, gasping for breath as she urgently asks if Agnes and Paul are all right. The terrified servant shrieks that an angry mob of people has arrived outside the mansion, accompanied by a furious demand to step aside. Bursting through the gates, The enraged Marquis violently grabs a guard by the collar, completely ignoring the desperate pleas for him to calm down. Looking surprised, a young man suddenly exclaims Tori's name. Bursting through the door in his puffy traditional outfit, the furious Marc de Eventail yells that Agnes has finally shown herself. Flanked by his equally angry wife, the Marquis demands to know if Paul is okay and angrily accuses Agnes of kidnapping him. A flustered Agnes struggles to respond as her parents wildly accuse her of abduction. Smiling nervously, Agnes gently presents the young boy standing beside her and explains that Paul is right there. The parents freeze in absolute, stunned silence at the sight of the boy. Trembling with rage, the Marquis curses Agnes and asks how far she will go to mock them. He angrily points at the boy, declaring that a child dressed in such shabby clothing couldn't possibly be Paul. His wife firmly agrees, proudly stating that Paul is the dignified heir of the House of Eventail. Frustrated by their superficiality, Agnes looks down and mutters in exasperation. The young boy timidly calls out to his father and mother. Stealing his nerves, Paul looks up and confirms that Agnes is not wrong, revealing he is indeed the real Paul. The Marquis stares at his son in utter disbelief. Horrified by the modern clothing, the father screams his wife's name in sheer terror. Gritting his teeth with intense fury, he furiously glares at his daughter. The Marquis blames Agnes for doing this to Paul, angrily cutting her off as she tries to reason with him. Stepping defensively in front of his sister, Paul clutches his chest and declares that he made his own choice. Refusing to listen, the Marquis yells at Paul to stop talking stupidly because this behavior isn't like him. Losing her temper, Agnes screams at her father for being so obsessed with appearances that he never sees the person underneath, prompting him to violently shut her down. He viciously calls her a disgrace who doesn't understand the prestige of their historic fashion, while she argues it is wrong to force it on others. The furious father claims that what they have done is completely unworthy of the prestige of their traditional clothes. Boiling with rage, he berates Agnes as a useless, failed daughter for daring to talk back to her parents. A terrified Paul watches the escalating situation in horror. Lunging forward, the Marquis grabs Paul's collar and demands he take off the disgusting clothes immediately, ignoring the boy's desperate pleas to stop. A calm, authoritative voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, commanding them that it is enough. Agnes looks up in surprise as a tall, cloaked figure steps into the doorway. A handsome, long-haired man in an elegant royal uniform steps forward, leaving Agnes completely stunned. Still trembling, Agnes stares at the majestic newcomer in awe. The Marquis recoils in sheer panic, stammering uncontrollably. Sweating profusely, the father asks why this person has come here. He finally recognizes the man and shockingly addresses him as Prince Beltran. Prince Beltran simply offers a calm, calculating smile. Nasalbert subtly shushes a panicking Agnes before she can blurt out any more names. Beltran casually addresses the Marquis, noting that he was supposedly too ill to go outside before questioning his presence. The prince then drops a terrifying bombshell, asking if the suspicions regarding the Marquis's involvement in the trafficking of young ladies are true. Royal guards immediately surround the stunned Eventail parents with raised spears, leaving Agnes gasping in disbelief. Sweating bullets, the cornered Marquis desperately claims he has no idea what His Highness means. Panicking under pressure, his wife immediately confesses that they were simply following Robin's orders so they could restore their family name. Smiling sharply, Prince Beltran coldly thanks them for making the interrogation so quick. Grasping at straws, the furious Marquis points at a bewildered Agnes and angrily accuses her of leaking the information. Shocked by the unexpected accusation, Agnes desperately stammers that she has never heard of any of this. Furious at her denial, the Marquis lunges forward with his weapon and violently demands she stop playing dumb. He viciously curses her as a disrespectful wretch, blaming her entirely for the absolute ruin of the Eventail family. Agnes gasps in sheer terror as the heavy staff swings dangerously close to her face. Before the strike can land, a calm Nasalbert effortlessly blocks the weapon with his own staff, leaving the Marquis completely stunned. Regaining his fiery temper, the Marquis snarls at the bastard for daring to interfere once again. Glaring back with cold, lethal intensity, Nasalbert firmly declares he will never forgive anyone who tries to hurt his wife. With a powerful, swift motion, he easily overpowers the Marquis, sending the large man crashing violently onto his back. Nasalbert coldly orders his guards to take the intruder away as they pin the struggling nobleman to the dirt. The enraged Marquis screams absolute vengeance as he is dragged off, while Agnes watches the chaotic scene in stunned silence. Turning his attention back to his wife, Nazelbert gently asks if she is all right, and Agnes breathlessly thanks him for protecting her. Nazelbert respectfully informs her that the capital will thoroughly investigate the incident, prompting Agnes to express her sheer disbelief at her parents' involvement in human trafficking. He solemnly warns her that depending on what the investigation uncovers, the House of Eventail might face total dissolution. Agnes and Paul freeze in absolute silence, the heavy weight of their family's potential ruin crashing down upon them. Later, young Paul stands quietly on a grand balcony, staring out at the vast sky with a heavy heart. Sensing his lingering distress, Agnes gently approaches her younger brother and softly calls his name. She sympathetically notes how utterly exhausted he must be after surviving such a terrifying, chaotic ordeal. Looking down with a somber expression, Paul quietly wonders what terrible fate awaits their parents now. Agnes admits it is shocking they were involved in such heinous crimes, but suspects they were merely seduced by Robin's manipulative schemes. She sighs in pure resignation, concluding that they are completely powerless and must leave the judgment to Prince Beltran. Gripping the balcony railing with trembling hands, Paul hesitantly calls out to his sister. Turning to face her, he makes a stunning confession, quietly admitting that he actually feels a little relieved. He somberly explains that their father never truly cared about him as a person, only valuing the pristine image of the Eventail heir. Tears pooling in his eyes, Paul reveals that hearing about the potential dissolution of their oppressive house brought him genuine relief. Looking up with vulnerable, watery eyes, the young boy desperately asks if feeling this way makes him a terrible person. Agnes looks at him with profound empathy and gently assures him that he is not a bad person at all. Staring out into the distance, she deeply relates to his pain, revealing she felt the exact same relief when she was violently kicked out of their home. She acknowledges the terrifying uncertainty of having no one to rely on, but cherishes the freedom of finally escaping their father's tyrannical ideology. Touched by her overwhelming understanding, Paul stares up at her with wide, tear-filled eyes. Lowering his head in deep shame, the young boy mutters a quiet, painful apology. He tearfully confesses that he only ever believed their parents' toxic lies and deeply regrets saying such terrible things to her. Clutching his chest, he agonizingly realizes how much it must have hurt her when everyone viciously mocked her back then. Crying freely, Paul bitterly blames himself for being so blind to her feelings, finally understanding that she was the only one brave enough to rebel against their twisted family. Agnes chuckles warmly, pointing out the ironic truth that both of them were ultimately pushed around by their terrible parents. Reassuring him with a gentle smile, she warmly invites him to stay in Citrina as long as he likes and make new friends without worrying about his future. Spreading her arms in a gesture of absolute freedom, she happily encourages him to live his life exactly how he wants from now on. Overwhelmed by her sheer kindness, a bright, tearful smile breaks across Paul's face as he thanks her from the bottom of his heart. Staring at her with newfound, undeniable admiration, he confidently declares that his sister is an incredibly amazing person. He passionately points out her immense bravery, noting how she attended countless parties in that humiliating makeup despite knowing everyone would maliciously mock her. While Agnes deadpans that she only did it to avoid their father's brutal beatings, Paul remains steadfastly convinced that his sister is the strongest, kindest person in the world. Mumbling quietly to herself, Agnes whispers that she wants to be like him too. A blushing Nazelbert asks her to repeat herself, but Agnes smiles playfully and dismisses it as nothing. Desperately pleading with her, Nazelbert begs to hear the rest of her sentence, but a stubborn Agnes completely denies saying anything. Sometime later, the couple sits quietly on an elegant sofa in a grand, brightly lit room. Nazelbert admits he doesn't know the details of their summons, only that Prince Beltran wants to discuss something with them. The heavy doors open, and a majestic figure steps into the room, apologizing for keeping them waiting. Prince Beltran smiles warmly at the couple as he makes his grand entrance. Addressing Lord Nazelbert and Lady Agnes directly, the prince formally apologizes for calling them out here. Before he can begin, Agnes excitedly raises her hand and asks to interrupt with a question. She points directly at the prince and asks how he knew so much while acting like a common merchant. Agnes pieces the clues together, enthusiastically realizing that Prince Beltran and the merchant Belle who sold them furniture are the exact same person. Beltran offers a gentle smile and apologizes for the deception, explaining it was simply more convenient to operate as the merchant Belle. His expression turns somber as he reveals that the three royal siblings all share different mothers. He explains that while the current queen is Mia's mother and the rightful wife of the king, he and his brother Leonardo were born to concubines. Despite his lineage, Beltran states that he is the rightful heir as the firstborn male, but the queen wanted her own daughter to inherit the throne after his mother died. Agnes gasps in sheer horror as the terrifying implications of the royal succession dawn on her. Looking down with a melancholic smile, Beltran admits he was merely an obstacle in their path. He casually reveals the grim truth that he has faced numerous assassination attempts and poisonings since that day. A shocked Agnes marvels at his survival, to which Beltran lightly jokes that he has been through a lot. He explains that whenever the queen discovers he is safe, she immediately makes another move against him. Realizing the brilliant strategy, Agnes understands he pretended to be sick and laid low as a merchant to secretly gather evidence and reclaim his kingdom. Beltran asks Nazelbert if he knew about this secret identity when he delivered a letter the other day. Nazelbert admits he thought he recognized him but was hesitant because everyone believed the prince was entirely bedridden. Beltran reveals he had caught wind of the Eventail family's movements and specifically asked Nazelbert to keep things quiet to avoid alerting his enemies. Shifting to the main topic, Beltran declares that thanks to Nazelbert's discretion, they finally hold the extra card needed to dethrone Robin and his faction. The prince grimly warns that Desnem is teetering on the brink of collapse and facing its greatest crisis yet. Staring with piercing determination, Beltran vows to fulfill his royal duty and rectify the nation's chaotic state. He formally addresses the Lord and Lady of Sutrina, preparing to make his royal request. Staring directly at them, Beltran solemnly asks for their help. He informs them that a grand celebration for the birth of Mia's child will soon take place in the capital. Beltran confidently declares he will be at the celebration to use all his gathered evidence to condemn his enemies. Turning to Nazelbert, the prince brings up the recent assassination attempt involving Liliane. Beltran asks Nazelbert to testify, warning him that Mia and her allies haven't given up on forcing him back into political office. He warns Nazelbert to expect a royal summons along with his official invitation to the capital. Gently grasping Agnes's hand, Nazelbert reassures her and firmly declares he will not return to the capital since he is now the Lord of Sutrina. He shares a warm, loving glance with his partner, silently promising to protect their new life together. Agnes blushes deeply, her eyes sparkling with immense affection and trust. Turning his steely gaze back to the prince, Nazelbert states that while they have been passive until now, he refuses to let Robin's actions endanger Sutrina or its people anymore. Speaking with true authority, Nazelbert vows as a lord to put a definitive end to the chaos. Beltran smiles in gratitude as the two men agree to work together, while the scene peacefully shifts to someone washing in a wooden tub near a watermill. A trembling hand slowly reaches out to grasp a lock of dark hair as drops of sweat fall. Startled by the sudden intrusion, a voice urgently calls out Liliane's name from behind. Tori approaches with a worried expression, asking if something happened since everyone seems to be in a rush, but the dark-haired girl politely reassures him she is fine. Leaning in closely, Tori whispers that Lord Nazelbert has decided to travel to the capital to finally settle things with the treacherous Robin. He explains that the first Prince of Desnem is visiting and specifically requested Nazelbert's cooperation, meaning Tori will be accompanying the Lord as his personal escort. Looking at her intently, Tori reassures the girl not to worry and advises her to focus entirely on her duties in Sutrina while they are gone. Nodding quietly, she calmly acknowledges his instructions and promises to hold the fort in their absence. Outside, a group of guards gathers around a majestic winged Pegasus in preparation for the upcoming, high-stakes journey. Nazelbert sternly instructs his subordinate to keep him updated on any developments, which the guard readily confirms with a salute. From behind a thick tree trunk, a hidden figure quietly watches the group finalize their departure preparations. The departure is momentarily delayed when an exhausted guard approaches with an urgent, sealed report from Prince Leonardo. Elsewhere in the gardens, a gentle voice calls out to a young lady, politely asking if she needs any assistance. The dark-haired girl clutches her hands together nervously as an unexpected figure approaches her from behind. Nazelbert halts his guard with a raised hand, while his companion aggressively raises a blade to demand the stranger's identity. The dark-haired girl steps forward, calmly identifying the distinguished man before them as the esteemed Prince Beltran. Staring ahead with unwavering resolve, the prince announces that he has an incredibly important favor to ask of them. The scene shifts to a rapidly moving quill pen furiously scratching across a piece of official parchment. A blonde woman named Mia grits her teeth in sheer frustration, bitterly complaining that it has been an eternity since she actually had to write something herself. A young man casually approaches her desk, playfully calling out Mia's name as she glares down at her tedious paperwork. The young man sighs in exasperation, criticizing her lack of improvement in running the kingdom before asking in pure disbelief if she truly plans to summon Nazelbert back to the palace. Stretching his arms lazily, he admits his deep disdain for studying and refuses to depend on his father, suggesting they just let the highly capable Nazelbert handle all the administrative burdens. Turning away with a serious, unyielding expression, Mia firmly reminds him that summoning Nazelbert is the direct, absolute will of their mother, the queen. The young man's expression darkens significantly as he bitterly mutters Nazelbert's name under his breath. A deep, consuming hatred burns within him for this man who possesses perfect looks, status, and talent, making him the flawless king consort for the next princess. His thoughts suddenly drift back to his miserable childhood, remembering the harsh, unforgettable reality of being born into absolute poverty. Growing up in the unforgiving red light district to a prostitute mother, he learned early on to use his charming face as a weapon for sheer survival. Gazing upward with cold, burning ambition, he swore he would never spend the rest of his life rotting away in such a wretched place. Around the time of his mother's tragic death, he made the life-changing discovery that his biological father was actually a prominent baron. Learning that the baron was one of his mother's regular customers, he realized his striking resemblance to the nobleman was his ultimate ticket out of the slums. He ruthlessly marched to the baron's estate and blackmailed the man using his mother's secrets, successfully manipulating his way into being officially adopted. His supreme, unshakable confidence stemmed from possessing purification and healing, the two absolute rarest forms of magic flowing directly through his veins. Armed with his new noble status, he smoothly charmed his way through high society's aristocratic daughters until he finally set his predatory sights on the kingdom's princess. His grand, manipulative ambitions hit a massive wall when he discovered that the kingdom's highest-ranking daughter already had a powerful fiancé. That fiancé was Nazelbert Flores Cruz, a devastatingly handsome man who was utterly perfect in every conceivable way. Beautiful, merciful, and an absolute master at everything he touched, Nazelbert immediately earned Robin's deepest, most bitter resentment. Standing in Nazelbert's imposing shadow, Robin painfully realized they were fundamentally, irreparably different types of human beings. He bitterly noted that Nazelbert's only true flaw was his sheer, blinding perfection, an overwhelming brilliance that inadvertently made everyone else feel pathetic and deeply inferior. Surprisingly, the person most violently tormented by this crushing sense of inferiority was none other than Princess Mia herself. The intensely prideful princess secretly despised how Nazelbert constantly outshone her, while Nazelbert actively avoided the troublesome royal, resulting in a completely fractured, bitter relationship. Capitalizing completely on her deep-seated insecurities and their mutual disdain, Robin smoothly slipped into her life, finding it incredibly easy to completely seduce her and bend her to his will. Reflecting on his past, a smirking Robin notes that growing up in the red light district made him an absolute expert at dealing with women. He arrogantly explains that by offering gentle words and using his purification magic to clear their minds, he can easily hook any target. He gleefully recounts his master plan of creating a commotion at the engagement party, getting Mia pregnant, and framing Nazelbert with false crimes. The scheme successfully culminated in driving the hated Nazelbert far away to the desolate frontier. Smiling with dark satisfaction, Robin declares his ultimate victory since there is no one left to annoy him. His peace is utterly shattered when rumors reach the capital that Nazelbert is quickly gaining a stellar reputation as the Lord of Sutrina. Gritting his teeth in intense frustration, Robin mutters how deeply he hates his resilient rival. He completely loses his temper, furious that Nazelbert continues to be a massive annoyance. Snapping back to the present, Robin laughs off his dark mood as a concerned Mia points out his terrifying expression. Mia agrees with his underlying frustration, admitting that Nazelbert is becoming a serious pain in the rear. Smiling wickedly, she suggests that they can live a very comfortable life if they simply force Nazelbert to do all the hard work for them. Robin's eyes narrow as he silently processes her manipulative and greedy suggestion. Excitedly holding up a document, Mia announces that the letter is finally ready. Robin orders his subordinates to deliver the summons to Sutrina immediately, intrigued by a rumor that Nazelbert's unfashionable wife has blossomed into a beautiful woman. He casually muses that he might as well make the best of this unexpected situation. Meanwhile, A calm breeze rustles through the serene treetops just as dusk approaches. Far away in the Sutrina territory, a sudden chill courses through Agnes and makes her shudder violently. A friendly dragon affectionately nudges the startled girl, prompting Agnes to reassure her companion that the sudden bad feeling has passed. Looking ahead with quiet determination, she reflects that there are only a few days left before they must depart for the capital. She silently prays that nothing terrible will happen during their dangerous journey. Elsewhere, an exhausted Paul pants heavily as he struggles to catch his breath in the tall grass. He desperately tries to keep up with the local frontier children as they energetically run around catching bugs. A boy kindly removes a stray leaf from Paul's head and apologizes if they pushed him too hard today. Flashing a warm smile, the boy hesitates before bringing up something that has been on his mind for a while. He completely catches Paul off guard by complimenting his pretty hair and comparing it directly to Miss Agnes's. A deeply flustered Paul yells at the boy to stop comparing him to his older sister. Quickly calming down, Paul bashfully thanks his new friend, who beams brightly in response. Watching from afar, a confused Agnes wonders what is going on while Paul loudly denies being embarrassed. A cheerful maid helps Agnes try on new clothes, leaving a shivering Paul standing awkwardly in his underwear in front of a mirror. Sometime later, Agnes and Nazelbert arrive at a bustling, lavishly decorated ballroom in the capital. Their polished shoes confidently step onto the ornate tile floor of the grand hall. Whispers immediately erupt as the nobles recognize the exiled criminal, prompting Agnes to nervously beg Nazelbert to ignore their cruel stares. Noting the hostile atmosphere, Nazelbert suspects Robin is planning something and explains that Prince Beltran won't be joining them for a while. He casually reassures Agnes that with Prince Leonardo also lending a hand, Beltran's inevitable arrival is bound to be completely outrageous. A sudden trumpet fanfare cuts through the chatter, drawing everyone's attention to the grand doorway. Princess Mia and Lord Robin confidently step into the spotlight, greeting the crowd with perfect, radiant smiles. Addressing the room, Mia cheerfully announces that the gathering is entirely in honor of her for safely giving birth. When asked about the newborn, Mia dismissively points toward a distant nanny and tells the guests to gaze at the baby on their own time. The shallow nobles eagerly swarm the princess, showering her with congratulations as she happily absorbs their endless praise. Watching from the sidelines, an exasperated Nazelbert realizes the ridiculous event isn't a birthday party for the child, but a selfish celebration of Mia herself. A young girl's eyes widen in genuine surprise as an unseen figure casually approaches, calling her a pretty lady and noting he hasn't seen her around before. Leaning in with a flirtatious smirk, the man playfully asks if she really thought he would miss the chance to talk to such an absolute cutie. The surrounding nobles whisper in sheer shock, instantly recognizing the flirtatious man as Lord Robin and wondering why he isn't standing beside Princess Mia. Completely ignoring the growing crowd, Robin casually asks the flustered girl for her name, prompting an exhausted sigh from the man standing next to her. Stepping forward to shield her, Nazelbert shoots the prince's consort a cold glare and firmly demands he stop flirting with his wife. Robin freezes in pure shock, suddenly recognizing the elegant woman as the scruffy potato girl from before and struggling to process that she is actually Nazelbert's wife. Narrowing his eyes with malicious pity, Robin brings up her forced marriage and exile to the frontier, falsely sympathizing with how hard her life must be. Leaning uncomfortably close, he flashes a sickeningly sweet smile and offers to listen to her vent about her heavy emotional baggage. The young woman stares back with utterly blank eyes, thoroughly confused about what is even happening right now. Meeting his gaze directly, she feels her thoughts suddenly turn to static as his magical influence aggressively attempts to take hold. Before the magic can fully settle, an angry voice shatters the tension, furiously demanding that Robin back off. The girl gasps in realization that he tried to use magic on her, prompting a calm Nazelbert to reveal they have already thoroughly analyzed Robin's magical output. Stepping forward with a deep scowl, Tori severely warns the manipulator that his exceedingly rare purification magic must be wielded with much more discretion. As the confrontation escalates, the surrounding nobles finally recognize the imposing figure defending the girl as the renowned Nazelbert. The murmurs immediately cease as an irritated Princess Mia arrives on the scene, her entrance marked by comments about her consort causing a vulgar spectacle. Robin desperately whispers to Mia that the woman is the scruffy noble from before, while the crowd confusedly wonders why Nazelbert would bring a mistress to court. The gossiping nobles stare in utter disbelief, shocked to realize the breathtakingly elegant woman is the exact same person they once viciously mocked. Furious at being ignored, Princess Mia angrily snaps at Nazelbert, demanding to know if he even bothered to read the letter she sent. Thrusting her finger forward, she issues an official royal decree, commanding him to step down from Citrina and immediately return to his administrative post in the capital. Meeting her furious gaze with absolute calm, Nazelbert coldly and instantly refuses her outrageous demand. Enraged by his sheer defiance, Mia lunges forward and violently screams that he has no right to refuse a direct royal command. Unfazed by her explosive outburst, Nazelbert firmly states that he is under no obligation to follow her reckless orders. The tense standoff is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Prince Leonardo, leaving Mia thoroughly shocked by his unexpected appearance. Staring down his bewildered sister, Prince Leonardo calmly but firmly reminds her that she holds no official power and should stay out of matters that do not concern her. Mia angrily accuses him of opposing the future queen, but Leonardo solemnly declares that he can no longer ignore the terrible things happening to their country. Staring at them with absolute conviction, the prince coldly declares that neither Mia nor Robin are remotely fit to inherit the throne. As the crowd gasps in pure shock, Leonardo announces that their mother, the queen, and her pet Robin are officially guilty of high crimes. He loudly exposes Robin's treacherous actions, noting how the entire kingdom had already been whispering about his countless affairs with betrothed noblewomen. The crowd erupts into horrified murmurs as the prince further accuses Robin of manipulating those very women into a sickening human trafficking scheme with foreign nobles. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Robin throws his hands up in a desperate, playful gesture and completely denies knowing anything about such heinous crimes. Ignoring his pathetic lies, Leonardo reveals that Robin even weaponized those women as assassins to eliminate the Lord of Citrina, a fact explicitly confirmed by the captured Eventail accomplices. Turning to the man beside him, Prince Leonardo invites Lord Nazelbert to present his direct testimony regarding the assassination attempt. With a solemn expression, Nazelbert recounts the peaceful day he hosted a grand celebration for the loyal citizens of Citrina. He explains that a cloaked noblewoman suddenly approached him during the festivities and violently attempted to take his life. Recalling the terrifying moment the blade struck, Nazelbert states he narrowly escaped death and immediately detained the assailant for a thorough interrogation. He informs the stunned court that the assassin, having already faced Citrina's justice, confessed to acting entirely under Lord Robin's strict orders. Glaring directly at the trembling culprit, Nazelbert coldly reveals the captured assassin's true identity as Liliane Lumiere. The surrounding nobles gasp upon recognizing the prestigious Knight family's name, while Robin stares back in cornered silence. Desperately clinging to his collapsing facade, Robin whines about being annoyed and insists they stop framing him with random lies about a woman he claims to have never met. Unable to tolerate the blatant lies any longer, an enraged Tori violently steps forward and screams at the bastard for causing so much widespread suffering. Gritting his teeth in intense fury, Robin declares he cannot forgive this while Tori desperately tries to calm him down. Mia steps back with a terrified gasp, completely startled by a loud clack echoing near her feet. The crowd murmurs in deep confusion, wondering why the grand hall has suddenly become so overwhelmingly noisy. Panicking, Mia urgently calls out for her mother to intervene. Staring in awe, Agnes realizes the imposing woman exuding such a terrifying presence is the Queen of Desnim. Clinging to the queen, Mia whines that Nazelbert talked back to her and arrogantly refused to obey her commands. The queen's eyes narrow menacingly as she demands to know exactly what the insolent lord dared to say. Staring coldly at Nazelbert, the queen arrogantly reminds him that she forgave his crimes and graciously offered him a new life in the capital. Refusing to back down, Nazelbert boldly declares he would rather enrich Citrina than serve in her dark, rotten palace. He firmly states he will never serve a selfish ruler who only thinks of her own gain and never of others. A loud crack echoes through the tense room as a vein bulges on the queen's furiously twitching face. Raising her whip in a blind rage, the queen screams at her knights to execute the insolent man right there and then. Pointing aggressively at Nazelbert, she commands her soldiers to immediately arrest the arrogant frontier lord. The queen cracks her whip with a booming command for silence, flanked by her heavily armored royal guards. One of Beltran's companions steps forward with a confused shout, preparing to intercept the advancing knights. The queen bristles at the sudden interruption, angrily demanding to know why the knights are hesitating on a royal order. Stepping smoothly out of the shadows, Prince Beltran calmly notes that execution is a bit too extreme for a simple party. The queen recoils in sheer, unadulterated terror, her eyes wide as she recognizes the impossible sight standing before her. The crowd erupts into shocked whispers, completely bewildered to see the supposedly bedridden second Prince Beltran standing tall and healthy. Recovering her arrogant demeanor, the queen angrily demands to know what the supposedly crippled prince is doing walking around. Smiling peacefully amidst the murmurs, Beltran publicly declares he knows the queen poisoned him. He explains that after miraculously recovering, he pretended to be comatose because he knew she would stop at nothing to finish the job. The queen sweats profusely, her face twisting in utter shock and disbelief at his survival. Beltran drops a massive bombshell, revealing she wanted him dead purely so her own daughter could inherit the throne. The ballroom descends into complete chaos as the horrified nobility realizes the queen actively tried to murder the second prince. Desperate and panicking, the queen screams at her motionless royal guards to hurry up and take Beltran down. The heavily armored guards stand completely still, utterly ignoring the frantic commands of their supposed ruler. Beltran reveals that while secretly posing as a merchant in the capital, he met several injured people by pure chance. He recalls a battered soldier rubbing his neck, smiling tiredly while explaining his commanding officers caused his suspicious injuries. Beltran explains that after he revealed his true identity to the confused men, he discovered they were the queen's very own soldiers. The prince grimly recounts that the queen treated her soldiers as disposable pawns, killing anyone who dared to resist her. Gesturing toward the royal guards, Beltran notes that they had all reached their absolute limit and could no longer follow her cruelty. Staring down the queen, Beltran coldly asks if she even bothered to notice how many guards were truly standing against her. He harshly condemns her for treating people like tools, pointing out that both the soldiers and commoners live in absolute terror of the royal family. Beltran's eyes narrow with fierce, unyielding determination as he declares she is no longer fit to rule. The queen looks around in breathless horror as her own royal guards turn their sharp spears directly toward her. Breaking the tense silence, the cornered queen suddenly bursts into a chilling, unhinged fit of laughter. Flashing a deeply sinister smile, she arrogantly asks if they truly think they have beaten her with this petty rebellion. She sneers at the armored guards, loudly declaring that a bunch of broken dogs turning against her doesn't bother her one bit. Grinding her teeth in a terrifying rage, the queen threatens to destroy them all while Beltran glares back with icy resolve. A woman in an elegant dress throws her hand forward, proudly introducing a massive, roaring horned beast as her pet. Nazelbert notes that the queen summoned the creature with magic, while his companions stare in absolute horror at the sudden appearance of the monster. The queen bursts into maniacal laughter, viciously declaring that this terrifying beast is the ultimate price of their rebellion. Leaping into action, Prince Beltran bravely draws his sword and charges directly toward the raging beast. Watching the chaos unfold, a companion desperately cries out Nazelbert's name in pure panic. The massive beast lunges forward with terrifying speed, its jaws snapping violently in a vicious slashing attack. Nazelbert effortlessly blocks the beast's massive claws, fiercely taunting the queen by asking if she really thought such a pitiful strike would work on him. Watching the terrifying clash unfold, a nearby guard sweats nervously and mutters that the situation is turning incredibly bad. A magical roar violently echoes through the hall as the bystanders desperately urge Lord Nazel to hold his ground and win. A massive, booming explosion suddenly rocks the room, leaving the onlookers completely stunned by the sheer power of the blast. A sharp, deadly slashing sound cuts through the air, causing a shocked onlooker to let out a terrified gasp. Standing tall and completely uninjured, a perfectly composed Nazelbert coldly declares that this ridiculous battle ends right now. The giant beast collapses to the ground in a pathetic heap as Nazelbert stands victorious, prompting his companions to cheer in absolute relief. Attempting to use the distraction to quietly escape, Robin flinches in terror as Nazelbert spots him and demands to know where he thinks he is going. Leaning in with a chilling, victorious smile, Nazelbert cheerfully informs the horrified Robin that he is up next. The royal guards swiftly surround the defeated queen, causing Robin to sweat profusely as he realizes his most powerful backer has officially been captured. Gripped by absolute dread, Robin realizes he has lost his last bit of protection and is completely screwed now that a monster like Nazelbert is after him. Attempting to quietly sneak away from the disaster, Robin freezes in sheer panic as a stern voice violently calls him out and stops him in his tracks. Sweating nervously, Robin forces a fake smile as the composed prince smoothly repeats that Robin is next in line to face judgment. The prince casually notes that things almost got lost in the chaos with the queen, but firmly reminds Robin that they still have serious unfinished business. Smiling coldly, the prince brings up the attempted assassination of the Lord of Sutrina, reminding Robin of his blatant claim of complete innocence. Raising his hand with a confident snap of his fingers, the prince challenges Robin to maintain his pathetic lies after seeing their ultimate, undeniable proof. A glowing, magical door suddenly materializes out of thin air, leaving the onlookers stunned as they recognize it as Prince Beltran's legendary storage magic. The prince smiles with absolute satisfaction as the heavy, ornate door slowly clicks open to reveal the hidden truth. A delicate, feminine hand gently reaches out from the blinding white light of the magical doorway. Robin's eyes bulge in sheer, unadulterated terror as a beautiful dark-haired woman gracefully steps out of the portal, instantly shattering his entire defense. The surrounding nobles gasp in absolute disbelief as they instantly recognize the elegant figure emerging from the magical gateway. Standing with a somber, resolute expression, Lady Lillian makes her dramatic, unexpected entrance into the royal court. Furious whispers erupt among the aristocrats as they finally connect her identity to the disgraced Lumiere noble who attempted to murder Lord Nazelbert. Trembling with furious shock, Robin points a shaking finger at Lillian and desperately screams, demanding to know how she is possibly still alive. The prince ruthlessly corners Robin, loudly pointing out that attempting to assassinate a ruling lord carries an absolute, undeniable death sentence. Glaring down at the pathetic manipulator, the prince clicks his tongue and notes that Robin's claim of never knowing her was just another disgusting lie. The prince sympathetically explains that Lillian bravely came forward to testify by herself, enduring immense emotional pain just to prove Robin's heinous crimes. Stepping forward with newfound courage, Lillian firmly announces to the stunned court that she will now recount absolutely everything that happened between them. As she begins her harrowing tale, the surrounding nobles and guards listen in tense, unbroken silence. Lillian bitterly confesses that after being brutally disowned, Robin preyed on her vulnerability and explicitly ordered her to assassinate Lord Nazelbert. Closing her eyes in deep remorse, she gracefully acknowledges her own shared responsibility, fully understanding that attempted murder can never truly be excused. Staring straight ahead with unwavering resolve, Lillian bravely declares that she came to the capital to finally face the severe consequences of what she has done. Completely losing his mind, Robin pulls his face into a grotesque, mocking sneer, cruelly claiming he was just a little nice to an ugly wench who acted entirely on her own. A heavy, terrifying footstep violently slams into the ground nearby, causing Robin to flinch in absolute terror as a furious voice roars his name. Glaring with deep contempt, the eye-patched man firmly declares he will not allow Robin to say another word. A group of furious nobles surrounds Robin, viciously bringing up his broken engagement scandals and asking how low he can sink. They angrily condemn him as a social climbing fraud, declaring there is no way they will ever accept someone like him as a royal. Prince Beltran calmly steps forward, advising the cornered man to give up because he has absolutely no one backing him now. Nazelbert and Agnes watch the tense confrontation unfold in silence. Feigning surrender, a cornered Robin sighs in defeat before mentally preparing a treacherous trick. A sudden, violent crash shatters the room as utter chaos erupts. Lunging forward, Tori frantically screams Lillian's name as she cries out in terror. He desperately checks to see if she is okay while confused murmurs ripple through the crowd. Searching through the panicked hall, someone urgently asks where Robin went. A sudden, terrified scream echoes through the room, making Nazelbert flinch in shock. Snatching Agnes from behind, a desperate Robin tightly grips a knife against her throat. Horrified by the sudden hostage situation, Nazelbert furiously curses and calls out her name. Wearing a deeply smug grin, Robin taunts Nazelbert and asks if he is too afraid to move. He bitterly blames Nazelbert for everything that has gone wrong, declaring his absolute hatred for his rival's smug face since the very beginning. Barking out a furious command, Robin demands that Nazelbert get on his knees and grovel before him. Struggling against the blade, a brave Agnes screams at Robin to shut up and tries to reassure Nazelbert that she is okay. Maintaining an icy composure, Nazelbert asks if Robin will let Agnes go in exchange for compliance, quietly adding that he wants to see his enemy's head hit the floor. Robin laughs triumphantly, gloating that he has finally won and that this humiliation serves Nazelbert right. Seizing the perfect opening, Agnes grabs Robin's arm and flawlessly flips him over her shoulder in a massive judo throw. She ruthlessly slams him into the hard stone floor with devastating force. Nazelbert, Beltran, Tori, and Lillian stare in absolute, breathless shock at the spectacular takedown. Blinking in confusion, Agnes lets out a soft breath as she processes her own lightning-fast reflexes. Robin lies completely unconscious on the ground, knocked out cold by the immense impact. A highly flustered Agnes apologizes for going overboard while an astounded Nazelbert immediately rushes forward to check if she is hurt. Smirking at the dramatic turn of events, Prince Beltran promptly orders his royal guards to seize the unconscious criminal. Standing on the grand balcony, Beltran sincerely thanks Nazelbert and Agnes for their crucial role in capturing the queen and her corrupt faction. He reveals that Mia's succession is officially off the table, noting that the treacherous royals will most likely be stripped of their titles entirely. Turning his attention to Lillian, Beltran expresses his deep appreciation for her cooperation and promises to discuss her situation in detail soon. Taking her hands, Agnes warmly asks Lillian why she came to the capital since Nazelbert's false charges were already resolved. Offering a gentle smile, Lillian expresses her profound gratitude to Lord Nazelbert and the rest of their allies. She melancholically admits that despite being forgiven, her lingering guilt feels like a small thorn stuck in her chest that she can never ignore. Lillian explains she came to take full responsibility for her actions, while a concerned Agnes worries they unintentionally made things harder for her. Agnes gently insists they should have been more thoughtful of her feelings, but Lillian firmly reassures her that coming forward was her own choice. Smiling softly, Lillian confesses that having Agnes simply sit and listen to her struggles was what truly saved her. She reveals that while she once wanted to disappear from the world, Agnes's kindness finally allowed her to look forward to the future again. Radiating pure sincerity, Lillian expresses how genuinely happy she is to have met such a wonderful friend. Bursting onto the scene, an energetic Tori interrupts to loudly demand that he be allowed to thank Agnes too. Looking softly at his companion, he humbly admits that he never could have saved Lillian all on his own. Standing boldly by her side, Tori confidently vows to do everything in his power to protect her from now on. Clasping her hands to her chest, Lillian softly thanks Lord Tori for thinking of someone like her all this time. Blushing slightly, Tori earnestly asks her to wait for him just a little longer so he can become a man worthy of her kindness. A relieved smile breaks across Lillian's face as she eagerly promises to wait as long as it takes. After a quiet whisper from his guard, Prince Beltran formally instructs Lady Lillian to come with him. Before they can leave, a sudden voice desperately cries out for them to wait. Rushing onto the scene, an out-of-breath Agnes urgently calls out Lillian's name. Gently taking Lillian's hands, Agnes expresses her deep wish that they could have talked more, and Lillian warmly agrees. Flashing a bright, heartfelt smile, Agnes cheerfully suggests that they meet again someday. Tears of joy prick Lillian's eyes as she firmly and happily agrees to the promise. The scene shifts to the harsh, barren landscape of the western wastelands in Citrina territory. The surveying team concludes their inspection, solemnly reporting to Nazelbert that the soil is completely unsuitable for farming. Nazelbert acknowledges that improving the land will be a long-term challenge but remains deeply grateful for the incredible progress Citrina has already made. Sitting on a log to rest, an eager young guard curiously asks how Nazelbert and Lady Agnes first met. The guards are completely dumbfounded when Nazelbert casually admits that they were too busy to ever actually have a wedding. Lowering his gaze, he fondly reflects that while their marriage began as a punishment, their time in Citrina allowed them to truly become husband and wife. Eyes sparkling with excitement, the enthusiastic young guard suddenly declares that they should hold a wedding right now. The surveying team immediately scrambles to a chalkboard, passionately drawing up blueprints and plans for the unexpected ceremony. The narrative notes that a peaceful amount of time has passed since the dramatic incident at the royal capital. Safely away from the political chaos, life in Citrina has returned to its usual, quiet rhythm. Crouching in the vibrant gardens, a delighted Agnes tells Kelly that the viola berries are finally starting to ripen. Kelly nostalgically remarks that it feels like ages ago when Agnes turned the very first berry into a tree that is now Citrina's symbol. Holding a massive bowl overflowing with fresh berries, Agnes confirms they have gathered more than enough to make jam. Bursting with energy, she enthusiastically declares that they should take the harvest straight to Misa. In the kitchen, Misa is highly impressed by the massive haul and suggests they could easily make enough jam to sell. Agnes's eyes light up with pure joy at the prospect of sharing their delicious viola berry jam with more people. Noticing the ingredients on the table, Agnes playfully catches Misa baking a cake, which Misa admits is a special treat just for her. Clasping her hands in sheer delight, Agnes excitedly proposes that they all have a grand tea party together. Maisa beams with a warm smile, cheerfully assuring Agnes that she can absolutely count on her to make it happen. Walking down the corridor, Agnes thoughtfully asks Kelly if she has any special requests for tonight's dinner. A familiar voice suddenly chimes in from behind, loudly announcing a massive craving for hot beef stew. Agnes and Kelly violently flinch in pure shock, completely bewildered by the sudden intrusion. Flashing a playful peace sign, Prince Beltran casually greets the stunned girls and invites them to simply call him Belle. Smiling smoothly, Belle explains that he decided to take a much-needed break now that the capital's nonsense has finally settled down. When asked about Lillian, Belle reassures them that she is bravely facing her sins head-on through manual labor like the other convicts. He adds that Robin has been permanently locked away in a female-guarded convent while the princess has been officially exiled. Changing the subject, Belle cheerfully hands Kelly a large, heavy case containing the items she requested. Kelly happily explains that the case holds premium tailoring fabric specifically meant for crafting new clothes for herself and Agnes. Belle winks, noting that he happily acts as their deliverman since some high-quality materials are only available in the capital. Agnes smiles affectionately, praising Kelly's handmade clothes for being incredibly light and perfect for moving around. Kelly playfully teases that she prepared a very special dress this time, leaving Agnes to wonder if there is an exciting event coming up. A worker cheerfully confirms his instructions and hurries back to his duties. Dusting herself off, Agnes decides to go check on the progress of the other fields. Her attention is suddenly caught by a lively commotion coming from a group of men nearby. The men crouch over a large wooden box, muttering intently amongst themselves. Agnes softly announces her presence, completely startling the focused workers. Sweating profusely, the flustered men hastily apologize for their dramatic reaction. Smiling warmly, Agnes explains she was just curious about their project, prompting the nervous men to ask if she needs something. Pushing up his glasses, one of the men awkwardly explains they are building a chair to sit on, leaving Agnes mildly confused. Clenching her fists with pure enthusiasm, Agnes offers to help with the heavy lifting, prompting the men to violently refuse her assistance. Ignoring their protests, she cheerfully crouches down and grabs a heavy wooden board, insisting she carry half the load. The panicked workers completely freak out and desperately beg her to stop. Utterly disturbed by the idea of a noblewoman doing manual labor, they awkwardly beg her to just go somewhere else. Stepping back with an apologetic smile, Agnes realizes she was being pushy, while the frantic men quickly scold their coworker for being so blunt. Waving goodbye, she brightly asks them to show her the chair once it is completely finished. The moment she leaves, the blunt worker receives a vicious punch to the head from his furious colleague. Sometime later, a quiet Agnes leans against a balcony railing and stares thoughtfully into the distance. Nazelbert approaches with a gentle smile and softly calls out her name. He explains he has been looking for her all day, while a melancholic Agnes wonders aloud if she is simply too nosy. Confiding in her husband, she admits she just wants to help the people of Sutrina however she can, even if it is only for her own peace of mind. Leaning comfortably against the railing beside her, Nazelbert asks if she remembers their first days arriving in Sutrina. He vividly recalls how the suspicious villagers slowly grew to accept them as they fought monsters and planted fields together. Staring deeply into her eyes, he warmly declares that Sutrina would never have become a true home without her tireless efforts. He gently reassures her that her supposed nosiness is actually a beautiful inability to ignore people in need. Smiling with pure affection, Nazelbert confidently promises that absolutely everyone in the territory loves her. Blushing heavily under his intense gaze, a flustered Agnes shyly compliments his beautiful hands. Happily squeezing his fingers, she suddenly remembers that Maisa is baking an incredibly amazing cake. She eagerly invites him to join the upcoming tea party, to which he readily and happily agrees. Later, Agnes joyfully rides her massive dragon across the clear, open sky. Leaning forward, she asks the dragon if she is hungry and suggests they finally head back to the stables. Utterly ignoring her request, the rebellious dragon suddenly banks into a sharp, unexpected turn. Agnes frantically yells as her mount completely bypasses the stables and dives toward the grand manor instead. Touching down safely, she is warmly greeted by a perfectly composed Kelly. Still confused about her mount's weird detour, Agnes climbs down and questions the maid. Flashing a secretive smile, Kelly cheerfully announces that everything is completely ready, leaving Agnes bewildered. Stepping inside the grand manor, Agnes hears excited voices discussing a brand new dress. A grand reveal leaves everyone gasping in absolute awe at the stunningly beautiful garment. Stepping closer to inspect the elegant fabric, Agnes's eyes widen as she suddenly realizes what is happening. Decked out in a breathtaking, pure white wedding dress, a highly flustered Agnes desperately asks Kelly to hold on. The maids ignore her panic, eagerly adjusting the delicate lace while Agnes stammers over how intense the fitting feels. Glowing with radiant beauty, the stunned bride-to-be falls silent as the maid softly declares the wedding gown suits her perfectly. Walking outside through the beautiful grounds, Agnes nervously asks Kelly where exactly they are going. They soon arrive before a massive, intricately designed set of wooden double doors. Staring up in absolute bewilderment, Agnes wonders aloud if this massive door was always there. Placing a gentle hand on the door, a smiling Kelly warmly invites Lady Agnes to step inside. Agnes looks dazzled as Kelly reveals that everyone has been eagerly waiting for her arrival. Stepping through the doors, Agnes lets out a sharp gasp of pure shock at the sight before her. Overwhelmed by the unexpected scene, the flustered girl frantically wonders if she is trapped in a dream. Dressed in a breathtaking wedding gown, Agnes stares downward and softly calls out her brother's name. Looking incredibly sharp in a little tuxedo, young Paul holds out a beautiful bouquet and gently tells his sister it is time to go. Still struggling to process the moment, a blushing Agnes softly agrees and gently takes his hand. The surrounding villagers erupt into joyous cheers, loudly praising Lady Agnes for her stunning beauty. Walking down the aisle, a nervous Agnes looks up and spots Lord Naselbert waiting for her. Dressed in a pristine white tuxedo, Naselbert smiles with profound affection and tells Agnes she looks absolutely stunning. Blushing furiously, the overwhelmed bride stammers as she desperately tries to comprehend what is actually happening. Looking around at the beautifully decorated venue, she finally realizes the entire setup looks exactly like a wedding. Naselbert gently explains that everyone in Sutrina secretly worked together because they desperately wanted to do this for them. The pieces finally click in Agnes's mind as she realizes the chairs and even her gorgeous dress were all part of the grand surprise. A flustered guard is suddenly shoved forward by his companion, stumbling clumsily toward the bride. Bowing deeply in pure panic, the guard desperately apologizes to Lady Agnes for speaking so harshly to her the other day. He nervously admits that he panicked back then and simply couldn't find the right words to say. Agnes stares at him with wide, surprised eyes, softly calling out Connie's name in sheer disbelief. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, Connie confesses that they all worked incredibly hard to pull this wedding together. Naselbert smiles warmly, assuring a stunned Agnes that seeing her so surprised makes all their hard work completely worth it. The crowd erupts into thunderous, celebratory cheers, praising the perfect couple and shouting "Long live Lady Agnes." Leaning in closely, Naselbert flashes a victorious smile and reminds her that he already promised everyone truly loves her. Agnes looks down in quiet awe, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, undeniable magnitude of everyone's kindness. Covering her face as happy tears well up, she apologizes for being so utterly blind to their secret preparations. Wiping her eyes with a radiant, joyful smile, she passionately declares that she loves every single one of them too. Her heart swelling with determination, she vows to keep working alongside Lord Nasel to make Sutrina better than ever before. Bowing deeply beside her handsome husband, Agnes earnestly asks her beloved people to continue taking care of them. The entire venue fills with thunderous, heartfelt applause as everyone passionately celebrates the happy couple. The joyous clapping continues to echo through the bright air as flower petals fall gracefully around the newlyweds. Agnes beams with absolute, unadulterated happiness, her radiant smile shining brighter than ever before. The tender moment is interrupted when Naselbert bashfully admits he has one more thing he wanted to give her. Agnes gasps in sheer, wide-eyed shock as her husband gently slips a beautiful, sparkling ring onto her finger. Naselbert gently explains that the wedding was thrown together too quickly to get much else, but he firmly believed she deserved a ring. A flustered Agnes argues that she wanted to help prepare too, playfully demanding to know why he kept it all a secret. Watching the adorable banter, the staff smiles warmly as Agnes firmly declares they will make his ring together next time. Suddenly, a curious little boy pops up from the crowd and innocently asks if the newlyweds are going to kiss. Both Agnes and Naselbert freeze in utter, wide-eyed panic at the shockingly blunt question. Maids glance at Agnes and Naselbert, teasingly pointing out that weddings usually have kisses, which heavily flusters the couple. Blushing deeply, Nazelbert awkwardly asks if he should oblige since this is their real wedding, leaving Agnes stammering. Agnes gazes up at him with wide, teary eyes filled with overwhelming emotion. Nazelbert leans in and gently kisses his beautiful bride. They slowly pull away from the tender kiss and share a deeply affectionate, loving smile. The crowd erupts into thunderous, joyous cheers to celebrate the newlywed couple. Agnes reflects on how Lord Nazelbert was once falsely accused and branded a criminal at Princess Mia's engagement party. She recalls that his supposed punishment was being forced to marry her back when she was known only as the scruffy noble lady. Together, they were exiled to the remote, unforgiving region of Sutrina. The traumatized citizens deeply resented the very idea of a lord because the former ruler had been a terrible tyrant. Naturally, that deep-seated resentment included Lord Nazelbert as well. Even as Agnes and Nazelbert worked tirelessly to reform Sutrina, the traumatized people did not easily accept them. Refusing to give up, the couple slowly earned the community's trust and were finally accepted as a true part of Sutrina. Agnes was deeply touched and shocked when the grateful villagers prepared a real wedding ceremony for them, making their bond even stronger. 2 peaceful years pass since that beautiful day. Nazelbert and Agnes gaze lovingly at their peacefully sleeping baby, calling her an absolute angel. Agnes gently calls out for their older son, Solis, to come over. Holding her young son, she warmly introduces him to his brand new little sister, Luna. She softly reminds Solis to be gentle with his baby sister, to which the proud big brother eagerly agrees. Agnes happily reflects on her growing family with Lord Nazelbert. She gently strokes Luna's red hair, happily noting that both children share her own pink eyes and look just like them. Watching his wife dote on the children, Nazelbert chuckles warmly and calls her a cute, doting parent. Nazelbert points out how much greener the territory has become, declaring they must make Sutrina an even better place for their children's sake. He excitedly suggests building a safe park where everyone can play, a joyful idea that Agnes finds absolutely wonderful. Raising a finger playfully, Agnes notes that people might assume having 2 kids makes her life much harder. However, she cheerfully explains that raising kids in Sutrina has actually become a fun learning experience thanks to the guidance of so many experienced local mothers. She vividly recalls Henry's wife, Miss Holly, rushing over at lightning speed to help the moment Solis was born. Agnes happily credits Holly for teaching her so much about motherhood ever since that chaotic day. Nazelbert smiles warmly, absolutely agreeing that the villagers have been an incredibly reliable support system for their family. Agnes admits she never could have imagined becoming a mother back when everyone relentlessly mocked her as the scruffy noble lady. Looking down with a soft, melancholic smile, she confesses that her current life sometimes feels like a dream and still makes her slightly anxious. Flashing a bright, reassuring smile, she declares that having Lord Nazelbert and everyone else by her side makes her feel like everything will be okay. Nazelbert is deeply moved by her heartfelt words, prompting Agnes to hesitantly ask him a question. She darkly recalls living at her family home where her oppressive parents forced suffocating expectations onto her. The painful memories of crying helplessly under their strict control still linger in her mind. Although the past was incredibly painful, Agnes genuinely expresses her gratitude because those hardships ultimately led her to meet Nazelbert. Looking toward the future, she firmly states her desire to communicate openly and often with their children. Agnes vows to be the kind of mother who deeply respects her children's thoughts and feelings, completely unlike her own oppressive parents. Gazing at her with immense love and pride, Nazelbert praises her wonderful resolve and confidently assures her that she can do it because it is just like her. Touched by his unwavering support, Agnes closes her eyes and giggles happily. A young boy proudly thrusts a piece of paper forward, excitedly calling out for his mother. With a cheerful sound effect, the energetic boy triumphantly presents his mysterious creation. Staring wide-eyed at the paper, Agnes and Nazelbert gasp in absolute bewilderment. Nazelbert stammers in disbelief while Agnes turns to her son, gently asking if little Solis actually drew this. Solis beams with pride as he confirms he drew the adorable, messy sketch of their happy family. Completely overwhelmed by emotion, Nazelbert covers his face and bursts into tears, sobbing about how incredibly good the drawing is. Kneeling down, a tearful Nazelbert sincerely thanks Solis and praises his amazing work, leaving the young boy slightly confused. Embracing his beloved son, Nazelbert passionately vows to treasure the precious artwork forever. Agnes happily suggests buying a frame for the masterpiece, and a recovered Naselbert warmly agrees it is a wonderful idea. Leaning over a beautiful garden bed, Agnes lets out a joyful gasp at the vibrant blooming roses. She excitedly calls for Naselbert, absolutely thrilled that their hard work improving Citrina's land has finally allowed flowers to bloom so beautifully. Smiling warmly, Naselbert notes that since they have successfully grown staple crops, it is finally time to enjoy a bit of decorative gardening too. Clinging to Naselbert's back, little Luna happily babbles about the flowers while Agnes cheerfully agrees that she wants to fill the entire garden with them. Agnes chuckles fondly, proudly noting that little Luna is already getting incredibly good at speaking since turning 2. Smiling brightly beneath her sun hat, Agnes suggests they take a well-deserved break now that they have finished their latest round of work. Suddenly, the rapid patter of tiny footsteps interrupts the peace as a young voice eagerly calls out for its mother. A small, energetic boy rushes forward, excitedly begging to play together. Agnes and Naselbert turn around in pleasant surprise, wondering who just arrived. Agnes warmly greets the dark-haired boy as Quattro, gently asking if he came all the way out here by himself. Staring up with wide, innocent eyes, Quattro shyly asks if his mama is with them. The bushes suddenly rustle as a frantic woman sprints toward the children, desperately shouting for Solis and Quattro. Panting heavily, a distressed dark-haired woman bursts onto the scene, begging the boys to wait for her. Agnes instantly recognizes the exhausted arrival, cheerfully calling out Liliane's name in greeting. Liliane bows her head in deep apology for her son's sudden intrusion, but realizes little Solis was actually the one who dragged Quattro over. She gently scolds Solis for taking Quattro without asking, though the blonde boy simply pouts and insists he just wanted to play with his friend. Agnes reassures the flustered mother that they were not busy at all, noting they were just about to take a break anyway. Clapping her hands together, Agnes cheerfully invites Liliane to join them for a relaxing afternoon tea. Soon, everyone gathers around a beautifully set outdoor table as the diligent maids serve warm tea. The mothers happily chat about how fast their children are growing, with Agnes noting they have a magical appraisal coming up very soon. Leaning forward with genuine curiosity, Agnes gently asks how Liliane is adjusting to both motherhood and her new life in Citrina. Gently stroking Quattro's head, Liliane admits that while every day is still a tough learning curve, she is doing her absolute best. Looking up with a soft, peaceful smile, she honestly confesses that compared to her dark past, she is truly happy now. Staring into her teacup, Liliane nostalgically recalls the life-changing moment from 4 years ago that made all of this possible. She remembers finishing her sentence in the capital and finding Tori faithfully waiting for her, proving he still loved her even after she lost her noble title. Tears pricking her eyes, Liliane expresses immense gratitude to Naselbert for forgiving her past assassination attempt and to Agnes for saving her from absolute despair. She looks around at the smiling faces, overwhelmed by the incredible kindness of Citrina's people who welcomed a former criminal with open arms. Taking a deep breath, Liliane attempts to voice her final, most heartfelt thought. Agnes interrupts with a gentle smile, firmly declaring that Liliane earned this happiness because she worked so incredibly hard to atone. Blushing slightly, Liliane chuckles and fondly remarks that Agnes has not changed a single bit since they first met. The two mothers happily promise to talk more often, and Liliane laughingly notes that her wonderful husband Tori is busy handling the household chores today. Hearing a distressed wail, a panicked Agnes quickly rushes over to ask Quattro what is wrong. Tears stream down little Quattro's face as he cries over his completely empty cookie plate. Agnes sternly scolds Solis, demanding to know why he would steal and eat his friend's treat. Bursting into loud tears, Solis desperately wails that he simply wanted to eat more. Overwhelmed by the escalating situation, Agnes panics as both children sob uncontrollably. Lord Naselbert arrives on the chaotic scene while Agnes guiltily wonders if she should have baked a bigger batch. She reflects on her parenting, worrying that she must plan better and find a way to properly discipline them. Stepping in smoothly, Naselbert gently reminds Agnes of her vow to raise the children with respect. He firmly notes that respecting children and spoiling them are two entirely different things. Looking up with wide eyes, Agnes realizes he is completely right. Crouching down to his son's eye level, Naselbert sternly reminds Solis that stealing someone else's fair share is what bad people do. After Solis tearfully insists he is not a bad kid, Naselbert instructs him to give the remaining cookie back to Quattro. Solis obediently agrees, prompting his father to gently encourage him to apologize properly. Offering the cookie with a trembling hand, Solis sincerely apologizes to Quattro for his selfish actions. Grasping the sweet treat, Quattro generously forgives his friend without a second thought. A deeply relieved Agnes praises Lord Nazelbert as entirely too perfect, while he humbly apologizes for his son causing trouble. As Agnes continues to marvel at what a reliable father he has become, a blushing Nazelbert sheepishly admits he is simply repeating Henry's parenting advice. The peaceful moment is suddenly interrupted by a tiny voice happily calling out for her papa. Little Luna sits at the table, adorably munching away on a delicious, oversized chocolate chip cookie. Pressing down too hard, her tiny finger accidentally cracks the large baked treat. Staring in pure bewilderment, the little girl watches her precious snack completely crumble into pieces on her plate.
Arriving in Desnam country, the narrative introduces the 26th chapter, marking the unfashionable lady's courageous march deep into hostile enemy territory. Aristocratic elites mingle and chatter amiably within the confines of a grand, lavishly decorated banquet hall. Stepping forward with quiet determination, a beautifully transformed young woman is accompanied by her tall, stoic companion. A polished black boot steps firmly onto the intricate, star-patterned mosaic floor of the elegant venue. A wave of hushed, breathless murmurs ripples through the crowded room as the elegant couple makes their striking entrance arm in arm. Startled onlookers immediately recognize Nazelbert, whispering confusedly amongst themselves about his supposed status as an exiled criminal sent to Sutrina. The aristocratic crowd continues to gossip relentlessly, recalling how Lord Nazel was previously treated like a disgraced criminal by the royal family. Gently reassuring her husband not to let the venomous whispers bother him, the lady is deeply relieved when Lord Nazelbert steadfastly declares he is completely fine. The murmuring guests quickly shift their focus, wondering why His Highness Beltran has yet to make an appearance despite holding a recent meeting at the venue. Speculation mounts rapidly among the curious nobles that the absent prince is currently orchestrating some clandestine master plan from the shadows. Chuckling at the highly predictable nature of His Highness Beltran, the guests agree it is entirely possible he is up to his usual scheming. The anxious crowd finds deep reassurance in the knowledge that His Highness Leonardo is actively lending a hand to whatever complex plot Beltran is weaving. Suddenly, the triumphant blare of ceremonial trumpets cuts sharply through the idle chatter to announce a grand royal arrival. The triumphant fanfare echoes across the vast hall as Nazelbert and his wife turn their focused attention toward the source of the sudden pageantry. An unseen herald dramatically announces the highly anticipated arrival of Princess Mia and her favored companion, Master Robin. Basking in the dazzling spotlight, Princess Mia grandiosely welcomes her guests and explicitly declares the party a celebration of herself giving birth. Casually dismissing the newborn infant, she directs anyone who is remotely curious to simply go look at the baby currently being held by a distant wet nurse. Observing the royals' shockingly callous dismissal, the couple quietly notes that Mia and Robin clearly care absolutely nothing for their own child. Sycophantic nobles quickly swarm the extravagant Princess Mia, showering her with enthusiastic and fawning congratulations on the birth. Reveling entirely in the endless adoration, Mia beams radiantly and arrogantly commands her loyal followers to praise her to their heart's absolute content. Watching the ridiculous spectacle with a deadpan expression, the lady silently realizes the event is entirely about celebrating Mia's massive ego rather than the newborn child. Catching sight of the unfamiliar, striking woman, a bewildered Mia rudely states she does not remember ever seeing her before. Slipping smoothly into the lady's personal space, Master Robin flashes a charming smile and flirtatiously wonders aloud how he ever missed such a pretty girl. Utterly unaware of Robin's wandering eye, Princess Mia continues to laugh haughtily in the background alongside her devoted sycophants. Leaning in uncomfortably close with a predatory grin, Robin smoothly asks the visibly hesitant lady to reveal her name. Robin lets out a startled, undignified scream as a deeply unamused Nazelbert suddenly materializes directly behind his wife with a violently menacing aura. Glaring with thinly veiled hostility, Nazelbert sternly and coldly orders the stunned Robin to stay far away from his beloved wife. Stuttering in absolute disbelief, Robin covers his mouth as the shocking realization that this gorgeously refined woman is Nazelbert's wife finally hits his brain. Peering much closer, a flabbergasted Robin suddenly recognizes her specific facial features, identifying her as the famously unfashionable girl from their shared past. A single, sharp eye narrows in intense, highly calculating scrutiny as the twisted pieces of the puzzle begin to align in his mind. Regaining his arrogant composure, Robin condescendingly remarks on how terribly hard it must have been for her to marry Nazelbert and be exiled to the miserable frontier. Flashing a suspiciously captivating and sinister smile, Robin leans in closely and manipulatively offers to listen to all of her supposed troubles. The lady's pupils dilate in sudden, overwhelming confusion as an unnatural, mesmerizing sensation begins to violently wash over her previously clear consciousness. Gazing deeply into Master Robin's swirling eyes, she feels a strange, intoxicating lightheadedness actively clouding her mind and seizing control of her senses. The dangerous hypnotic trance is violently and instantly broken by a sudden, highly protective physical intervention from her vigilant husband. Deeply frustrated by the sudden interruption of his spell, Robin aggressively snaps at Nazelbert for constantly getting in his way. Standing firm as an absolutely immovable shield, Nazelbert coldly reveals to his enemy that he has thoroughly researched the true nature of Robin's magic. Snapping fully back to reality, the lady gasps in utter horror and shock as she finally realizes Robin was actively using mind-altering magic on her. Glaring fiercely, Nazelbert severely reprimands Robin, warning the treacherous man to be much more considerate when wielding something as sacred and precious as purification magic. The highly tense confrontation draws the unwanted attention of Princess Mia, who looks over and snidely recognizes Nazelbert from across the room. Addressing the incredibly arrogant princess directly, Nazelbert coolly informs Mia that her overly free-spirited companion is causing significant trouble for the other guests. Sneering condescendingly at her former victim, Mia asks what happened to Nazelbert's notoriously unfashionable wife and cruelly assumes he brought a beautiful mistress instead. Staring at the royal in quiet disbelief, Robin hastily interrupts the sneering princess to inform her that this incredibly stunning woman is, in fact, the unfashionable lady. Princess Mia recoils with a comical, undignified shriek of absolute disbelief, utterly unable to process the shocking revelation before her eyes. Stammering wildly, Mia points an accusatory finger and loudly proclaims it must be a blatant lie because the woman looks like an entirely different, gorgeous person. A dark, incredibly ugly scowl twists Mia's features as bitter frustration violently replaces her earlier triumphant arrogance. Clenching her fists in a deeply jealous rage, Mia aggressively realizes that Nazelbert's frontier exile was clearly not the miserable punishment she originally intended it to be. Demanding absolute and immediate compliance, an infuriated Mia barks at Nazelbert, aggressively reminding him of the royal letter she explicitly sent. Pointing a furious, trembling finger, Princess Mia issues a strict royal order, demanding that Nazelbert resign as Lord of Sutrina immediately to take charge of governing the capital. Staring down the screaming princess with icy, entirely unwavering resolve, Nazelbert flatly and unapologetically declines her ridiculous royal command. Completely taken aback by Nazelbert's flat refusal, Princess Mia gasps in utter disbelief. Pointing furiously at him, Mia aggressively declares that he has absolutely no right to decline because it is a direct order from the queen herself. Suddenly, a calm and authoritative voice cuts through the tension, firmly stating that there is absolutely no need to comply with such a ridiculous request. The crowd erupts into shocked murmurs as they instantly recognize the unexpected arrival of His Highness Leonardo. Glaring at the newly arrived prince, an annoyed Mia sarcastically asks if he is a bit too late to the gathering. Stepping forward alongside Nazelbert, Leonardo coldly agrees with his sister before ruthlessly reminding her that she has no real power and should have just stayed quiet. The prince's sharp, calculating eyes narrow with intense determination as he prepares to expose the bitter truth. Leonardo sternly addresses the crowd, declaring that given the current state of the country, they can no longer allow Robin to run wild unchecked. Utterly furious at the public disrespect, Mia snaps back and demands to know if Leonardo is actively defying the next queen. Meeting her furious gaze without an ounce of hesitation, Leonardo bluntly and devastatingly informs Mia that she is completely unfit to take the throne. As Mia and Robin reel in shock, Leonardo boldly proclaims to the entire hall that both the queen and Robin are guilty of severe crimes. Gesturing broadly to the murmuring audience, Leonardo reminds everyone of the massive stir Robin deliberately caused in the past. The prince continues his damning speech, clearly outlining how Robin has consistently exploited his position to toy with various noblewomen. The shocked nobles erupt into loud murmurs as they recall how Robin skillfully manipulated innocent ladies and actually tried to sell them off to other aristocrats. Feigning complete innocence with a sickeningly sweet smile, Robin casually shrugs his shoulders and claims he has absolutely no idea what Leonardo is talking about. Unfazed by the blatant lie, Leonardo immediately shuts him down by revealing that this dark truth was uncovered during a direct interview with the Eventail family. Hearing the name of her disgraced family, Nazelbert's wife gasps softly as painful memories of her father and mother suddenly flood her mind. Elevating the severity of the charges, Leonardo reveals that Robin also maliciously manipulated a young lady into a sinister plot to assassinate the Lord of Sutrina. Stepping aside to yield the floor, Leonardo announces that Lord Sutrina himself will directly provide the damning testimony against the accused. Taking command of the room with a severe expression, Nazelbert recounts the specific day he was peacefully enjoying a feast with the local people of Sutrina. He explains to the captivated audience that during the festivities, a mysterious young lady in a hooded cloak suddenly approached him. Without any warning, the manipulated girl lunged forward and desperately tried to stab him with a concealed knife. Relying on his sharpened battlefield reflexes, Nazelbert swiftly dodged the lethal strike and avoided the danger just in the nick of time. After easily subduing the amateur assassin, his loyal guards immediately caught and thoroughly interrogated the young woman. A heavy, tense atmosphere falls over the entire banquet hall as Nazelbert firmly states that the captured girl explicitly confessed Mr. Robin sent her. Maintaining his stoic composure, the Frontier Lord confirms that the misguided assassin was subsequently dealt with and punished in Sutrina. Dropping the final, devastating piece of evidence, Nazelbert reveals that the name of the brainwashed young assassin was Liliane Lumiere. The aristocratic guests break into horrified whispers, instantly recognizing the Lumiere name and realizing she hailed from a prestigious knight family. Staring directly into his enemy's soul, Nazelbert coldly asks Mr. Robin if he is familiar with that specific girl's tragic name. Refusing to drop his sickeningly playful facade, Robin tilts his head back and sing-songs that he has absolutely no idea who they are talking about. Waving his hand dismissively, Robin whines that this entire interrogation is getting really annoying and demands they stop making up lies to humiliate him. Unable to contain his boiling rage any longer, an infuriated noble violently lashes out, screaming and cursing Robin for making so many innocent people suffer. Complete chaos erupts as Tori lunges forward in a blind fury, vowing to never forgive the treacherous man while others desperately try to hold him back and calm him down. The chaotic screaming is violently interrupted by the deafening, authoritative slam of heavy doors flying open. The explosive sound echoes through the grand hall, instantly silencing the bickering nobles and forcing every eye toward the grand entrance. Princess Mia's previously twisted face instantly brightens into a massive, triumphant beam of pure relief as she recognizes the formidable newcomer. Standing imposingly at the top of the sweeping staircase, the regal queen of Desnim furiously demands an immediate explanation for all the unseemly commotion. Acting like a spoiled child who finally found her ultimate protector, Mia excitedly calls out to her intimidating mother. Gripping her ornate fan tightly, the enraged monarch glares down at the silent crowd, expecting her absolute authority to bring instant order to the chaotic room. The queen's terrifying, icy glare sweeps across the frozen nobles as Mia continues to enthusiastically beg for her mother's immediate intervention. Trembling slightly at the sheer oppressive weight of the monarch's aura, Nazelbert's wife realizes she is finally face-to-face with the terrifying queen of Desnim. Clinging to her mother's side, Mia whines loudly that Nazelbert is spouting absolute nonsense and actively refusing to follow her royal orders. Her piercing, reptilian eyes locking dead onto the Lord of Sutrina, the furious queen dangerously asks what he just dared to say. Assuming absolute control over the situation, the queen condescendingly tells Nazelbert that she is generously willing to forgive his supposed crimes and let him live in the capital again. Standing tall and completely unbowed, Nazelbert proudly declares that making Sutrina prosperous is far more important to him than serving in their rotten, unsightly palace. A visible vein throbs angrily on the queen's forehead as she realizes this mere frontier lord has the absolute audacity to publicly defy her. Completely devoid of fear, Nazelbert coldly states he cannot follow leaders who lack consideration for others and selfishly only look out for their own vile interests. The devastating public insult finally shatters the monarch's fragile composure, causing her heavily made-up eye to twitch in pure, unadulterated rage. Snapping her fan shut with a sharp crack, the screaming queen loses her mind entirely and furiously orders his immediate execution for being an insolent citizen. Pointing a trembling, rage-filled finger at the defiant couple, the tyrannical monarch viciously commands her heavily armored royal guard to strike them down. The enraged queen, eyes burning with tyrannical fury, vehemently orders her heavily armored guards to immediately capture the impertinent frontier lord who dared to forget his lowly place in her grand hall. Gripping her braided whip with white-knuckled anticipation, the furious monarch waits for her violent command to be executed, but the armored knights stand completely frozen in an unbroken, defiant silence. Utterly perplexed by this sudden and unprecedented standstill, the frontier lord and his companions exchange bewildered glances as they realize the royal guards are actively refusing to make a single move against them. Losing her temper completely as her absolute authority crumbles, the desperate queen screams at the immovable soldiers, furiously reminding them that she is giving a direct, indisputable royal order. Stepping calmly forward into the unbearably tense atmosphere, a mysterious new arrival adjusts his pristine glove and sighs heavily, muttering a disappointed complaint about the chaotic scene unfolding before him. The confident newcomer smoothly interjects to halt the escalating violence, eloquently suggesting that a bloody execution is far too extreme of a measure and would merely ruin the festive atmosphere of the grand party. Staring wide-eyed at the unexpected, striking savior who just openly challenged the sovereign, the young woman next to the frontier lord lets out a soft gasp of sheer, unadulterated astonishment. Frantic whispers ripple rapidly through the bewildered crowd of nobles as onlookers confess they have never seen this striking individual before, frantically wondering about his true identity and origins. The color drains entirely from the queen's haughty face as she stares at the young man in trembling, catastrophic disbelief, stammering out that his presence in her throne room is absolutely impossible. Utterly aghast and pushed past the brink of her regal composure, the panicked monarch finally shrieks out the man's name in front of the entire court, explicitly identifying him as Beltran. A massive, echoing clamor erupts among the stunned noble guests as they realize this perfectly healthy man standing before them is supposedly the first Prince Beltran, who was widely and falsely rumored to be permanently bedridden. Frantically demanding immediate answers while her grand conspiracy shatters, the terrified queen asks why he is walking around here when she firmly believed he would never be able to rise from his deathbed again. Meeting her frantic, guilty gaze with a wall of icy, unshakable composure, Prince Beltran sarcastically questions if it is truly so strange for the legitimate heir to the throne to be walking around freely in his own palace. Cutting straight to the dark, treasonous truth amidst the chaotic chatter of the horrified nobility, the prince drops a devastating bombshell by openly declaring that he knows the queen deliberately poisoned him. Beltran masterfully explains that after miraculously recovering from the assassination attempt, he feigned his lingering illness to protect himself, knowing perfectly well that she would have stopped at absolutely nothing to eliminate him. Completely blindsided by his cunning years-long deception, the exposed and humiliated queen recoils in sheer, stuttering horror as her meticulously crafted web of lies violently unravels. The prince mercilessly exposes her treasonous, power-hungry ambition to the entire court, revealing that she was entirely willing to murder him in cold blood just to ensure her own daughter would wrongfully inherit the throne. Cornered by the undeniable, damning truth and stripped of her royal prestige, the disgraced monarch grits her teeth in a furious, impotent silence. Listening intimately to the harrowing tale of royal assassination and deep-seated familial betrayal, the young woman covers her mouth in profound, trembling shock as the full gravity of the situation settles in. Horrified chatter utterly consumes the lavish banquet hall as the stunned nobility frantically digest the scandalous, unprecedented revelation that their own queen attempted to systematically murder the first prince. Dropping her regal facade entirely to reveal the monster beneath, the venomous queen glares daggers at Beltran and spits out her bitter, hateful frustration that he simply refuses to die like she planned. Pivoting desperately back to her immobilized soldiers in a final bid for control, the terrified tyrant screams at them to move and violently orders them to get rid of the prince immediately. Unfazed by her screeching, pathetic commands echoing through the silent hall, Beltran coldly informs the fallen ruler that her desperate pleas for martial assistance are of absolutely no use. Delivering the final crushing blow to her shattered authority, the commanding prince boldly declares that not a single active soldier within the entire palace walls will ever listen to her bloody orders again. Staring her down with piercing, victorious confidence, Beltran openly challenges her foolish, arrogant assumption that he would ever dare to return to the hostile capital without making meticulous, foolproof preparations. He methodically elaborates on his secret, grassroots investigation while disguised as a humble merchant, during which he fatefully crossed paths with a group of unusually kind, hard-working individuals. A dark, mournful shadow falls over his recount as the prince solemnly notes that almost every single one of these seemingly kind people bore severe, unnatural, and highly suspicious injuries. Driven by deep, protective suspicion, his compassionate inquiries quickly revealed a sickening truth as these battered, traumatized men admitted they had been mercilessly attacked and abused by their own commanding superiors. Digging even further into the rotting corruption of the capital, Beltran quickly discovered that these abused and broken men were actually the personal, sworn soldiers of the Queen's own guard. After bravely revealing his true royal identity to the bewildered guards, he successfully earned their fragile trust, and they proceeded to tell him absolutely everything about the palace's dark, oppressive inner workings. The agonizing truth officially emerges as the soldiers described how the tyrannical queen treated them as disposable pawns, routinely threatening their very lives until they had finally reached their absolute breaking point. Gesturing grandly toward the silent, armored ranks surrounding them, the true First Prince asks the disgraced monarch if she ever truly realized the profound, kingdom-destroying consequences of her rampant cruelty. He proudly highlights the imposing wall of knights standing behind him, emphasizing that there are countless, brave soldiers who are now entirely unwilling to follow her tyrannical, blood-soaked rule. Condemning her oppressive reign for the world to hear, Beltran warns that by treating her subjects merely as tools for absolute power, she has permanently alienated not only the military but the entire civilian populace against the royal family. Delivering his ultimate, damning and irrefutable verdict, the true heir to the throne stares directly into her eyes and declares that she is fundamentally, morally unqualified to ever rule the kingdom. Solidifying their newly sworn allegiance to the righteous prince, the heavily armored knights suddenly pivot in perfect unison, aggressively lowering their deadly spears directly toward the terrified, isolated queen. Instead of surrendering to the overwhelming, justified military mutiny, the completely cornered queen throws her head back and unleashes a chilling, unhinged peal of maniacal laughter that echoes off the grand walls. With a crazed, purely murderous glint shining in her wide eyes, she snarls aggressively at Beltran, openly mocking his arrogant belief that a simple military mutiny could ever be enough to defeat her. Radiating dark, supernatural confidence, she viciously insults the rebelling soldiers as a pathetic pack of half-baked dogs who will never possess the raw strength needed to actually harm her. Prince Beltran's unwavering gaze narrows and sharpens into a deadly, focused glare as he silently anticipates her desperate, highly destructive counterattack. Muttering a sinister, blood-curdling promise to use them all as mere fodder, the queen begins to summon something dark, heralded by a deeply terrifying, guttural growl vibrating through the very floorboards of the castle. Intending to feed the massive, mutinous crowd to her ultimate secret weapon, she summons a horrifying creature that violently shatters the room's tension with an earth-shaking, monstrous roar. Absolute panic instantly erupts among the helpless nobility as they scream in visceral terror, wildly questioning how a legendary, lethal magical beast managed to infiltrate the highly guarded palace. Remaining impressively stoic in the face of the massive, looming monster, Beltran reveals to the terrified onlookers that the desperate queen is forcefully controlling the savage beast using forbidden dark magic. Basking completely in the glorious chaos of her screaming, fleeing guests, the temporarily triumphant monarch cackles wildly and proclaims that this gruesome slaughter will be their righteous punishment for treason. A brave but hopelessly outmatched soldier stares upward, his face locked in sheer, paralyzing terror as the monstrous, magical threat looms directly over him, ready to strike. Stepping boldly and heroically in front of the cowering guards, Prince Beltran draws his weapon with a sharp, metallic glint, instantly inspiring a sliver of desperate hope from the screaming crowd. Before the royal heir can even ready his strike against the towering beast, a sudden, blindingly fast shadow streaks directly into the fray with explosive momentum. Recognizing the incredibly swift, fearless warrior launching himself headfirst into the deadly battle, a shocked voice screams out Nazelbert's name over the deafening chaos. Unflinchingly confronting the snarling magical beast to protect the royal court, the fierce frontier lord readies his stance as the monster lunges forward with a deafening, savage roar. Screaming with raw fury, Nazelbert declares that her attack won't be enough to stop him. With a swift and brutal twist of his weapon, the fierce frontier lord strikes down the snarling magical beast. Magic illuminates the chaotic battlefield. While the young woman desperately begs him not to lose, the wounded monster unleashes a final, agonizing howl. Stripped of its magical control, the massive beast slumps heavily against the stone floor in total defeat. Trembling on her hands and knees, The disgraced queen stares at the fallen creature in shattered disbelief. A sharp blade is swiftly pressed against her throat, eliciting a pathetic, terrified squeak from the once proud monarch. Staring down at her with an unwavering gaze, Prince Beltran coldly declares that her tyrannical reign is finally over. Stripped of all her power and dignity, the fallen queen groans in bitter, agonizing defeat. Triumphant cheers erupt throughout the grand hall as the royal knights celebrate the long-awaited capture of the tyrant. Breathing a massive sigh of relief, Nazelbert and his companion exchange a warm, victorious smile. Watching the restored peace wash over the throne room, Prince Beltran offers a gentle, satisfied smirk. Suddenly pivoting his attention, the prince calls out to a fleeing Robin and sharply demands to know where he thinks he is going. Flashing a chillingly cheerful smile, Beltran promises the terrified young noble that he is absolutely next on the judgment block. Watching the queen's capture from the sidelines, Robin realizes his situation has just become incredibly dangerous. Panicking internally about losing all his political supporters, the cowardly noble resolves that he simply cannot afford to lose to Nazelbert just yet. Attempting to quietly sneak the hell out of the throne room, Robin is instantly frozen in pure terror as Beltran repeats his sharp, inescapable demand. With an unnerving, predatory cheerfulness, the prince reiterates that the deceptive young man will face his immediate judgment next. Completely caught off guard by the prince's unyielding gaze, Robin stammers out a pathetic, fearful gasp. The heavy, tense silence stretches across the palace walls as all eyes suddenly lock onto the cornered noble. Casually approaching the trembling suspect, Beltran notes that the sheer chaos of the queen's capture almost made him forget this crucial confrontation. The prince cuts straight to the chase, boldly accusing Robin of deliberately plotting to murder the esteemed Lord of Sutrina. Maintaining a desperately fake, strained smile, Robin blatantly lies and claims he had absolutely nothing to do with the assassination attempt. Unfazed by the obvious deception, Beltran challenges the liar to repeat his hollow defense after seeing a specific piece of evidence. A sudden, magical popping sound completely shatters the tension as a burst of light materializes in the room. The crowd watches in awe as a mystical door appears, recognizing it as Prince Beltran's highly advanced storage magic. With a confident smirk, the royal heir grips the magical handle and smoothly clicks the mysterious door open. Reaching into the shimmering void, a gentleman's hand firmly grasps the delicate wrist of someone waiting within. A beautiful, dark-haired woman wearing a pristine, ruffled gown gracefully steps out from the magical portal. Robin's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated horror as his jaw drops at the impossible sight before him. The mysterious woman stands perfectly still, the soft light illuminating her long, dark hair and elegant accessories. Nazelbert and his companion gasp in utter shock, immediately recognizing the unexpected arrival as Ms. Liliane. Hushed murmurs ripple rapidly through the nobility as they identify her as the disgraced daughter of the Lumiere family who previously attempted to murder the frontier lord. Pointing a violently trembling finger at the new arrival, Robin completely loses his composure and stammers uncontrollably. Utterly panicked and breaking his innocent facade, the terrified noble screams out to ask why she is still miraculously alive. Desperately trying to deflect the blame, Robin angrily accuses her of attempting to murder the lord, a severe crime strictly punishable by death. Beltran swiftly cuts off the pathetic outburst, smugly pointing out that Robin's frantic reaction perfectly proves he was lying about his total ignorance. The prince reveals that Liliane bravely volunteered herself as living evidence to completely expose Robin's undeniable guilt. Stepping resolutely forward, Liliane announces her firm intention to tell the court absolutely everything that happened during the assassination plot. The grand architecture of the palace looms silently in the background as the entire court hangs onto her every word. With unwavering determination shining in her eyes, the brave young woman prepares to unveil the kingdom's darkest secrets. Taking a deep, steadying breath, she firmly breaks her agonizing silence. Liliane boldly testifies that Robin directly ordered her to assassinate Lord Nazelbert after she was mercilessly disowned and left entirely destitute. Deeply regretting her past weakness, she admits she foolishly believed carrying out the murder was the only terrible option she had left. While the crowd acknowledges that her failed attempt is technically an unforgivable crime, they listen intently to the tragic context of her coercion. Refusing to shy away from her own sins, Liliane openly accepts full blame for her terrifying actions during the incident. Standing tall before the court, she declares that she came here specifically to confront her grave mistakes and face ultimate justice. Dropping his gentlemanly mask to reveal a deeply ugly, childish monster, Robin pulls a mocking face and viciously insults her, claiming she simply misunderstood his fake kindness. As an enraged voice screams his name in protest, the cowardly Robin jumps back aggressively to prepare his final, pathetic defense. Standing with half his face obscured by heavy shadow, a fierce young man violently declares that he absolutely will not permit the situation to escalate any further than this. Caught completely off guard by the sudden outburst, a blonde aristocrat scoffs in sheer disbelief as he arrogantly demands to know what is wrong with the young man. Surrounding him with righteous fury, Kuni and two other noblemen aggressively remind the blonde instigator of his past engagement annulment scandal, branding him a genuinely awful person. Staring back with wide, panic-stricken eyes, the blonde man reels from their harsh rejection as they declare him a mere upstart who will never be accepted as royalty in their country. Pressing their overwhelming advantage, his accusers mercilessly ask Robin if he is finally ready to surrender, pointing out the devastating reality that he no longer possesses the Queen's powerful backing. Trapped and realizing his total loss of control, Robin violently grits his teeth together while letting out a strained, guttural groan of pure frustration. Watching the tense confrontation unfold, Lord Nazelbert and a deeply concerned Agnes observe quietly while a sharp, focused eye closely monitors every single shift in the room's volatile atmosphere. Feigning a submissive defeat, Robin slowly raises his hands into the air and casually sing-songs his surrender, claiming he finally understands their point. However, his deceptive compliance shatters the moment his hand aggressively tightens its grip on the edge of a pristine white tablecloth, muttering a dark refusal under his breath. Shattering the momentary peace, Robin forcefully yanks the heavy fabric, sending plates and glasses crashing through the air while roaring that he would never actually concede. Lunging through the descending chaos, a desperate man frantically grabs hold of the screaming Lillian to shield her from the flying debris. Pulling her safely against his chest, he urgently questions if she is injured, prompting a trembling, breathless confirmation from the dark-haired woman that she is unharmed. Meanwhile, the aristocratic onlookers stand frozen as a low, confused murmur begins to ripple violently through the grand, pillared hall. Breaking the stunned silence, an echoing voice frantically pierces the vast chamber, demanding to know where the treacherous Robin has vanished. Lord Nazelbert snaps to attention, his eyes widening in pure terror as a sudden, piercing shriek shatters the momentary confusion. Emerging from the shadows with lethal intent, a sneering Robin brutally locks his arm around Agnes's neck while pressing a sharp blade directly against her delicate throat. Staring at the horrifying hostage situation, Nazelbert screams Agnes's name in sheer panic while a long-haired royal observes the unfolding disaster with grim realization. Reveling in his sudden resurgence of power, Robin flashes a manic smile and taunts Nazelbert, mockingly asking what the paralyzed lord plans to do now that he is completely helpless. Glaring with a deeply ingrained, venomous hatred, Robin fiercely spits that he has always despised Nazelbert as a nuisance and blames him entirely for his current miserable predicament. Tightening his dangerous grip on the terrified woman, the unhinged noble commands Nazelbert to immediately drop to his knees right there on the floor. Trembling with an explosive mixture of absolute fury and agonizing helplessness, Nazelbert grinds his teeth together as the sickening reality of his total lack of options sets in. Desperately trying to protect the man she loves, a tearful Agnes begs Lord Nazel to stop, crying out that she is perfectly fine despite the blade held to her neck. Enraged by her insubordinate interruption, Robin viciously commands her to shut up, causing her to let out a sharp gasp of pain as his cruel grip tightens. Seeing the woman he cherishes actively suffering, an agonizingly helpless Nazelbert screams her name out into the tense void of the grand hall. Swallowing his immense pride to ensure her safety, the dark-haired lord allows his expression to harden into a mask of grim, resolute sacrifice. As Robin sadistically orders him to press his head directly against the floor, a stoic Nazelbert coldly demands absolute confirmation that Agnes will be allowed to walk away freely if he obeys. Slowly and deliberately, the defeated nobleman begins to sink toward the ground, his heavy boots shifting as he prepares to bow before his sworn enemy. Gazing down at his kneeling rival, a deeply unhinged Robin cruelly gloats that this profound humiliation serves Nazelbert right, triumphantly declaring the twisted situation as his own absolute victory. Unwilling to remain a helpless victim, Agnes violently grips the forearm holding her captive, her knuckles turning white as she firmly demands that he stop this madness. Bracing herself for a life-altering maneuver, the captured blonde woman tightly squeezes her eyes shut, drawing upon an incredible reserve of hidden strength. Unleashing a sudden, explosive roar of pure adrenaline, Agnes twists her entire body and masterfully hurls the fully grown man directly over her shoulder in a stunning display of martial technique. The sheer kinetic force of her desperate throw violently slams the treacherous Robin into the solid ground, sending shockwaves of impact echoing through the silent room. Witnessing the spectacular reversal of fate, the man protecting Lillian gasps in absolute shock while the dark-haired woman covers her mouth in stunned disbelief. The long-haired royal stands completely paralyzed, his previously composed features melting away into a blank, staggering realization of Agnes's hidden, devastating power. Similarly frozen by the unbelievable spectacle, Lord Nazelbert's jaw drops as his mind completely fails to process the sheer combat prowess of his supposedly helpless fiancée. Panting heavily from the immense exertion, a bewildered Agnes stares down at the fallen threat, letting out a small, confused noise as if surprised by her own explosive capabilities. Completely knocked unconscious by the bone-shattering impact, Robin lies motionless on his back with his eyes rolled back into his head, thoroughly defeated by his former hostage. Stammering through a frantic wave of apologies, the embarrassed heroine insists to her utterly speechless audience that the devastating throw was merely an accidental reflex. Consumed by an ironic sense of guilt, she frets that she was actually the one who inflicted harm upon him, right as a deeply relieved Nazelbert rushes forward to urgently verify that she is completely uninjured. Restoring absolute order to the chaotic hall, the regal leader smoothly commands his heavily armored knights to seize the unconscious Robin, to which they promptly and dutifully comply. The narrative shifts abruptly away from the violent interior, showcasing the grand, imposing stone walls of the royal estate standing silently against the overcast sky. Addressing the heroic couple with profound sincerity, the royal elegantly extends his deepest gratitude toward both Lord Nazelbert and the unexpectedly formidable Mrs. Agnes. He openly acknowledges the vital importance of their courageous intervention, explicitly stating that capturing the treacherous instigators was only made possible through their direct and unwavering help. Breaking the formal atmosphere, a quiet voice anxiously inquires about the ultimate, looming fate of the individuals who just attempted to violently dismantle the kingdom's peace. Delivering a swift and devastating judgment, the royal confirms that Mia's succession will be officially nullified, and that both the Queen and Robin will inevitably be stripped of all royal status, even though the exact details of their punishment remain undecided. A single, heavy word of agreement seals the absolute finality of their monumental downfall, confirming the permanent destruction of their corrupt political power. Promising to formally discuss their future treatment at a later date, the leader warmly pivots to thank Lady Liliane, expressing his sincere appreciation for her crucial, behind-the-scenes cooperation. Stepping forward to gently grab the dark-haired woman by the arms, an incredibly confused Agnes urgently questions why Liliane involved herself, especially since the pressing matter with Lord Nazel should have already been completely resolved. Trembling slightly under Agnes's earnest gaze, Liliane hesitates before openly declaring her profound and unending gratitude to Lord Nazelbert and the rest of their steadfast companions. Clutching her chest as she finally voices her deepest internal torment, the melancholic woman confesses that despite being formally forgiven for her past sins, the suffocating guilt remains a permanent thorn in her heart because she has never truly been able to forgive herself. Lowering her gaze with a heavy heart, Liliane softly confesses that she simply wanted to take full responsibility for everything she had done. Standing together in respectful silence, Lord Nazelbert and Agnes watch the apologetic woman carefully. Liliane offers a sincere apology to both of them, expressing her deep regret for unintentionally causing them even more pain. Continuing her remorseful confession, she admits that she should have been far more attentive to their feelings during the crisis. Agnes warmly reassures her not to worry, gently explaining that the outcome was actually something she had wanted for herself all along. Smiling with genuine relief, Liliane admits that Agnes's willingness to simply listen to her had truly saved her. Staring downward, the dark-haired woman reveals that during her darkest moments, her only thought was disappearing from this world entirely. Looking back with wide, emotional eyes, Agnes credits Liliane for her newfound ability to finally look forward to the future. Grasping her hands affectionately, Agnes thanks her from the bottom of her heart and declares how incredibly glad she is to have met her. Agnes suddenly widens her eyes in surprise as an unexpected presence interrupts their tender moment. Bursting onto the scene with a loud exclamation, Tori enthusiastically begs for the chance to thank Agnes as well. Looking earnestly at the dark-haired woman, the knight solemnly admits that he could never have saved Liliane if he had been entirely alone. Filled with fervent dedication, he loudly promises that from this moment on, he will do his absolute best to protect Liliane. Liliane stares at the earnest knight, a deep blush rushing to her cheeks as her eyes widen in sheer astonishment. Her heart pounding wildly in her chest, she breathlessly utters Sir Tori's name in pure disbelief. Recovering her composure, she offers him a soft, heartfelt thanks for always keeping her in his thoughts. Tori's face instantly flushes with overwhelming joy as tears of pure happiness begin to prick the corners of his eyes. Eagerly accepting her terms, the ecstatic knight immediately promises that he will gladly wait forever for her. The romantic atmosphere is suddenly broken when a new voice formally addresses His Highness Beltran. Beltran's eyes narrow slightly in quiet understanding as he absorbs the situation before him. Preparing to depart, the royal politely turns to Lady Liliane and asks if she would accompany him. Before they can walk away, Agnes urgently calls out for them to wait. Liliane pauses and looks back over her shoulder, softly questioning Lady Agnes with a hint of surprise. Reaching out to close the distance, Agnes gently gives Liliane's hand a reassuring squeeze. Looking deeply into each other's eyes, Agnes expresses her wish for more time to talk, while Liliane warmly agrees that it was wonderful to meet her. Beaming with a radiant smile, Agnes cheerfully suggests that they should definitely meet again sometime later. Liliane's eyes sparkle beautifully with unshed tears of happiness at the promise of a future reunion. The two women share a bright, joyous moment as Liliane happily accepts the heartfelt invitation. The narrative shifts away from the capital, revealing the rugged, mountainous landscape of the western Sutrina territory. Lord Nazelbert stands in the barren fields, his expression serious and determined as he surveys his domain. An official approaches with the completed survey, delivering the unfortunate news that the soil quality is far too poor for farming despite Nazelbert's hopes. Accepting the difficult reality, Nazelbert calls for a short break, prompting a small, exhausted cheer from his hard-working men. Resting his head on his hand, the Lord internally reflects that improving this harsh land will undoubtedly continue to be a massive challenge. Despite the heavy setbacks, he finds comfort in the fact that Sutrina is still doing somewhat better than it was before. Agnes approaches him with a gentle smile, expressing her profound happiness at his optimism and her relief that he is there with them. A curious worker peeks around the corner with a cheeky grin, suddenly wondering aloud about a particular detail regarding the couple. Unable to contain his burning curiosity, the man directly asks how Lord Nazelbert and Lady Agnes originally came to know each other. Sitting awkwardly on a log with his men, a flustered Nazelbert attempts to vaguely summarize the complicated events of their past. He quickly waves his hand and wraps up the abridged story, nervously declaring that that is all there is to their history. Connecting the dots from his vague tale, another worker suddenly realizes that the couple has not actually had a proper wedding yet. Nazelbert solemnly confirms this realization, explaining that he was in no position to host a celebration at the time. Gazing fondly into the distance, he confesses that although they were married as a punishment, spending time with Agnes in Sutrina made them feel like a real couple. Fired up by the incredibly romantic sentiment, the men immediately jump up and passionately declare that they must hold the wedding right now. Nazelbert stares at them in utter confusion as the enthusiastic workers begin loudly chanting for a wedding. Ignoring their lord's bewilderment, the men excitedly gather around a table to draft makeshift blueprints and cake designs for the impromptu ceremony. The scene transitions to the peaceful exterior of a grand estate, noting that some time has successfully passed since the chaotic incident in the capital. Agnes joyfully confirms that they have fully returned to living their everyday, peaceful lives in Sutrina just as usual. Kneeling happily in her vibrant garden, Agnes proudly shows her maid that the plants are finally starting to properly look like viola berries. The maid smiles nostalgically, recalling how the very first berry Lady Agnes turned into a giant tree is now the proud, standing symbol of Sutrina. Noting that they have gathered absolutely everything required for their current endeavor, someone confidently declares that they finally have all they need. Another person readily agrees with a simple affirmation, confirming their unwavering readiness to proceed with the task at hand. Confirming their success with a cheerful nod, they agree that the gathered harvest is perfectly sufficient for their ambitious plans. They excitedly verify that this precise amount of fruit is just right for making a delicious, massive batch of sweet jam. Brimming with eager anticipation to start the elaborate cooking process, one of them urgently suggests taking their fresh, bountiful harvest directly to Misa without a single moment of delay. Astonished by the sheer, overwhelming volume of their yield, someone marvels at the incredible bounty and realizes they could actually produce enough jam to turn a massive profit by selling it at the market. Praising Lady Agnes for her remarkable, tireless efforts, they enthusiastically declare the entire harvest to be an absolute, undeniable triumph. Expressing a heartfelt, passionate desire to share her culinary creation with the wider world, Agnes beams as she hopes many people will get to taste the incredibly delicious treat. She proudly reveals that the extraordinary concoction they are about to make is her very own, highly specialized viola berry jam. Suddenly halting in her tracks, Agnes gazes downward with wide-eyed astonishment as she meticulously inspects the large, pristine mixing bowl and heavy ceramic jug resting on the worn wooden table before her. Bursting into the room with uncontainable, vibrant excitement, Agnes loudly calls out to Maisa while simultaneously demanding to know if her talented friend is secretly preparing to bake an extravagant cake. Maisa, flashing a gentle and incredibly knowing smile, playfully admits that her wonderful culinary surprise has indeed been swiftly discovered. Explaining her thoughtful, heartwarming intentions with a warm demeanor, Maisa reveals that she heard persistent rumors about Lady Agnes possessing a profound fondness for sugary treats. Because of this delightful knowledge, she decided to dedicate her time and immense effort into crafting a very special, personalized dessert just for her. Radiating pure joy and boundless affection, Agnes passionately declares that getting to eat a custom cake baked by Maisa would be an absolutely wonderful, unforgettable experience. She vividly imagines pairing this magnificent dessert with the exquisite, perfectly brewed tea that Kelly always meticulously prepares for the household. Expanding her grand vision of a perfect, idyllic afternoon tea party, Agnes eagerly insists that this glorious combination of homemade cake and fine tea must be shared and enjoyed alongside absolutely everyone. Smiling with a serene, deeply contented expression, the listener softly chuckles in gentle, unspoken agreement with Agnes's incredibly heartwarming and inclusive plan for the afternoon. Beaming with radiant confidence and boundless, infectious enthusiasm, Maisa energetically accepts the culinary challenge and tells Agnes to eagerly look forward to the magnificent treat she is about to prepare. Strolling leisurely down a grand, ornate hallway alongside her dedicated maid, Agnes thoughtfully hums as she realizes her appetite is already beginning to grow steadily. Turning her attention to the evening's impending meal, she curiously asks her companion what sort of dish she might intensely desire for dinner that night. Bursting into the quiet conversation with a bright, wildly enthusiastic smile, another companion cheerfully requests a rich, steaming bowl of hot beef stew for dinner. The sudden, boisterous interruption leaves Agnes utterly flabbergasted, her eyes widening in comical shock as she violently flinches backward from the startling noise. Stumbling back in pure, unadulterated panic, Agnes unleashes a loud, continuous shriek of absolute terror as she struggles to mentally process the sudden, jarring appearance of the unexpected guest. Still reeling from the immense, paralyzing shock of the encounter, the flustered girl stammers uncontrollably as she desperately tries to articulate the formal name of the distinguished man standing before her. The man simply offers a calm, deeply amused affirmation of his sudden and highly surprising presence in the hallway. Finally overcoming her momentary, gripping paralysis, Agnes loudly and incredulously identifies the sudden intruder as His Royal Highness Beltran. Unbothered by her frantic, overly formal reaction, the prince casually brushes off his regal title and playfully insists that she can just refer to him by the simple, familiar nickname Belle. Frantically rejecting his casual, relaxed demeanor, Agnes urgently demands to know exactly what the royal prince is doing visiting their humble residence out of nowhere. Beltran smoothly ignores her rising panic, offering a polite, charmingly nostalgic greeting as he notes just how incredibly long it has been since they last saw each other. Smiling with a calm, deeply relaxed, and somewhat philosophical expression, Beltran justifies his unexpected arrival by gently stating that absolutely everyone deserves a genuine chance to rest and recover from their burdens. Shifting the light-hearted conversation to a far more serious, weighty topic, Beltran acknowledges that the chaotic political commotion has finally settled down, largely due to Agnes's vital interventions. Agnes then voices her lingering, anxious curiosity, tentatively asking what ultimate fate befell Ms. Lillian after the treacherous dust finally cleared. Explaining the grim, unvarnished reality of Lillian's current situation, Beltran reveals that the resilient woman is currently performing grueling manual labor right alongside the common, hardened prisoners. He notes with a hint of quiet, undeniable respect that she has proven to be incredibly strong, earnestly taking full responsibility and owning up to her past, grievous sins without a single complaint. Listening intently to the prince's highly detailed and sobering update, Agnes's bright eyes soften with a complex, swirling mixture of gentle surprise and quiet, profound relief. Continuing his comprehensive, sweeping report on the realm's shifting power dynamics, Beltran happily announces that the corrupt, tyrannical queen has officially been forced into permanent exile. He additionally reveals that Robin has been ruthlessly banished to a strict, isolated monastery where women are entirely forbidden, a harsh fate that prompts a thoughtful, quiet murmur from his attentive listener. Seamlessly transitioning back to mundane, everyday matters, Beltran hands over a securely packed suitcase to the diligent maid, confirming that it contains the specific requested items. The graceful maid accepts the heavy delivery with a warm, polite smile, expressing her deep, continuous gratitude for his incredibly reliable assistance. Peering curiously over the maid's shoulder, Agnes stares intently at the mysterious, bulky package they just received and immediately questions what secrets are hidden inside the rigid casing. Addressing Agnes's burning, relentless curiosity with a gentle, informative explanation, the maid reveals that the heavy parcel contains large quantities of high-quality, versatile fabric. She elaborates further, stating that these beautiful textiles will be meticulously used to craft brand new, custom clothing for Lady Agnes and the rest of the hard-working household staff. The maid goes on to explain their highly efficient, unseen logistical arrangement, noting that they have these essential supplies delivered to their remote location on a very regular, highly dependable basis. She highlights the extreme value of the shipment by proudly mentioning that some of these luxurious, exquisite materials can only be sourced directly from the bustling capital city. Wide-eyed and thoroughly amazed by this intricate, behind-the-scenes operation, Agnes admits with an eager, sheepish smile that she had absolutely no idea they were receiving such specialized deliveries. She nods in bright realization, finally understanding the complex, hidden process that keeps their entire household so well-stocked with beautiful garments. Overflowing with genuine, enthusiastic praise for her friend's incredible tailoring skills, Agnes passionately declares how much she absolutely loves wearing the comfortable, custom clothes that Kelly personally sews. She specifically highlights that the gorgeous garments are wonderfully light and exceptionally easy to move around in, making them entirely perfect for her highly active daily life. Touched by the profound sincerity of Agnes's lavish, unexpected compliments, Kelly's face softens into an incredibly warm, deeply affectionate smile as she listens in quiet, immensely gratified contentment. Suddenly introducing an unexpected, thrilling twist, Kelly playfully promises that for this specific fabric delivery, she is going to craft an incredibly special, one-of-a-kind dress just for Agnes. Flustered and utterly confused by the grand gesture, Agnes stammers as she nervously wonders if another lavish party is on the horizon, though she quickly assures Kelly that she is eagerly looking forward to seeing the magnificent final result. Briskly concluding their pleasant, highly productive conversation, the energetic maid announces that she must immediately head back to her demanding, relentless daily work routine. Before hastily departing, she kindly instructs Agnes to reach out and let her know without a single moment of hesitation if she ends up needing absolutely anything else. The majestic, imposing multi-story manor house stands tall against the bright, expansive sky, its grand architectural details and sharply peaked roofs completely dominating the serene, quiet rural landscape. Deciding to thoroughly inspect the rest of the sprawling, highly productive agricultural estate, a voice suggests that they take a long walk to see exactly what kind of progress is being made out in the other fields. Another person trails off thoughtfully, quietly pondering the current, flourishing state of their expansive, fertile farmlands. Suddenly pausing mid-stride, a character lets out a highly inquisitive, drawn-out hum as something highly unusual in the far distance manages to catch their immediate, completely undivided attention. Observing a sudden, chaotic cluster of bustling activity a short distance away, a character points toward the commotion and casually notes that things seem incredibly lively over in that particular, crowded section of the estate. Approaching the noisy, highly disorganized gathering, they spot a stern-looking man wearing pristine glasses and a formal uniform attempting to direct several workers amidst a chaotic symphony of overlapping chatter and background noise. Distracted by the sudden, distinct sound of approaching footsteps, the sharply dressed man with glasses abruptly turns his head over his shoulder, his stern expression instantly shifting from commanding authority to mild, completely unexpected surprise. Startled by the abrupt, incredibly close-quarters encounter, someone lets out a sharp, panicked yelp of surprise while awkwardly stumbling backward to create some much-needed breathing room. Amidst the brief moment of utter confusion, a disjointed, frantic fragment of a name or sound quickly escapes into the tense, charged air. Quickly attempting to de-escalate the awkward, heavily tense situation, the bespectacled man deeply apologizes for unexpectedly startling Lady Agnes with his abrupt, uncalculated movements. Agnes frantically waves off his genuine concern, profusely insisting that she is the one who should be apologizing for the sudden, incredibly clumsy interruption. Desperate to make herself genuinely useful and ease the lingering tension, Agnes eagerly stammers as she asks the hardworking men if there is absolutely anything she can do to assist them with their current tasks. Meanwhile, the subtle, highly rhythmic sound of liquid dripping steadily echoes in the background, adding an unusual, almost hypnotic layer of sensory detail to the bustling outdoor scene. Clarifying her original, entirely innocent intentions for wandering over to their busy work site, Agnes bashfully admits that she was simply curious and just wondering exactly what the diligent men were up to. She hastily explains that she does not actually need anything specific from them, but merely wanted to closely observe their fascinating, highly laborious construction process. Staring back at the eager, highly inquisitive young lady, the two uniformed men fall into a completely stunned, incredibly awkward silence as they mentally process her unexpected, generous offer of assistance. Breaking the heavy, oppressive silence, the men finally explain that they are currently dedicating their intense physical efforts toward constructing sturdy, functional wooden chairs. Visibly baffled by this highly specific, entirely mundane carpentry project, Agnes tilts her head and immediately questions what possible purpose these handmade chairs are meant to ultimately serve. Sweating nervously while hastily adjusting his slipping glasses, the man delivers an incredibly obvious, completely deadpan response, stating that the chairs they are building are naturally meant for sitting. Agnes simply stands there, absorbing this painfully literal explanation as a brief, intensely comedic beat of silence washes over the utterly bizarre conversation. Recovering swiftly from the brief moment of sheer absurdity, Agnes passionately doubles down on her initial, highly enthusiastic offer of physical assistance. She steps forward with unwavering determination, loudly and persistently asking the totally bewildered men if there is anything at all she can do to help them with their tedious chair-making endeavor. Desperately trying to dissuade the delicate, highly refined noblewoman from participating in their grueling labor, the men frantically insist that she absolutely should not try to help them. They explicitly warn her that the difficult construction process consists mostly of dangerous, incredibly heavy lifting that is entirely unsuitable and dangerous for someone of her stature. Completely ignoring their frantic, well-intentioned warnings about the extreme physical toll of the labor, Agnes places a confident hand on her chest and flashes a brilliantly defiant, absolutely fearless smile. She joyfully declares that since the job involves heavy lifting, she is absolutely, undeniably capable of helping them out without breaking a single sweat. Springing into immediate, totally reckless action, a character quickly intercepts someone struggling with a massive burden and eagerly offers to bear half of the crushing, immense weight. Amidst the chaotic scramble to quickly distribute the heavy load, the specific name Connie is suddenly shouted out into the frantic, entirely disorganized environment. The chaotic scene instantly devolves into a hilarious, highly uncoordinated physical struggle as someone violently swats away an unwanted, overly eager helping hand. Amidst a rising chorus of pained yelps and frustrated shouts, a desperate, commanding voice rings out, demanding that the reckless interference stop immediately before someone gets seriously injured. Blinking in sudden realization, he let out a sharp gasp of unexpected surprise. The sudden commotion caused the two men to flinch, their expressions twisting into comical masks of exasperated shock. Staring wide-eyed at the highly chaotic scene before her, Agnes desperately attempted to explain her well-intentioned motives. The frustrated worker sharply insisted that she leave the heavy lifting to him alone and immediately find somewhere else to be. Rubbing the back of his head in awkward realization, he hastily tried to backtrack and politely clarify his harsh, clumsy dismissal. Clasping her hands together in deep regret, Agnes softly apologized for her reckless, completely unnecessary meddling. The frantic workers immediately waved off her apology, bowing deeply as they profusely begged for forgiveness over Connie's terrible rudeness. Brushing off the tense misunderstanding with a radiant smile, Agnes enthusiastically requested to see the completed chair once they were finally done. The swift apology was violently interrupted as the furious supervisor ruthlessly pummeled the sobbing Connie for his foolish disrespect. Leaving the chaotic construction site behind, Agnes stood silently on a grand balcony and gazed thoughtfully out at the sprawling estate. Resting her arms gently against the ornate wrought iron railing, she lost herself in quiet, deeply melancholic contemplation. Her solitary reflections were abruptly shattered when a familiar, gentle voice suddenly called out her name from directly behind her. A tiny bead of nervous sweat rolled down her cheek as she quickly turned her head to face the unexpected arrival. Recognizing the handsome noble standing before her, she softly breathed out Lord Nazel's name in mild astonishment. When she curiously asked what brought him out there, Nazel warmly confessed that he had been actively searching the grounds just to find her. Staring wistfully out at the horizon, Agnes sorrowfully admitted her lingering fear that she was simply getting in everybody's way. She passionately declared her profound, unwavering love for the people of Sutrina and her desperate, burning desire to actively help them succeed. Comparing her intense motivations to Ms. Lillian's past actions, Agnes somberly wondered if her relentless urge to help was actually just a form of selfish personal gratification. Instead of scolding her, Nazel let out a soft, affectionate chuckle and smiled knowingly at her earnest, deeply misplaced anxieties. Leaning comfortably against the stone railing beside her, Nazel gently prompted her to recall the very first, incredibly difficult days they spent in Sutrina. He softly reminded her how the townsfolk initially despised them due to the former lords, but slowly grew to accept them as they continuously proved their genuine intentions. Nazel fondly recounted their shared victories, from defending the land against a terrifying magical beast to joyfully planting the very first viola berry crops together. Looking deeply into her eyes, he firmly declared that the remarkable, thriving prosperity of Sutrina would have been utterly impossible without her vital presence. He warmly dismissed her painful self-doubt, praising her inherent inability to ignore people in need as an incredibly beautiful, profoundly noble trait. Reaching out to gently comfort her, Nazel confidently assured her that absolutely everyone in the domain loved and cherished her with all their hearts. Touched by his beautiful, reassuring words, Agnes smiled and expressed her deep, genuine happiness at hearing such a wonderful sentiment. The tender moment suddenly shifted as Nazel firmly grasped both of her hands, prompting a highly flustered Agnes to nervously ask what had gotten into him lately. Blushing furiously under his intense gaze, she clumsily blurted out that he looked like a flawless work of art and praised the incredible beauty of his hands. Nazel responded to her frantic, embarrassed compliment by simply tightening his warm, unyielding grip on her delicate fingers. Desperately attempting to change the highly romantic subject, Agnes hastily brought up Misa's grand plans to bake an incredibly delicious cake. Recovering her bright, cheerful composure, she enthusiastically invited Nazel to join her for a wonderful, relaxing afternoon tea party. Smiling softly at her sudden, adorable pivot, Nazel readily accepted the sweet invitation and agreed that he was greatly looking forward to it. A sudden, powerful gust of wind swept across the expansive balcony, beautifully signaling the triumphant start of the highly anticipated 30th chapter. Looking up into the bright, clear sky, Agnes beamed with pure, unadulterated joy at the magnificent creature soaring directly above them. Soaring high above the estate on the back of her majestic flying dragon, Agnes loudly cheered as the rushing wind and incredible freedom filled her with exhilaration. Patting the dragon's thick, scaly neck, she gently informed Jenny that it was finally time for a well-deserved meal and directed the beast back toward the stables. However, the massive dragon remained entirely silent and completely ignored her gentle, navigational commands. Letting out a fierce, defiant roar, Jenny suddenly executed a wild, stomach-churning mid-air flip that caught her rider completely off guard. Plunging into a rapid, terrifying dive, the stubborn dragon completely bypassed the stables as Agnes frantically screamed for it to stop. Instead of heading to the proper feeding grounds, the massive beast aggressively banked its flight path directly toward the grand, towering roof of the main mansion. Waiting patiently on the ground, Kelly the maid offered a warm, perfectly serene smile to welcome Lady Agnes back from her chaotic flight. Stumbling slightly from the dizzying landing, Agnes dazedly greeted the maid while loudly questioning why her disobedient dragon had brought her directly to the mansion. The helpful dragon aggressively nudged Agnes forward into Kelly's waiting arms, prompting the amused maid to sincerely thank the beast for its excellent delivery service. Placing a gentle, guiding hand on the confused noblewoman's back, Kelly smoothly announced that all the secret preparations were finally complete. Walking into the lavishly decorated hall, Agnes realized with mounting excitement that Kelly had finally finished crafting the magnificent, highly anticipated new dress. Stepping through the grand, beautifully carved double doors, a collective gasp of pure, unfiltered awe echoed softly throughout the brightly lit room. The pristine, sparkling fabric of the immaculate gown flowed gracefully across the floor, immediately drawing a stunned, incredibly breathless compliment. Intricate floral accessories and elegant jewels adorned her beautifully styled hair, perfectly complementing the breathtaking, regal aesthetic of the secret ensemble. Staring at her own stunning, completely transformed reflection in the mirror, Agnes desperately begged Kelly to wait a minute as she processed the overwhelming sight. Gripping the luxurious, perfectly tailored bodice with trembling fingers, she stammered in absolute, undeniable shock as she finally recognized the true, profound nature of the magnificent dress. As the diligent maid finishes adjusting the intricate folds of the pristine white dress, the young woman gazes forward in wide-eyed wonder. The attentive maid gazes warmly at Lady Agnes, assuring the flustered bride that the elegant gown suits her perfectly. Guiding her down a sunlit corridor, Kelly assures a bewildered Agnes that they are almost at their secret destination. They finally halt before a set of massive, intricately carved wooden double doors that exude an aura of profound significance. Staring blankly upward, the utterly astonished bride admits she has never laid eyes on such magnificent architecture in her life. With a knowing, gentle smile playing on her lips, the loyal maid steps forward to initiate the grand reveal. Kelly softly declares that the entire gathered assembly has been eagerly awaiting Agnes's long-anticipated arrival. The heavy doors swing open to reveal a breathtaking, sun-drenched garden wedding surrounded by cheering loved ones, leaving the overwhelmed bride gasping in pure disbelief. Trembling as she clutches her delicate veil, a deeply bewildered Agnes openly wonders if she is trapped in a beautiful, surreal dream. Her mind races frantically, struggling to process the overwhelming sensory input of the joyous celebration laid out before her. Staring at the vibrant scene, she whispers to herself that this magical moment simply does not feel like reality. Suddenly, a familiar, youthful voice breaks through her profound daze, calling out to her with deep affection. Snapping her attention downward, Agnes is shocked to see young Paul standing there, affirming his presence with a soft hum. Clad in a formal dark suit, the earnest boy hands his sister a lush bridal bouquet and gently urges her forward into the venue. Her expansive, glittering eyes well up with profound emotion as the sheer weight of the beautiful reality finally washes over her. Firmly grasping her younger brother's extended hand, she accepts her glorious fate with a soft, deeply resonant affirmation. The assembled guests erupt into a rapturous chorus of cheers, their faces illuminated with tears of unbridled joy and celebration. Walking down the petal-strewn aisle, the radiant bride is showered with heartfelt praises and exuberant declarations of her unmatched beauty. Escorted by her brother, she ascends the final steps, her delicate shoes coming to a graceful halt beside the waiting groom. The impeccably dressed groom smiles warmly, extending his welcoming hands to embrace his stunned, breathtakingly beautiful bride. Gazing up into his deeply affectionate eyes, the mesmerized bride softly breathes the name of her beloved Lord Nasal. Sporting a blindingly radiant smile, Lord Nasal greets his beloved Agnes and tenderly declares that she looks absolutely beautiful. The romantic atmosphere shatters instantly as a frantic, booming voice violently demands to know what is happening. Startled out of her romantic reverie, a wide-eyed Agnes spins around with a sharply drawn gasp of sheer confusion. A heavy wave of anxiety suddenly washes over her delicate features as she recognizes the source of the abrupt, chaotic disruption. Surveying the meticulously decorated aisle and the smartly dressed guests, the disruptive voice loudly points out the obvious ceremonial setup. A shocked realization ripples through the air as the realization dawns that the entire population of Sutrina orchestrated this grand event in absolute secrecy. The profound magnitude of the town's collective effort crystallizes, revealing that this elaborate celebration was meticulously crafted solely for the beloved couple. Frantically connecting the seemingly disparate clues, from the handcrafted chairs to her own exquisite gown, a staggering epiphany strikes the bewildered bride. Amidst the chaotic revelation, a swift, comical whack rings out, prompting someone in the lively crowd to enthusiastically cheer Connie onward. A soft, collective gasp ripples through the attentive crowd as the deeply flustered Connie finally steps into the open spotlight. Clenching her trembling hands in a visible display of nervous determination, Connie hesitantly addresses the stunned Lady Agnes. Bowing with explosive, desperate energy, the the remorseful girl loudly begs for forgiveness for her previously disrespectful behavior. Trembling with genuine shame, Connie admits her accidental rudeness, confessing that she lacked the proper words to explain her complex feelings beforehand. Taken completely off guard by the sudden, impassioned apology, the gentle bride softly murmurs the contrite girl's name. Connie passionately explains that absolutely everyone in the loving community poured their hearts into preparing this magnificent, secret celebration. Concluding her heartfelt speech, she expresses the town's unified, deepest wish that their beloved Lady Agnes will experience boundless happiness. Rendered entirely speechless by the overwhelming display of communal love, tears of profound gratitude well up in the radiant bride's sparkling eyes. The joyous garden erupts into a thunderous, jubilant roar as the ecstatic villagers raise their voices to cheer for the spectacularly matched couple. Gently tapping her trembling shoulder, an unseen figure smugly but warmly reminds the overwhelmed bride that she is undeniably cherished. Standing tall beside his beautiful wife, the beaming Lord Nasal softly reaffirms the absolute truth that everyone truly loves Agnes. Overcome by the sheer magnitude of the pure, unadulterated affection surrounding her, the tearful bride falls into a profound, breathless silence. Unable to hold back the surging tidal wave of emotion any longer, she buries her face in her delicate, trembling hands and weeps freely. Sobbing openly through her elegant fingers, she stammers out a tearful apology, admitting her complete shock and previous ignorance of their grand, loving scheme. Pushing past her overwhelmed apologies, she manages to voice the profound, soul-shaking happiness that has completely overtaken her heart. Lifting her tear-streaked face to the devoted crowd, the radiant bride loudly declares her deep, reciprocal love and boundless gratitude to everyone present. With newfound, fiery determination burning through her joyful tears, she passionately to work alongside Lord Nasal to elevate the prosperity of Sutrina. Bowing deeply toward her beloved groom and her devoted people, the weeping bride formally asks them to take care of her in their shared, bright future. Watching the beautiful, heartfelt declaration unfold, the dedicated maids clasp their trembling hands in silent, emotionally charged prayer. The assembled guests watch the deeply moving scene in a state of absolute, reverent silence, their hearts utterly captivated by the couple's profound bond. Watching with bright anticipation, the young boy claps his hands together while the loyal maids look on warmly. The dedicated maids clasp their hands and applaud the happy couple with genuine, beaming smiles. A thunderous, joyful cheer erupts from the enthusiastic crowd as they celebrate the radiant bride and groom. Overwhelmed by the massive outpouring of love, Agnes flashes a brilliantly happy, tear-streaked smile. Affirming the joyous mood, Lord Nasal gently announces that he has a special surprise prepared just for his bride. Reaching into his pristine suit, the dashing groom smoothly produces a hidden token of his deep affection. With profound tenderness, he carefully slides a glittering, star-adorned ring onto her delicate finger. Utterly blindsided by the romantic gesture, the stunned bride gasps in pure, wide-eyed disbelief. Offering a humble smile, Nasal sheepishly admits the ring was put together quickly and might not be much. Staring down at the beautiful band, tears of profound emotion gather at the edges of her sparkling eyes. Breaking out of her shock, an exasperated but deeply touched Agnes playfully scolds him for not warning her so she could prepare a gift too. Cheered on by her supportive maids, the determined bride loudly declares her intention to craft Lord Nasal's ring next time. The romantic atmosphere is suddenly interrupted when the innocent young boy loudly demands to know when they are going to kiss. Both the bride and groom flinch in hilarious, wide-eyed shock at the child's incredibly blunt question. Panicking, a flustered maid immediately attempts to scold the boy for his unexpectedly bold and embarrassing interruption. Defending his logic with a pout, the boy innocently points out that married couples are universally supposed to share a kiss. Hearing this amusing exchange, the surrounding guests slyly peek over at the blushing couple with eager, expectant grins. Stammering nervously, a deeply flushed Agnes looks to her highly amused groom, who charmingly asks if they should indulge the crowd. Yielding to the magical moment, she shyly agrees that they should honor the beautiful ceremony their loved ones prepared. With a gentle, deliberate motion, Nasal reaches forward and elegantly flips her bridal veil back. Agnes gazes up at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with absolute trust and boundless adoration. Leaning in close, the deeply enamored groom captures his beloved bride's lips in a tender, perfect kiss. The world seemingly melts away as they share a profoundly intimate, breathtakingly romantic moment together. Pulling back slightly, they share a deeply affectionate look that speaks volumes of their unbreakable bond. The sunlit garden absolutely explodes with jubilant hurrahs as the thrilled villagers enthusiastically celebrate the official seal of their union. Meanwhile, in a sudden shift of perspective, a deeply worried Julian arrives in Sutrina fearing that his exiled brother is in terrible trouble. Driven by sheer panic over his brother's criminal status, Julian reveals he traveled all this way just to check on him. Peering nervously through the bustling frontier crowd, the anxious traveler suddenly spots a highly familiar figure. Recognizing the man instantly, he desperately calls out to his older brother across the courtyard. To his absolute bewilderment, Julian realizes that his exiled brother is completely surrounded by an energetic, demanding crowd. Instead of an angry mob, the cheerful villagers clamor for Lord Nazelbert's attention, excitedly offering him freshly baked pies and begging him to play. Startled by the sudden shout, a confused Nazel turns around and is completely shocked to see Julian standing there. Flabbergasted by how warmly the locals treat the supposed criminal, Julian stammers out a greeting while Nazel questions his sudden arrival. A reflective narration reveals that after being falsely accused of a crime at Princess Mia's engagement party, Lord Nazel was unjustly branded a villain. As a cruel punishment, the exiled noble was forced into an arranged marriage with the famously unfashionable Agnes. Together, the outcast couple was banished to the distant, rugged frontier territory known as Sutrina. Bearing the scars of a previously tyrannical ruler, the deeply distrustful people of Sutrina held a fierce, burning hatred for all nobles. Naturally, the newly arrived Lord Nazel was initially met with that same bitter resentment and intense suspicion. Refusing to be defeated, the determined couple immediately began working side by side to reform the broken territory. Healing deep wounds took time, and the wary citizens did not easily accept their new, benevolent leaders. Through relentless persistence and unyielding kindness, the couple slowly broke down the barriers and finally earned the people's genuine understanding. The narration concludes back at the joyous wedding, with Agnes expressing her profound surprise and joy that the villagers organized such a grand event. Surrounded by her loving new family, the radiant bride realizes this shared triumph has connected her to Lord Nazel more deeply than ever before. The scene peacefully transitions, noting that 2 beautiful, highly prosperous years have since passed. Soft flower petals drift lazily past a sunlit window, hinting at a serene, perfectly tranquil afternoon. Inside the quiet room, a mature, elegantly dressed Agnes stands lovingly beside a beautifully carved wooden crib. Resting peacefully amidst soft linens and delicate flowers lies their precious, deeply cherished newborn daughter. Peering over the crib rails together, the utterly smitten parents quietly coo over their beautiful little angel. Turning with a warm, inviting smile, the proud mother beckons the young boy Solis to step closer to the crib. Holding the boy affectionately in her arms, Agnes softly encourages him to say hello to his brand-new baby sister, Luna. Reminding her son to be kind to his new sibling, Agnes gently cautions the young boy. The toddler eagerly agrees with a cheerful nod. Standing proudly over a crib alongside her husband and son, Agnes joyfully announces the arrival of their newest family member. Peering closely at the sleeping infant, Nazel notes her vibrant red hair. Beaming with pride, he declares both children are beautiful and points out the baby's peach-colored eyes. Calling him a silly parent, Agnes laughs lightly while young Solis completely agrees that his sister is cute. Gazing lovingly at his family, Nazel resolves to make Sutrina an even greater place to live for their children's sake. He proudly reflects on how much greener their home has become. Sutrina's lush landscape is a stark contrast to when they first arrived. Eagerly sharing his vision, he suggests building a safe park where everyone can play. Concerned for his wife, Nazel asks if raising 2 children will be too hard on her. Surprised by his worry, Agnes playfully questions if he really thinks she cannot handle it. She cheerfully explains that Sutrina is full of experienced mothers who make learning about parenting fun. Remembering the past, she recounts how Henry's wife rushed over at the speed of light when Solis was born. Holding a newborn Solis, Agnes warmly recalls how the older women have been teaching her so much ever since. Smiling brightly, Nazel agrees that the townspeople are truly good people. Reflecting on her journey, Agnes admits she never imagined becoming a mother back when she was just the unfashionable lady. Overwhelmed by her current happiness, she confesses that it all feels like a wonderful dream. Lowering her gaze slightly, she acknowledges that she still carries her own anxieties. Flashing a reassuring smile, she confidently states that she will be fine with Nazel and everyone else by her side. Gazing at her with profound tenderness, Nasal tells her how glad he is to hear those words. Agnes looks back at him with a soft and affectionate expression. Seeking his full attention, she asks Lord Nasal to listen to something important. She solemnly recalls the heavy expectations her parents forced upon her while living at home. A painful memory surfaces of her younger self weeping bitterly under the immense pressure. Despite the past pain, she expresses immense gratitude that her struggles ultimately led her to meet Lord Nasal. Drawing strength from her journey, she prepares to share her ultimate parenting goal. Cradling her infant daughter gently, Agnes declares her desire to always communicate openly with her children. Looking down at the babbling newborn, she vows to become a parent who deeply respects their wishes. With quiet determination, she finalizes her heartfelt promise to her family. Smiling warmly, Nasal praises her lovely resolve and calls it a very Agnes-like goal. He offers his unwavering support, assuring her that she can undoubtedly achieve it. Touched by his absolute faith in her, Agnes giggles happily. Suddenly, young Solis bursts into the room, excitedly demanding his mommy look at his paper. The proud toddler dramatically reveals his hand-drawn masterpiece. Stunned by the sudden presentation, both parents stare in wide-eyed surprise. Recovering quickly, Agnes chuckles and asks Solis if he drew the picture himself. Leaning in closer, Nasal tries to decipher the scribbled shapes. Confirming his father's suspicion, Solis enthusiastically points out that it is a drawing of their family. Overcome with sudden emotion, Nasal bursts into comical tears of joy while Agnes praises the boy's artwork. Sniffling heavily, Nasal manages to thank his son while the confused toddler tries to understand the strong reaction. Dropping to his knees, the weeping father dramatically vows to cherish the drawing forever. Chuckling at her husband's antics, Agnes completely agrees and suggests they buy a frame for it immediately. Agnes smiles warmly, her heart full from the chaotic but loving family moment. The scene transitions with a flurry of dramatic sound effects. The title card for Chapter 32 of Unfashionable Lady displays proudly over a grand manor building. Stepping outside in a large sun hat, Agnes gasps in awe at the sight before her. A massive bloom of white roses suddenly bursts into view. Thrilled by the discovery, she urgently calls Lord Nasal over to take a look. She excitedly credits the improved soil of Sutrina for making the flowers grow so beautifully. Noting that they had previously only grown crops for survival, Agnes cheerfully suggests to Nasal that they can now enjoy hobby gardening. She wistfully expresses her desire to cultivate a beautiful garden completely filled with vibrant flowers. Hearing the joyful mention of flowers, young Luna babbles curiously from her father's back. Chuckling at his 2-year-old daughter, Nasal proudly points out how talkative she has become. Smiling brightly beneath her wide hat, Agnes decides this is the perfect moment to pause their work and take a short break. Suddenly, the rapid patter of small footsteps approaches as little Solis comes running enthusiastically toward his mother. Gripping the hand of a timid dark-haired boy, Solis excitedly announces that they are going to play together. Startled by the unexpected guest, Agnes and Nasal both gasp in mild surprise. Crouching down to warmly greet the nervous child, Agnes identifies him as Quattro and gently asks if he came all alone. With a flush on his cheeks, the anxious toddler softly calls out for his mama. Suddenly, a loud rustle sounds from the nearby bushes as a frantic voice calls out both children's names. Bursting into the clearing with a heavy whoosh, a breathless dark-haired woman begs them to wait for her. Recognizing the familiar face immediately, Agnes's expression brightens into a delighted smile. Catching her breath, Lillian politely greets Agnes, who warmly returns the acknowledgement. Flustered and embarrassed, Lillian profusely apologizes after realizing that Solis must have brought her son over on his own. When Solis innocently explains that he just wanted to play, Agnes gently scolds him for dragging his friend away without permission. Noting Lillian's sudden arrival, Agnes casually asks if she interrupted her work while mentioning her own plan to take a break. Confirming the assumption, Lillian nods in agreement. Seizing the opportunity, Agnes graciously invites Lillian to join their family for a relaxing cup of tea. Touched by the kind offer, Lillian happily accepts. The two families settle down comfortably around a large outdoor table in the serene, sunlit garden. Looking fondly at the dark-haired boy, Agnes compliments Quattro's growth, though Lillian admits it is hard to notice the daily changes. Sharing a mutual laugh, the two mothers marvel at how surprisingly fast their little ones are growing up. Shifting the focus to her own child, Lillian mentions it is nearly time for Luna to have her magic appraised. Curious about her friend's well-being, Lillian politely asks Agnes how she is adjusting to motherhood and life in Sutrina. Gently stroking her son's hair, Agnes confesses that while parenting is difficult and she is still learning every day, she has not mastered it yet. Smiling with profound contentment, Lillian reflects that she never could have imagined being this happy back in her past. Staring thoughtfully, she admits to Agnes that her mind often drifts back to the turbulent events of 4 years ago. She solemnly recalls the daunting moment she finally finished her sentence in the capital. A wave of relief washes over her as she remembers that a certain special person was truly waiting for her return. Her heart swells with gratitude as she recounts how he stayed by her side even after her family disowned her and stripped her of her noble status. She deeply credits her current peace to his unwavering support, as well as the mercy of Lord Nazelbert and the desperate lifeline Agnes extended to her. Most remarkably, she expresses profound awe for the people of Sutrina who chose to accept her despite her heinous crimes. Overwhelmed by emotion, she struggles to find the words to justify such overwhelming kindness. Leaning forward with a warm smile, Agnes gently insists that this grace was earned simply because Lillian worked so incredibly hard. Struck speechless by the sincere validation, Lillian can only stare back in silent awe. Chuckling softly through her blushing cheeks, Lillian thanks her old friend and notes that Agnes's steadfast nature has not changed at all. Returning the warm sentiment, Agnes expresses her own gratitude that Lillian remembered the sacred promise they made back then. Lamenting their short visit, Lillian hopes they can meet again properly to talk more. Eager to maintain their renewed bond, Agnes enthusiastically proposes that they start chatting regularly as mama friends. Suddenly remembering Lillian's husband, Agnes inquires about Tori, prompting Lillian to explain that he is currently managing things at home. The peaceful atmosphere shatters as a sudden, piercing wail erupts from the table. Panicking slightly, both women spin around as Agnes frantically asks Quattro what is wrong. Sobbing bitterly over his completely empty plate, Quattro points out that his cookies are gone while Solis casually chews with stuffed cheeks. Narrowing her eyes in sudden realization, Agnes turns to her suspiciously full-mouthed son and demands to know if he ate Quattro's treats. Grabbing the boy by the shoulders, an exasperated Agnes sternly asks Solis why he would do such a thing. Caught red-handed, the guilty toddler can only offer a small, nervous grunt. Unable to handle the pressure, Solis suddenly throws his head back and begins wailing just as loudly as his friend. Tears streaming down his face, the greedy toddler tries to justify his theft by crying that he simply wanted some more. Holding the sobbing Quattro, Lillian laughs awkwardly while a thoroughly exhausted Agnes sighs in defeat at the chaotic chorus of crying toddlers. Agnes thoughtfully remarks that perhaps she should have prepared more cookies. Lord Nazelbert quietly addresses her, their attention entirely focused on the situation. Holding back tears, Agnes insists that when children do something wrong, they must be properly scolded. She deeply regrets not thinking ahead to prevent the unfortunate incident from happening in the first place. Nazelbert gazes down at her with a gentle, reassuring smile. He kindly reminds Agnes that she merely wanted to respect the children's wishes. He gently points out the crucial difference between respecting children and spoiling them. Agnes looks up with wide eyes as the wisdom of his words fully sinks in. Crouching down to a crying Solis, Nazelbert explains that it is wrong to take something fairly divided for everyone. He firmly tells the tearful boy that taking things is called stealing, which is exactly what bad people do. Asking if Solis is a bad kid, Nazelbert waits for the boy's quiet denial. He hands the wrapped treat back to the boy, instructing him to return it to Quattro. Nazelbert warmly encourages Solis to sincerely apologize for his actions. With tears still staining his cheeks, the little boy quietly agrees to the request. Solis turns around and nervously calls out Quattro's name. He tearfully apologizes for his previous behavior. Quattro stares at the offered treat in thoughtful silence. Graciously accepting the apology, Quattro assures him that everything is okay. A nearby maid profusely thanks Lord Nazelbert and apologizes for her son's unruly behavior. Watching the peaceful resolution, the maids whisper that they expect nothing less from Lord Nazel. They excitedly praise him for becoming such a reliable and amazing papa. Blushing awkwardly, Nazelbert admits he actually got that parenting advice from Henry, who warned him not to coddle children. The maids delightfully note that Henry is indeed a senior papa. Meanwhile, little Luna happily munches on a large chocolate chip cookie. Suddenly, the cookie in her hands begins to disintegrate with a soft sound. Luna stares in pure confusion as her snack completely crumbles into dust on the table. The title card announces Chapter 33, Unfashionable Lady and Opposite Magic. Later, an elderly examiner assesses Luna while Agnes and Nazelbert watch nervously. The examiner holds his hand up to Luna, humming as he senses something highly unique. He gasps in shock, declaring the discovery to be completely unbelievable. He reveals to the parents that Lady Luna's innate magic is material weakening. Agnes and Nazelbert repeat the unexpected term in utter disbelief. The examiner confirms that this is the exact opposite of Agnes's own material enhancement magic. He elaborates that this magic literally makes the properties of physical objects far more fragile. He warns that as her magical power grows, the types of weakened objects will increase and might eventually affect the human body. Agnes shudders in absolute terror at the thought of the magic affecting a human body. Nazelbert and Agnes stand completely frozen in pale shock at the grim prognosis. The examiner solemnly pleads with them to keep a very close watch over her. Agnes struggles to understand what material weakening actually looks like in practice. She realizes aloud that she has never actually seen Luna actively use magic before. Nazelbert agrees, noting that since she is only 2, they do not even know if she can consciously use it yet. A nervous maid suddenly interrupts their tense conversation to get their attention. Clutching her chest, the maid admits she has a pressing concern regarding Lady Luna. She reveals that during the tea party the other day, Luna's cookies suddenly crumbled apart. Agnes skeptically suggests that perhaps the toddler simply broke them up with her tiny hands. The maid shakes her head, insisting that the remains seemed far too unnatural for a simple physical break. Nazelbert turns to his wife, wondering if it is possible Luna accidentally used her magic. Leaning in closely, Agnes outright asks Luna if she used magic to make the cookies crumble. The innocent toddler merely stares back with a confused expression. Realizing they are both on the same page, Agnes and Nazelbert conclude Luna must be using magic without realizing it. Nazelbert suggests they immediately attempt to see if Luna can use her magic on the spot, and Agnes eagerly agrees to give the impromptu experiment a try. Agnes holds out a fresh, baked treat toward her young daughter, gently asking the toddler if she can focus enough to use magic on the cookie once again. The innocent toddler grips the large chocolate chip cookie tightly with both tiny hands, staring at the delicious snack with wide, curious eyes. As a magical aura softly hums into existence around her palms, the solid cookie suddenly crumbles apart, rapidly sifting into a pile of fine dust directly onto the awaiting plate. Nazelbert gasps in sheer amazement at the swift display, while an incredibly excited Agnes confirms that the object has certainly become fragile, officially witnessing material weakening in action. Finding the destructive phenomenon utterly fascinating, Agnes suddenly wonders aloud exactly what would happen if Luna attempted to use her weakening magic on a physical object that was already magically enchanted. Agnes quickly focuses her own considerable magical power, firmly enchanting a brand new cookie with a bright, glowing protective aura to test her theory against her daughter's destructive abilities. Handing the heavily enchanted treat directly over to the toddler, Agnes warmly encourages Luna to try bravely casting her weakening spell on it one more time. The tiny girl concentrates fiercely, channeling her innate, destructive magical energy directly into the freshly baked good as a soft, rhythmic hum fills the surrounding air. Despite Luna's incredibly focused efforts, the spell fizzles out completely, leaving the sturdy cookie entirely unaffected by the attempted material weakening magic. Agnes quickly connects the magical dots, realizing with massive relief that Luna's terrifyingly destructive power absolutely cannot affect anything adequately protected by her own enhancement magic. Springing into immediate action to protect their home, Agnes declares she will rapidly enchant the entire house, prompting Nazelbert to firmly urge her to please do so right away. The grand, imposing exterior of the family's sprawling estate stands tall and perfectly secure as Agnes meticulously works her powerful, glowing protective magic across every single inch of the vast property. Wiping immense exhaustion away from her face, Agnes sighs heavily after spending an entire grueling day casting enchantments, while Nazelbert deeply and gratefully thanks her for her monumental effort. Seriously discussing Luna's highly volatile magic, Agnes suggests it might be safest to outright forbid its use until she is mature enough to understand the consequences, a strict measure Nazelbert completely agrees with. Looking down with deep, overwhelming maternal concern, Agnes genuinely worries that this incredibly dangerous ability might unavoidably cause her precious daughter a lot of terrible trouble much later in life. The narrative abruptly jumps completely forward through time, seamlessly advancing 2 full years into the future as delicate, vibrant petals drift peacefully through the warm air. A slightly older and incredibly energetic Solis suddenly turns around with a bright, beaming smile, cheerfully clutching a beautiful cluster of freshly grown roses tightly in his hand. A slightly older Luna, now wearing a lovely dress with a large bow, frantically runs after her speedy sibling, desperately begging her big brother to wait up for her. Finally catching up to him in the incredibly sunny courtyard, the deeply curious young girl eagerly asks her big brother exactly what they are doing out here. Solis confidently flashes a massive grin, playfully instructing his little sister to just take a very close look at what he is proudly about to demonstrate. With an explosive, incredibly dramatic bam, a massive, highly detailed horse constructed entirely out of manipulated earth suddenly rears up magnificently into the open sky. Solis strikes a bold, heroic pose, effortlessly swishing his outstretched hands to expertly manipulate the shifting dirt and command the massive elemental horse to perfectly obey his sheer will. Solis triumphantly declares his success as the mighty dirt horse stomps down, instantly causing the nearby observing maids to squeal with total delight and loudly declare that the young master is absolutely awesome. Chuckling with well-earned arrogant pride, Solis completely turns to his thoroughly amazed little sister and happily boasts that his spectacular soil manipulation magic is pretty neat. With her eyes fiercely sparkling with sheer adoration and intense jealousy, Luna enthusiastically declares that his magic is incredibly nice and desperately pleads for a chance to do it too. Solis instantly shuts her hopeful request down with a firm, absolute rejection, coldly explaining that she cannot play along because her specific type of magic is fundamentally completely different from his own. Luna's excited, bright smile instantly vanishes into a deeply heartbroken pout, and she sadly asks her brother if it is still not strictly okay for her to utilize her own magical abilities. Solis bluntly tells her that of course she cannot ever use it, brutally reminding the young girl about the undeniable, true nature of her terrifying, volatile abilities. He ruthlessly informs her that her innate magic is extremely dangerous, leaving the little girl staring utterly blankly back at him in stunned, terrifying silence. Solis ruthlessly points out that her material weakening could flawlessly destroy absolutely anything, noting that while they are entirely safe indoors due to their mother's protective spells, utilizing her magic outside would cause massive, catastrophic trouble. Completely devastated by the incredibly harsh but utterly undeniable truth, Luna tightly grips the intricate magical brooch resting upon her chest as hot tears begin to rapidly well up in her innocent eyes. Trembling heavily with deep emotional pain and entirely overwhelming frustration, the extremely young girl quietly stammers out a broken, agonizing defense of her own existence. With the hot tears finally spilling over her flushed cheeks, she loudly screams in pure agony that she never actively chose to be cursed with such a terribly destructive magic. Without waiting around for her stunned brother's response, the thoroughly heartbroken little girl abruptly turns entirely away from the bewildered boy and desperately breaks into a frantic sprint. Sobbing completely uncontrollably, Luna rapidly runs as incredibly fast as her tiny legs can possibly carry her, fleeing blindly across the sprawling manor grounds to desperately escape her immense sorrow. As she intensely runs, the cruel, terribly gossiping voices of the household staff vividly echo in her mind, maliciously whispering about how her horrible material weakening magic makes her the exact polar opposite of the beloved Lady Agnes. The deeply cruel, highly lingering weight of the endless gossip entirely crushes the incredibly young girl's spirit, sending fat, extremely heavy tears cascading continuously down her highly flushed cheeks. Completely and utterly overwhelmed by a profound sense of total, horrible alienation, Luna blindly sprints far away from the beautifully manicured gardens, desperately seeking any dark place to entirely hide her utter shame. The highly distraught child forcefully pushes her way right through the exceptionally heavy, intricately carved double wooden doors, aggressively seeking absolute, immediate refuge directly inside the massive estate. Inside a lavishly decorated room, Nazelbert casually agrees with Agnes that a shockingly large amount of people have successfully gathered together for the day's upcoming important event. Their incredibly peaceful conversation is violently and abruptly interrupted when the exceptionally heavy room doors suddenly burst completely wide open with an incredibly loud, intensely startling bam. Agnes and Nazelbert immediately turn around in complete shock, feeling highly confused to suddenly see a fiercely pouting and visibly incredibly upset Luna standing right in the open doorway. Rushing over in a state of extremely deep parental concern, A deeply worried Agnes urgently kneels down to closely ask her precious daughter exactly what is terribly wrong. With her tiny head bowed deeply in total shame beneath a dark, incredibly looming cloud of pure misery, Luna softly mutters a desperate, completely heartbreaking plea to just change it. Throwing her head entirely back in sheer, unadulterated desperation, Luna incredibly loudly shrieks directly through her rapidly streaming tears, hysterically begging her utterly shocked parents to completely change her cursed magic. Taken entirely off guard by the sheer, unbridled intensity of the terribly sudden outburst, Agnes and Nazelbert deeply stare down at the intensely weeping toddler in completely stunned, entirely speechless horror. Angrily clenching her tiny fists in sheer, overwhelming agony, Luna loudly wails that she desperately wants to be uniquely amazing exactly like her big brother and absolutely rejects having the terrible material weakening magic. A deeply heavy, entirely suffocating silence immediately falls heavily over the devastated parents, their highly expressive faces completely fraught with deep, unimaginable sorrow for their intensely suffering, totally heartbroken child. Gently reaching out to incredibly tenderly comfort the deeply sobbing girl, Agnes frantically demands to earnestly know if someone cruelly said something to instantly trigger this wonderfully sudden, truly devastating breakdown. Trembling in her sister's arms, little Luna tearfully admits she knows people whisper behind her back because her big brother said her magic destroys things. Overcome with distress, she squeezes her eyes shut and wishes her magic would disappear, remembering how even their mother warned her it was dangerous and forbade her from using it. Her older sister looks down at her with a gentle, sympathetic gaze. Remembering a solemn figure, someone from her past simply acknowledged the revelation with a quiet understanding. A heartfelt apology echoes in the memory, expressing deep sorrow for Luna's burden. Pulling the crying girl close, her sister explains that the family knew this difficult day would eventually arrive once they discovered Luna possessed magic capable of weakening things. She comforts Luna by validating her fears, agreeing that material weakening is indeed a dangerous power that makes objects fragile and explaining why Luna might despise it. Revealing a long-held secret, the sister confesses that she has been quietly preparing for this moment. Luna's tears pause as she looks up in wide-eyed confusion, asking what her sister means. Standing up with a reassuring smile, the older girl takes Luna by the hand and invites her to follow. She presents a thick stack of folded documents to the small girl, encouraging her to look at them. Peering at the papers, a bewildered Luna asks what she is looking at. Smiling warmly beside her younger sibling, the sister explains that the documents are a comprehensive guide on how to safely use Luna's magic. She reveals that upon discovering Luna's unique abilities, their mother immediately sought assistance from the entirety of Sutrina. Gathering officials and maids alike, their mother asked everyone for ideas on what could be done with material weakening magic, resulting in a flood of suggestions. Still hesitant, Luna asks why everyone previously claimed her powers were dangerous if they were actually trying to help. Her sister gently proposes that the warnings were likely because the adults were struggling to find a way to harness such a volatile power correctly. In the past, the estate's maids excitedly gossiped that Lady Luna's material weakening magic was the fascinating opposite of Lady Agnes's abilities, wondering if it could make things softer. Bringing her attention back to the present, the sister offers to read the collected suggestions out loud. The notes detail everyday problems, such as a villager struggling to dispose of unneeded furniture and a farmer frustrated by a massive rock blocking a convenient road. Others wonder if Luna could help open a sealed decades-old treasure chest or soften tough meat, effectively begging for the young lady's assistance. Realizing her magic could actually help people, Luna's tearful expression transforms into one of overwhelming hope. Kneeling down to meet her gaze, the sister warmly asks if Luna would like to practice her magic alongside their mother. Luna hesitates for a brief second before asking if it is truly okay to do so. A chorus of unseen voices enthusiastically encourages her, offering to help her learn. Clutching the precious guidebook to her chest, the little girl finally breaks into a joyful, relieved giggle. Solis and the older sister watch Luna's newfound happiness with bright, affectionate smiles. The sister reminds her that without proper knowledge the magic remains dangerous, meaning there is still a massive amount of material weakening theory left to teach her. From that day on, an enthusiastic Luna successfully improved the accuracy of her magic through sheer determination. Unbeknownst to her, these earnest efforts may have inadvertently contributed to her future terrifying reputation as the Demolisher Luna. The story transitions to Unfashionable Lady and the Harvest Festival preparations. Meanwhile, the corridors of the estate bustle with urgent chatter and hurried footsteps. A young boy named Solis is informed by his diligent aides that the seedlings in the new field behind the fort have sprouted, promising a bountiful harvest next year. Smiling brightly at the good news, Solis promises to notify his father and graciously thanks the men for all their hard work for Sutrina. Struck by his politeness, the two subordinates stare at the young master as their hearts flutter with overwhelming pride. The men suddenly burst into dramatic tears, weeping over how well young Master Solis has grown up. They loudly sob that despite being a mischievous little kid not so long ago, the 10-year-old now efficiently helps the Lord and always remembers to give his staff thanks. Flustered by their intense display of affection, Solis laughs awkwardly and insists they are exaggerating because he still has a long way to go. Suddenly, the door flies open as Luna bursts into the room, loudly calling for her big brother. Dressed in a charming apron, she marches up to Solis and demands to know if he is still working and when he plans on finishing. Solis apologizes and admits he is still busy, prompting Luna to pout and complain that she already did her best with her own studies for the day. He attempts to reason with her, explaining that the heavy workload simply cannot be helped during this specific time of year. Hoping to redirect her energy, Solis suggests that Luna find something productive she can do to help out around the estate. Luna's excited demeanor instantly flattens into an unamused, deadpan glare. Puffing her cheeks in absolute defiance, she flatly declares that helping sounds boring and refuses to do it. Dismissing him entirely, the stubborn girl scurries away to play by herself as Solis desperately calls her name. Solis sighs in defeat and promises to talk to her later, while his teary-eyed aide chuckles that Lady Luna has perfectly mastered her tomboyish side. Later, in a quiet study, an older man stands by a window and confirms that everything Solis relayed matches the official report from the person in charge. Turning away from the barred window, the Lord praises Solis for his hard work and thanks him for a job well done. Though Solis humbly tries to brush it off as no big deal, his father firmly reiterates that he truly did an excellent job. A weary man sighs, admitting he desperately needs a helping hand to juggle government affairs and the upcoming harvest festival preparations. Turning his attention to the young boy beside him, he asks Solis if he is free to go check on and help Agnes. Solis beams with enthusiasm and readily agrees to the task. The scene shifts to a quiet corner of a busy kitchen, showing boxes and bowls prepped for cooking. A cheerful maid instructs Lady Agnes to place a document somewhere easy to find just as Solis enters the room. Agnes smiles warmly, expressing relief that the festival will happen again while marveling at how great Sutrina's harvest is compared to 10 years ago. Her face lights up with a radiant smile as she excitedly predicts this year's festival will be spectacular, fondly recalling how fun their first one was. Closing her eyes softly, she adds a hesitant note, admitting that despite her excitement there is a catch. The kitchen is an absolute frenzy as maids bustle around, desperately sorting, preparing, and cooking the overwhelming abundance of ingredients. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of tasks, Agnes cries tears of joy over the massive workload. She suddenly turns her head, a startled gasp escaping her lips as she cries out for her mother. Solis smoothly steps into the chaos, earnestly asking if there is anything he can do to help. He stands proudly in the doorway, his sudden arrival feeling like a divine appearance to the overworked staff. Shouting his name, a desperate Agnes immediately grabs the stunned boy and praises his perfect timing. Gazing at him with big, pleading eyes, she begs the flustered boy to help her out, explaining she was just in need of a hand, to which he readily agrees. The maids swoon over the young master's presence, noting that his lovely appearance alone is enough to boost everyone's morale. A maid politely approaches Solis, presenting him with a protective apron to wear. Solis blinks in surprise, letting out a confused noise. The staff insist that he cover up, refusing to let the young master's fine clothes get dirty while he works. Accepting his new attire, Solis gets straight to work as the maids ask him to prepare the viola berry. A large bowl filled to the brim with dark, glossy berries sits waiting next to a wooden crate. A maid approaches the kitchen counter to assist Lady Agnes as she gestures warmly toward the ingredients. Clear liquid pours smoothly into a large, sturdy container. Wearing his new apron, a sweaty Solis wipes his brow as he diligently focuses on his assigned cooking task. Agnes suddenly peers into a wooden storage bin, letting out a surprised gasp as she realizes they are a little short on ingredients. Explaining that she needs to fetch more supplies from the outside storehouse, she asks Solis to accompany her. The scene cuts to the peaceful, cloudy sky above the tree line just outside the bustling estate. A sturdy wooden storehouse sits quietly nestled near the edge of the property. Solis follows close behind as Agnes confidently leads him right up to the storehouse door. She pauses abruptly, a questioning hum escaping her lips as she notices something amiss. Staring intently, she points out how weird it is that they are noticeably lacking in ingredients. Solis agrees, while Agnes specifically recalls seeing a much larger amount when she checked just yesterday. Deciding to investigate the discrepancy, she announces her plan to ask around the estate first. Later, Agnes confirms her suspicions with the maids, who agree that the supplies are undeniably depleted. One maid wonders if she made a mistake while checking the inventory, but another dismisses the idea since multiple people verified the stock. Another maid nervously suggests the unsettling possibility that someone intentionally took the ingredients away. Panic sparks as a maid gasps, suddenly connecting the missing supplies to a recent, disturbing rumor. She reveals that people have been whispering about a large shadow roaming the area at night, though they initially ignored it since no one was attacked. Agnes clutches her hands together in worry, wondering aloud if the mysterious shadow is actually a thief. Despite her fears, Agnes refuses to believe someone in Citrino would steal, insisting she must confirm the truth first. Determined to solve the mystery, Agnes confidently declares that the maids should leave this entire case to her and Solis. Solis lets out a defeated chuckle, accepting his fate as he asks what exactly they are going to do. Later that night, Agnes, Solis, Luna, and their father hide behind a large tree for a stakeout, prompting the Lord to question why little Luna had to come along. While Luna sleepily complains and the Lord calls Agnes reckless, Agnes passionately defends her actions by stating that the thief is a threat to Citrina's order. Suddenly, Agnes gasps sharply, her eyes widening as she spots movement in the darkness. A massive, imposing silhouette slowly emerges from the shadows near the corner of the storehouse building. Squinting through the gloom, the group realizes the towering figure looks suspiciously like Lord Nasal. The shadowy figure halts near the building, muttering quietly to itself under the cover of night. Sweating nervously, an anxious Solis questions if the massive intruder is truly a thief. Eager for justice, Solis aggressively tries to lunge at the culprit, but his father firmly holds him back, advising they watch a little longer. The group recoils in utter confusion, realizing they have no idea who or what they are truly dealing with yet. A massive, looming shadow falls over them, prompting a sudden and terrifying realization of the creature's identity. To their absolute astonishment, the shadowy figure reveals itself to be none other than the dragon Jenny. Panic and bewilderment spread quickly among them as they struggle to understand the chaotic situation unfolding before their eyes. Someone suddenly points out that the creature has already snatched the item right out from under them. Hearing a rustling growl, they quickly resolve to chase after the fleeing creature without a second thought. Deep in the brush, they discover a large, injured wyvern eagerly consuming stolen vegetables while letting out soft, distressed noises. Agnes bursts through the foliage in sheer shock, desperately crying out Jenny's name as she takes in the bizarre scene. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the creature furiously flaps its wings and screeches at the group. Someone urgently calls out to Agnes, directing her attention toward the true nature of the beast before them. Staring in awe, they finally recognize the majestic but frightening creature as a genuine wyvern. The massive beast lets out a pained, guttural roar, clearly suffering from visible injuries across its scaled body. Recognizing the wyvern's wounded state, a concerned voice urgently alerts their mother to the creature's agonizing plight. The mother quickly agrees, her eyes locking onto the evident wounds marring the magnificent beast's form. Noting its unusual color, they deduce it must be a wild wyvern rather than one trained in Citrina's stables. They cautiously remind each other that riding beasts untamed as mounts pose a significant and unpredictable danger. Such wild, unaccustomed creatures are notoriously wary and fiercely defensive around humans. Suddenly, the beast jumps with a panicked shriek, startling everyone as it violently thrashes around. A sharp gasp escapes their lips as the sudden movement reveals a hidden stockpile nearby. Looking closer, they realize the creature has been hoarding the exact boxes of vegetables that recently went missing. Confronting Jenny with a gentle but knowing gaze, they piece together that the food was stolen solely to nurse the wounded wyvern back to health. Whimpering softly, Jenny trembles with guilt until they quickly reassure the sweet dragon that no one is placing blame. Touched by the dragon's profound empathy, they lovingly praise Jenny for being such a sweet and caring child. With a reassuring nod, They confidently instruct Jenny to step back and leave the injured wyvern to their capable hands. Surprised by the sudden intervention, Jenny looks up at the approaching figures with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. Lord Nasal and Agnes step forward together, presenting a united and calming front to the distressed creatures. A gentle voice affirms their arrival, solidifying their commitment to resolving the tense situation. Introducing herself as Jenny's friend, Agnes speaks softly to the wyvern, promising that she only wishes to help. Extending a brave, trembling hand toward the beast's snout, she tenderly asks if it can understand her intentions. The massive wyvern leans in close, cautiously sniffing her outstretched hand to judge her sincerity. Letting out a low, rumbling purr, the beast finally relaxes its aggressive posture in a display of newfound trust. Lord Nasal praises Agnes for her remarkable bravery, noting with immense relief that the wyvern has entirely calmed down. Mesmerized by the creature, Agnes gushes over its noble eyes, gleaming scales, and massive claws with entirely inappropriate excitement. The others sweat drop as Agnes's personality does a complete flip, her fierce desire to protect the adorable beast overriding all common sense. Chuckling at her sudden obsession, they decide to call upon Connie to officially take care of the wyvern's rehabilitation. Letting out a long breath, they marvel at the sheer absurdity that their mysterious food thief was just Jenny all along. Lord Nasal firmly insists that Jenny must not be punished for acting out of such deep compassion. Sighing softly, they acknowledge that the sweet dragon meant no harm and was only desperately trying to save a life. However, the grim reality sets in that they must find a solution for the massive amount of Harvest Festival food that was lost. They cross their arms in deep thought, frustrated by the undeniable fact that absolutely nothing is left to harvest right now. With blunt, childish simplicity, a young girl points out that if they lack food, they should just buy more. They quickly dismiss her naive suggestion, lamenting that purchasing such a massive quantity of food is far easier said than done. Suddenly, a collective realization strikes the group, causing their eyes to widen in perfect, synchronized epiphany. Exclaiming in joyous agreement, they realize the child's incredibly simple solution is actually the perfect answer to their dilemma. A magnificent winged messenger lands gracefully in the courtyard, cheerfully greeting the relieved party. The charismatic arrival admits he was terribly curious about why he was summoned with such sudden urgency. Flashing a brilliant smile, Mr. Bell chuckles upon realizing this emergency was nothing more than a simple, highly profitable transaction. Immensely grateful, they thank Mr. Bell as he reveals he brought a massive bounty from the Desnam harvest to perfectly match their festival's theme. Cheers erupt as they realize this timely delivery means they will absolutely have enough food ready for the grand celebration. With their crisis completely averted, the ecstatic group enthusiastically rallies together to finally begin their festival preparations. A quiet exterior shot of the grand estate's roof against a clear sky sets a perfectly peaceful morning scene. A sudden knock breaks the silence as someone pulls open the heavy curtains to let in the bright sunlight. The door handle clicks downward with a sharp snap, signaling someone entering the brightened room. A gentle voice calls out to Lady Agnes, urging her that it is time to get ready for the day. Turning her head slightly, Agnes acknowledges Kelly's prompt entrance with a soft, receptive gaze. Sunlight streams warmly through the large, ornate window, highlighting the tranquil and elegant atmosphere. Agnes remarks how smoothly the preparations went, shuddering to think what would have happened without Mr. Bell's timely help. Kelly nods in full agreement, brightly suggesting they enjoy themselves to the absolute fullest today. Standing before a mirror, Kelly proudly announces that Agnes's preparations are completely done. Beaming with enthusiasm, the maid compliments Agnes by insisting her dress looks incredibly adorable today. A soft, affectionate blush spreads across Kelly's cheeks as she gazes fondly at her lovely lady. Flushing slightly, Agnes acts flustered when Kelly sincerely insists she has grown even more beautiful. Chuckling warmly, Kelly gives a thumbs up and playfully reminds Agnes she has been calling her beautiful since forever ago. Walking down the hallway, Agnes gracefully thanks Kelly for helping despite the morning rush, to which Kelly insists she could never let anyone else handle her lady's preparations. With bright and eager smiles, the two women happily agree to head out and join the others. They step out into the estate gardens together, chatting cheerfully under the gentle, dappled shade of the trees. Hearing their approach, Lord Nasal turns around with the breeze catching his dark hair. Greeting her with a soft and highly affectionate smile, he warmly wishes Agnes a good morning. He gently takes her hand and kisses it, telling her she looks lovely once again while she blushes and thanks him. Agnes reflects on how they used to get incredibly flustered holding hands, yet now she delights deeply in their usual greeting kiss. She gazes lovingly at him, remembering how she once thought she would step aside if a woman truly worthy of him ever appeared. Continuing her inner thought, she firmly admits that such a heartbreaking concept now feels completely unimaginable. Kelly tries to stifle a knowing giggle behind her hand, prompting a confused Agnes to ask what is wrong before the maid politely urges her to continue. A peaceful view of the cloudy sky gently shifts the narrative focus back to the sprawling festival grounds. The trio strolls comfortably together, with Kelly trailing slightly behind as she watches the happy couple enjoy their walk. Suddenly, a familiar figure rushes up from behind, excitedly calling out to his brother-in-law with eager steps. Adjusting his glasses, Paul flashes a bright and highly energetic smile as he greets the couple. Nazel casually acknowledges Paul's return just as the young man begins rummaging eagerly through his satchel. Handing over a thick sealed envelope, Paul announces it is the requested list, earning a grateful thank you for the huge help. Her curiosity immediately piqued. Agnes leans in closely and asks what the mysterious documents are about. Nazel points into the distance, explaining his strategic plan to build a new watchtower in an area plagued by frequent monster attacks. Gazing over the landscape, he reveals he had Paul scout suitable locations since the young man can efficiently use levitation magic. Agnes claps her hands in sheer awe, praising Paul for taking on such an incredibly important and impressive role. Paul looks away modestly, completely downplaying his magical contribution by claiming it is not that big of a deal. A warm smile crosses Paul's face as he expresses his genuine relief at making it back in time for the Grand Harvest Festival. Stepping forward abruptly, Kelly offers to help Sir Paul unpack his belongings. Caught entirely off guard by the maid's attention, Paul blushes furiously and stammers out a flustered note of thanks. Kelly bows gracefully with a small, knowing smile while Paul nervously clutches his bag strap in a mild panic. Watching the awkward exchange, Nazel smirks and teasingly notes to Agnes that Kelly is a notoriously tough nut to crack. The festival atmosphere swells with joyful energy as villagers begin gathering and raising their voices in celebration. Standing before the excited crowd, Nazel warmly thanks everyone for gathering and sincerely praises the hard work of all those who prepared. He acknowledges Sutrina's painful history of poor harvests, emphasizing that the dramatic recent improvements are entirely thanks to everyone's incredible cooperation. Placing a hand firmly over his heart, he vows that the Lord's family will continue to do their utmost for the land's prosperity. Raising his glass high with a brilliant smile, Nazel enthusiastically kicks off the celebration with a cheerful toast. Laughter and energetic chatter immediately fill the air as the villagers begin enjoying the abundant food and drink. Smiling women converse warmly with one another while serving large, freshly baked pies to the eager attendees. Joyous men raise their wooden mugs in a boisterous cheer, fully reveling in the successful and abundant harvest. Cheerful maids carry platters of drinks with bright, genuine smiles, completely immersed in the lively festivities. Nazel stands proudly among the festival-goers, sharing quiet, contented smiles with his loyal companions as flower petals drift softly around them. High above the joyful crowds, two majestic dragons playfully circle each other in the bright sky, symbolizing the lasting peace that has finally settled over the land. Cherry blossoms drift through the garden as Agnes and her companions welcome guests to a grand outdoor celebration. Laughter fills the air while children celebrate, crowning one another with vibrant floral wreaths. Agnes gazes up through the crowd, her heart light as she takes in the festive atmosphere. A serene smile graces Agnes's face, reflecting the deep peace she has finally found in her life. The quiet moment breaks when a voice calls out to Agnes, drawing her attention back to her friends. Lilianne's name rings out across the garden, signaling the arrival of a dear friend. Agnes and Lilianne rush toward each other, squealing with joy as they lock hands in a long-awaited reunion. Surveying the magnificent garden, Lilianne marvels at the scale of the preparations while Agnes insists the effort was worth seeing everyone so happy. The women turn their gaze toward Tori, who stands nearby keeping a watchful eye on the festivities. The children's voices ring out as they excitedly spot their mother and the legendary Lady Agnes. Agnes warmly thanks Tori for looking after Solis and the other children during the busy party. Tori pulls Lilianne close, declaring that living with his beloved and their adorable children is the ultimate happiness. Blushing and flustered, Lilianne playfully scolds Tori for his public display of affection while he laughs off her protests. Agnes watches the couple with a tender, knowing smile, basking in the warmth of their domestic bliss. Another familiar voice calls out to Agnes, prompting her to turn with a look of pleasant surprise. Lord Nasal joins the group, and Agnes greets him with a bright smile, thanking him for his tireless contributions. Nasal scoops up young Luna in a big hug as she cheers for her father's return. While Nasal embraces his daughter, Solis watches in awe and declares his dream of growing up as strong and amazing as Tori. Nasal balances Luna in his arms while reaching out a steady hand to affectionately pat Solis on the head. Looking at his growing family, Nasal quietly acknowledges that this moment is pure, unadulterated bliss. Agnes reflects on her difficult journey, remembering when she was mocked as the unfashionable lady who dared to defy her family's rigid traditions. Memories of the princess's engagement party resurface, the fateful night she first crossed paths with the kind-hearted Lord Nasal. She recalls how much she once loathed the unfashionable lady title and the weight of the expectations placed upon her. With the benefit of hindsight, Agnes realizes that every struggle she faced was leading her toward this destination. She understands now that the immense happiness she holds today was forged in the fires of her past hardships. Agnes embraces her history, recognizing that she only reached this summit because she was once that resilient, unfashionable girl. She offers a silent prayer of thanks to the people who lent her their strength when she felt too weak to stand alone. The nostalgic reverie ends abruptly as her children call out for her attention once again. The kids urge their mother to hurry before all the delicious party food is devoured by the other guests. Agnes watches her family with eyes full of love, cherishing the vibrant life they have built together. This is the definitive end of the tale of a girl who broke her chains and transformed her identity into something beautiful. Surrounded by her husband, children, and friends, the former unfashionable lady celebrates the happy life she fought so hard to obtain. A new morning begins as Agnes hesitantly asks Nasal if he is truly certain about his decision to stay behind. Nasal offers a reassuring smile and insists she should take her time enjoying a well-deserved shopping trip. He promises to manage the children with the help of the staff and thanks Agnes for everything she does for the household. Feeling relieved and grateful, Agnes bids her family a bright farewell as she prepares to depart. The children wave enthusiastically from the doorstep, wishing their mother a wonderful and safe journey. The carriage wheels churn as Agnes sets off, leaving the grand estate behind for her solo adventure. Nasal watches the carriage disappear into the distance before turning back to the task at hand. He scoops up his son and announces with a grin that today will be filled with nothing but fun and games. The grand mansion stands silent for a moment as the father and children prepare for their day of mischief. The children immediately demand a game of horsey, and Nasal quickly agrees to their energetic request. Playful sounds echo through the halls as the trio begins their morning of high-spirited bonding. Solis cheers with delight when Nasal challenges them to an impromptu race across the room. Nasal cheers Solis on during their game while gently encouraging Luna to keep trying her best. A thunderous growl from Solis's stomach brings their frantic playtime to a sudden, hilarious halt. Looking a bit sheepish, Solis admits he is famished, prompting a warm chuckle from his father. Nasal decides that their adventures can wait and suggests they head to the dining room for a meal. The family gathers at the table where the maid serves a spread of fresh bread and warm dishes. Quiet contentment settles over the room as the children begin to eat, poking curiously at their food under Nasal's watchful eye. Nasal gently reminds Solis to avoid picky eating while they sit together at the dining table. He explains that because they all worked hard to grow these vegetables, it would make the whole family happy if Solis ate them all. Solis stares down at his plate in a long, silent struggle against the greens before him. Nasal observes the boy's inner conflict and asks if it is really a no, only for Solis to finally find his resolve. Images of their time gardening together and moments of sibling bonding flash through Solis's mind as he faces his meal. A warm, encouraging smile stays on Nasal's face as he patiently guides his son through the meal. Later that evening, Nasal reflects by the bedside that while the day was hard, he is truly happy. Agnes finally returns home and announces her arrival to the waiting maid. Removing her hat, Agnes calls out that she is back, eager to see her family. She discovers Nasal and both children fast asleep in a tangled, peaceful heap on the bed. A tender and loving smile spreads across Agnes's face as she takes in the sight of her exhausted husband and children. Looking at Nasal one last time, Agnes offers a silent, heartfelt thanks as their story of bliss concludes.